continue to work on our middleware, but before we work on our middleware, what we need to do, we need to rectify this part. Okay, it's supposed to be API/users. Okay, not just users. It has to be like this. Okay, so since we got that out of the way, let's go ahead to our middleware and work on our middleware. It looks like we do have a middleware in here already, but what we can do, we can just go ahead, get rid of everything, and then we can start from scratch. Okay, so when we're working on our middleware, what we need our JWT. Okay, so we need to import JWT, and we need to specify where that JWT is coming from. It's going to come from JSON Web Token. Okay, so it's a package that we've installed already. If you check our package.json, we have the package. So in here, we need to go ahead and create the functions. So our first function is going to be verify token. Okay, verify token. So our function is going to take in request, response, and next. Request, response, and then the next function. Okay, after that, we need to go ahead and have our function, and inside here we're going to work on our function. So let's just go ahead and list all the functions that we need before we start working on them. Okay, so the next one should be verify and authorization. Verify token and authorization. Okay, and let's close that. After that, we need verify vendor. Let's add consts verify vendor. So it's going to take the same parameters, and we need to close it. Down at the bottom, we're going to require verify admin. It's supposed to be verify admin. Okay, so here the spelling, mind the spelling, it's supposed to be verify. So these are the 4 functions that we're going to require here. But sooner or later we might need to make one, but let's just go ahead and do it because it's not going to give us trouble. It's supposed to be a verified driver. Okay, this one is going to be for the driver part, and down at the bottom we need to export these functions. Okay, all of them. So we're going to have verify authorization, verify vendor, and verify admin, verify driver. Okay, but verify admin and verify driver, we are not going to use them, but we are just going to create them. Okay, so here what we need to do first, we need to work on our verify token. So a verified token, we're going to require our token from our auth headers, because we're going to be getting this token from our headers. Okay, so first we need to extract our auth headers. Auth headers is equals to requests dot headers dot authorization. So our token is going to be under authorization. Okay, so by under authorization, if you visit Postman, okay, so this is authorization, and our token is a bearer token. This is our authorization part. So if we go to our headers here, if we go to, let's see, okay, we have authorization. This is the variable that we're going to look for inside of our headers. Okay, so let's go back to our project. So once we have this authorization, we need to check, not once we need to check whether we have the authorization or not. So to check, we need to just have a condition on auth headers, right? Since that's where we are going to store our headers. Okay, so consts. So now we need to extract the token from headers.authorization, because if our token is a bearer token, so it will come like this, bearer token, and then our token here. Okay, so we don't need the bearer, we just need the token. We need to extract that token from our authorization. So here we're going to have token is equals to, we need to access these auth headers that we extracted on top, and then we need to use the split method, and we're going to split where there's a space, and we're going to get the first index, the first item after the space. Okay, so down at the bottom we're going to have JWT dot verify. Okay, we need to verify the token. So to verify the token, we need the token itself, and we need to go ahead and have our secret key. Okay, so we need to access our env and then we're going to get the JWT secret, JWT underscore sec. Okay, so this JWT underscore sec is something that we have in our .env already. Here it's supposed to be secret. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so it's supposed to be JWT underscore secret. So it's the same secret that we used when we were getting a user, when we were logging in a user. Okay, so if we go to our auth controller, login user is the same, secret key. This secret is the same that we're using. Okay, so let's go back to our middleware. After that, we need to go ahead and process our data. Okay, and so here we are going to either have an error or we're going to have the data related to the token. So the data is going to be stored in the user. Okay, so if we do have an error, that means that token is invalid. Okay, so if we have that error, we need to go ahead and return. We're just going to return a status, a response.status, and our status is going to be 403. Is supposed to be status. So here it's supposed to be 403, not 402. Response.status, and we need to pass JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to require the status and the message. So status is going to be false, and our message is going to be not error.message, but here we are going to say invalid token, like that. Okay, so if our token, if we don't have this error, then we're going to process our token. Okay, we're going to have to put the user inside of our request. Okay, so request.user is equals to user. Okay, so by doing this, that means we're going to put these variables inside of our request. That's why when we say request.user.id, we're accessing this ID. If we say .userType, then we're accessing user type. .email, then we'll be accessing the email of that particular user. Okay, and after we've put this data inside of our request user, then we are going to proceed to the next function. Okay, so we are not done as yet. So here we do have an if statement, right? We need to process a condition whereby that's okay, in a situation that we didn't get auth headers, okay, then we have to tell a user that you're not authenticated. That means they didn't provide the token to us. Okay, so we are going to return a response with the status of 401. Our status is going to be false, and our message is you are not authenticated. Okay, so that's the first. So now we want to move on to verify and authorization. So in verify and authorization, what we're going to do, we're going to take this function that we have on top, the verify token, okay, and we're going to also take in the requests, response, and our next function is going to come here. Okay, so in here we have to have a condition. So we have to check if the user type, okay, like the person who's sending the request is a client, driver, administrator, or a vendor. That person is allowed to do some particular tasks in the application. So we are going to access our requests, then user, and here we're going to get user type. Okay, so this user type is coming from, let's visit our auth controller, is this user type that we have here. Okay, if the user type is equals to one of the enums that we have, or not one, it should be one, but we're going to use or. So it can be either one of the enums that we have, then that person is eligible to perform those tasks that we are protecting with this particular middleware. Okay, so if we go to our model and visit our user model, so these are our rows. Okay, so let's just copy all the rows that we have. I'm going to paste them in here and add a comment. Okay, so if the user type is client, or if the user type is equals to admin, no, if the user type is equals to vendor, or the user type is equals to driver, then we're going to allow them to go to the next function. Let's see. Okay, it should be like that. That's next. So let's bring this down, bring this down, bring this down as well, so that we can have our function inside. Okay, so here we need else. If they don't have a role, then we are going to just go ahead and send back a response, a 403. Okay, because that means that user is not allowed to access the routes. Okay, something like that. So that's what we need for this particular middleware. So we are done with verify and authorization. So now we need to move on to verify vendor. So verify vendor is going to take the same pattern. So we can copy everything that we have here and just delete some of the parts. So down here, let's paste whatever we copied. So for a person to be able to do what a vendor do, that person has to be a vendor or an administrator. Okay, so let's get rid of this part and let's get rid of the driver, like that. So if a person is a vendor or an administrator, they're allowed to do what a vendor can do. Okay, for administrator, this one is going to be open to the administrator only. So we need to just paste the code and we get rid of this vendor. Okay, so that's going to be our middleware. And for our driver, let's see whether we do have a driver in our user. Yes, we do have a driver. So those are going to be our middlewares. So now we need to go ahead and visit our routes, all of our routes, and see which routes do we need to protect, and then just protect the routes. So first we're going to go ahead with the user. Okay, we're in models, so we need to go to routes, user. Okay, so in our user, all these ones, they need to be protected with verify and authorization. So here we need to import verify and authorization. Let's just copy the name. I might misspell the name. Okay, let's just minimize the room for errors. Is equals to require. So here we need to specify the path. So our router, our middleware is going to come from middlewares and is going to come from verify token. So this is the middleware that we're going to use. So we're going to place the middleware in between. Okay, so here you can add a little bit of space. That's okay. Okay, so we've protected user routes. Now we can go to restaurant. Okay, so for restaurant, we already have this one. I've already put this one. So you need verify and authorization. So for a person to post food, they have to be authorized. Okay, so I'm just going to use verify and authorization. But you can use verify vendor here. That's the most logical thing to do. So this part, it will not be covered in this particular section, but if we happen to make the restaurant side, if we happen to make a tutorial for the restaurant side, then this part should be covered in that. Okay, and for our rating, we are going to have verify and authorization. For a person to make a rating, they have to be authorized, since we require a user ID to rate a particular product. So they need to be protected as well. For food, we need to have a vendor here. To add food, you have to be a vendor. Okay, so make sure that when you're uploading food, then your role should be of that of a vendor, not of a client. So to change the role, you just need to go to your database. Okay, and let me open my database and then I'll show you before we proceed, because it might cause a little bit of confusion a little bit later. Okay, so let me just log in. So why are we doing it through the database? We're doing it through the database because this part can only be taken care of in the administrator side. This is the work of the administrator. Okay, not a user, not a vendor, not a driver. Only the administrator can be able to change someone's role. Okay, so in this part, since we're not going to look at the administrator app, this is the only way that you can do it. You can go to your browser, go to your Atlas, and then you go to your database. Okay, in your database, you need to go to your users collection. So let's say this is the vendor, this is the person that you need to change their role. So you need to just come here to user type and change their role to vendor. Okay, like that, and then you just update it here. Okay, simple as that. Okay, so we got this out of the way, so let's continue. So we're done with this part. The only route that needs to be protected is the posting. Okay, the person has to be a vendor. And why this one needs a verify and authorization, because it's adding a restaurant. Okay, so the person should just have a client account, and then they're applying. So when they're applying, they are submitting their ID using this verify and authorization. After they submit their ID, the administrator will review the data that they have submitted. If they are suitable enough to become a restaurant, then the administrator will go ahead and change their role from a client to a restaurant. Okay, I guess that's clear enough. So let's go to categories. So for categories, you can either, I'm going to leave them open. So it's your task to choose who do you want to upload categories. It's either the administrator or the vendor. But for you to keep your application clean, the administrator should be the person who's responsible for this particular task. So these are all the routes that we need to protect and everything that we need to do pertaining our middleware. What I can do just to run a quick test, we're going to test a little bit further. But for now, I can just go ahead and try to get a user profile. Okay, so let me just send this. If we don't have an error, this should be successful. So all our middlewares are working fine without any error since we're getting the data here. So we are done with this part. Let's move on to the next one. We're done creating our routes. What do we need to do? We need to go ahead and test our routes. We need to go ahead and open Postman first. Okay, since we have our Postman open, what we need to do, we need to register a new account first. So we need to go to sign up, but make sure that you have your base URL set here and your environment is the correct environment, because if you choose a wrong environment, probably your endpoint, your URL, your base URL is going to be wrong. So here we're running our application on port 6013. So this is what we have here. So to register, we are going to just try to register this account. So I'm just going to press send. So we're going to run into this error. And the message is env is not defined. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go back to our project. So in our project, we need to go to our create user function. So in our function, we need to just see where we are using env. So we're using env here. So if you take a look, process comma env is supposed to be process.env. Okay, so that's an error that we need to fix. After that, we need to go ahead and try to sign up for this account. Okay, so let's go ahead and try again. Okay, so now we've successfully created an account. So just to check whether we've created an account or not, we can check our database first. Just refresh our database. So here we have 19 users. Okay, so we should have 20 by now. Okay, so now we have 20, so that we've successfully created an account. So down at the bottom, this is the new account that we just created, and this is the code that has been sent to the user. Just to check the code, we need to visit our email. So here, this is the email. So if we check, this is 918031. It's the same as this one. So it's the email that we just received by now. So since we are sure that we can create an account and send an email, an OTP, what we need to do is to go ahead and try to log in a user. Okay, so to log in a user, we need to go back to our Postman. And in our Postman, we need to go to login. Okay, so these are the credentials that we're going to use, the email and the password. So you just need to hit send, but make sure that everything else is in line, especially the base URL. This route is an open route. It doesn't have any middleware, any token. Okay, so you just need to make sure that the base URL is correct and then press send. Okay, so here we do have another error, and the message is crypto.js.decrypt is not a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and visit our login function. Let's just close this create user since we're done with it. So login user, crypto.js, this is where we're using crypto.js. So when we're using crypto.js, we should use crypto.js dot AES, and then we write decrypt, and then we put whatever we want to put right here. Okay, so this is the origin of our error, line 71. So the line might be different from yours, but you need to take care of this crypto.js.aes.decrypt. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to log in a user again. So we're going to send this request, and here we do have another error, and this error is related to user.doc. Okay, so if you want to access this user document, we are not supposed to use .doc, but we are supposed to use ._doc. Okay, so if we go down here, it's supposed to be ._doc. Okay, so we need to go ahead and try to log in again. So if you press send, we're successfully logged in, but we're returning more variables than we need. So we need to get rid of these three: created date, updated date, and __v. So let's just go ahead and remove them here. Okay, when we are deconstructing, we should just go ahead and get rid of them. It's supposed to be updated date, and we need __v, like that. Okay, let's add a comma and then save. After that, we can run the same request again. So now we have these. Okay, these are the variables that we need, and we have an extra one, which is our user token. So that means we're successfully creating our token, and it's being sent back with the response when we log in. So now we need to make sure that we go ahead and verify this account. So to verify account, the endpoint, the request is not in the collection. So you just need to create one get request. Okay, so I've created one already, and I've called it verify account. Okay, so here the service endpoint is supposed to be API/user/verify/ and then you put the number of the OTP number right in front, and it's supposed to be a get. And one other thing that we need to add, this one is a protected route, so you need to have a token. So to add a token, what we're going to do, you come to login, right? So you've logged in and you've successfully obtained like a token, right? You copy that token and you go to your environment, create a new variable, and then you need to paste the token. Okay, let's just press edit here. You need to just paste the token here. So that's going to be the token that we're going to be using for this particular user. Okay, so to verify, we need to go ahead and choose the authorization type. So we are using a bearer token. So you need to come here, choose bearer token. After choosing bearer token, you need to put the token here. So it's just braces, and you choose the user token. So we are done with that part, but we need to have a correct OTP here. Okay, so our correct OTP is in our email. So if you visit our email, we're going to get this OTP from our email, go back to our Postman, and in our Postman, we need to just go ahead and paste this. Make sure that you have that here. So let's go ahead and send the request, because if we check, let's just check before we send the request. Here, verification is false. So whenever we send this request on this verify account and request, we are supposed to get this one as true. So let's just go ahead and do that. Okay, so our verification is true. Okay, for our phone verification, it's going to be a little bit tricky because we're going to use Firebase to take care of that. And Then after Firebase, we're going to be just updating this part. We are not going to be storing the OTP, but after just the verification from Firebase, we're going to update the field. So that part, we're going to take care of it later, but so far so good. And one other thing to add to the explanation, since we are getting things using our token, if you're getting response using our token, that means our middleware is working fine. We don't have an error related to our middleware. So all the errors that we've corrected are the errors that might have hindered you from like doing some further processes, but we have gotten them out of the way so we can proceed to other functions that requires us to have middlewares and to have a user. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue working on our project. So we have our address schema already. The main focus is to go ahead and create our address controller. We need to create a new file and we need to call it address controller, and it has to be a JS file. So after creating, what we're going to require in here, we're going to require our model. So first we're going to have our user model. So we need to access the path of our user model. So it is in models, and in models we need to access our user model. So down at the bottom we need to go ahead and have an address model. Okay, we need to give it a name first and we need to provide the path. Okay, so our path is going to be models, and from models we're going to get the address. Okay, so right at the bottom, we need to export our models, not our models, but the functions that we're going to create. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, we need to create our first function. Our first function is going to be create an address. It's supposed to be create or add. Okay, add address. So our add address function is going to be asynchronous and it's going to take request and response. So in here, what we need to do, we need to create a variable of our address. Okay, so we're going to call it new address is equals to new address, like that. Okay, and we need to have brackets and braces. So the first thing that we're going to require is the user ID. So for user ID, we're going to get it from request_user.id, request.user.id. Okay, like that. Next, we're going to have address line 1. Okay, so for address line 1 is going to come from our request body dot address line 1, and we're going to have our postal code. Our postal code is coming from request body dot postal code, and for our default is going to come from request body dot default. And down at the bottom we need delivery instructions. So our delivery instructions, they're going to come from request body dot delivery instructions, and we need latitude and longitude. So latitude and longitude. So after this, we have an object of our address. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try catch block, what we need to do, we need to check if the address that's being added has this value set to true or false. Okay, if it is true, we need to go ahead and set all the addresses that we have belonging to a particular user set to false. Okay, because we don't want two default address belonging to one user. So we need to check first, and then if there's an address which is already a default address, we need to set it to false, and then we can go ahead and save our address. So here we're going to, in our try, we're going to have a condition. So let's bring this a little bit down so that we can have a little bit of space. So we're going to have a condition if a request.body dot default. Okay, so if our default is equals to true, then we're going to have our condition. So we're going to await for our addresses, address dot update many. Okay, so we need to go ahead and use the user ID to look for addresses, right? So here we're going to have user address, user ID, and our user ID is going to come from request body dot user ID. id. Okay, and we are going to update the default field. Okay, after comma we need to add another brace. Okay, this should be here. Okay, we need to update default and we need to set it to false. Okay, so once this is done, then we need to go ahead and save our address. Right at the bottom, we're going to await the new address and we're going to use the save method to save that address. After saving the address, we need to send back a response back to the user. So it's supposed to be response.status. So our status is going to be 201. And here we need to send back a status and a message. So the message is supposed to be address edit successfully. Okay, so we get that out of the way. If we have an error, we're going to send back a response with a status of 500. And in here, we need to pass back JSON. So for JSON, okay, so here dot JSON. So for JSON, we need to go ahead and have a status. So for status is going to be false and our message is going to be message.error. So let's get rid of the extra brace. Okay, so that's it for adding an address. This is our function. After that, we just need to, let's just create a little bit of space here and we need to close this. Let's close this function, add a comma and move on to our next function. So our next function is going to be get addresses. Okay, so to get addresses, we're going to get all the addresses belonging to a particular user. Okay, we're not going to, okay, let's here what we can do is to try to run the application and have like an illustration while we're looking at what we are trying to achieve exactly. So we are going to do that a little bit later. So here we're going to take request and response. After that, we need to have our function in here. So inside of this function, we need a try catch. Okay, so in our try catch, what we're going to do, we are going to create a new instance where we are going to store our addresses. So we're going to call it addresses. Okay, so our addresses is going to await address dot find. Okay, so here we're going to find addressing using the user ID. So this user ID is going to come from request user.id. What we're just going to do is to send back the response. If we have the addresses here, we need to send back a response with a status of 200 and we need to send back JSON. Okay, so our JSON is going to be this list of addresses that we have here. If we do have an error, then we're going to just send back a response with the status of 500 and we need to send back JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to require the same parameters. We're going to require the status and our status is going to be false if we have an error and we need a message. So the message is going to be error.message. So let's get rid of the extra bracket and brace and then we close this here. Okay, so we are done with getting addresses here. So what we can do next is to set default address. But before we set default address, let's just go ahead and create another function to delete address. Okay, so this one we might not use it in this particular section, but it's good to just create it. So if you want to delete, then you can go ahead and just finish the task, because it's really simple. It's really simple to just delete. Okay, so here we're going to take a request and a response. After that, we need an arrow function and we need our brace. And in here, what we're going to do, we're going to have our try catch. In our try, what we need to do, we need to await. After awaiting, we need to access our address and find by ID and delete. Okay, so the address that we're going to be looking for, we need to provide the ID for it. So the ID is going to come from requests.params.id, like that. And let's close that. After that, we can just have a response with a status of 200. The status is going to be true. Message address successfully deleted. So if we do have an error, then we're going to pass back a 500. Let's pass back a 500 here. Status is going to be false and we need to send back a message. So our message here is going to be error.message. Okay, like that. Okay, so we are done with that part. Let's save. So we are done with 3 functions. So the most important one is to get a default address. That's something that we need to take care of. So let's go ahead, continue get default address, and then we can get we can set addresses as default. Okay. Right after delete address, we need to go ahead and create another function to set address as default, like that. Okay, the spelling is a little bit wrong. So here it's supposed to be default. So it's going to be an asynchronous function. So right at the top, we're going to require the address ID. Okay, so we're going to have address ID. So let's just do it like that, address ID. Okay, because we need to be a little bit specific. And here we're going to have our user ID as well. So our user ID is going to come from request user.id. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch. So in our try catch, the first thing that we need to do, if we are setting an address as default, we need to just check whether other addresses are set to false or not. Okay, so what we can do the same as we did before when we are adding an address. Okay, so we need to go ahead and await access our address model and update many. So we're going to be using the user ID to find all the addresses related to a particular user, and then we're going to set the default as false. Okay, that's the first thing. Next, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and create a variable with the name updated address, const updated address is equals to await address dot find one and update, find by ID and update. Okay, so we are finding by ID. So when we are finding by ID, we need the ID. So our ID is going to be the address ID. Okay, and we need to set this to set the variable default to true. Okay, default here is going to be true. Okay, after that is done, then we just need to close that one. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a condition to check whether we do have an update or not. So we're going to say if updated address, then we're going to go ahead. So now we want to, what we need to do here, let me slow down a little bit. What we need to do, if we do update an address, then we need to go ahead and set that address as a default address inside of the user schema. Okay, so we need to push that address here. Okay, so let's go ahead, go back to our address controller. So what we need to do here, we need to await for our user. Okay, so we need to find one and update, find by ID and update. Okay, like that. So our ID is going to be the user ID that we have on top, and the address that we're going to push is the one that we have right here on top. Okay, so now we are attaching a default address to a user. Okay, after that, we just need to go ahead and send back a response to the user. Okay, so in this if statement, we just need to send back a 200. Okay, and if this condition is not met, then we're going to send a 400 address not found. Okay, because if this condition is not met, that means we didn't find the address. So that's all that we need to do. If we do have an error, then we need to send back a response with the status of 500. We send a status as false, and the message is going to be error.message. So we are done with our default address. So we need to create another function to get a default address. Okay, so down at the bottom is get default address, like that. Okay, so our function is going to be asynchronous as usual, and it's going to take request and the response, and we're going to have, okay, we need a variable first. So this variable is going to be const user ID is equals to request user.id, and in our try catch we need to find this ID. Okay, so we need to create a variable where we are going to store the address, and we need to await for the data from our database. Okay, so it's supposed to be await, and we need to await dot. So here we are going to find find one. So we need two variables. The first one is going to be the user ID. So our user ID is going to be user ID, and we need to find where this variable is equals to, the default variable is equals to true. That's going to be our default address. And right at the bottom, we just need to send back a response, and we don't need to send back the default address, do we? Let me see. Yeah, we do. So we are sending back the address, and here we need to send back the status with the 500 and JSON. Let's go ahead and have our status. Our status is going to be false, and the message is going to be error.message. So let's get rid of those so we don't have an error. Let's save that. So that's all that we need to do for our addresses. The next thing is to create the routes and go ahead and test these endpoints in Postman. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 functions that we created related to our addresses. So the next thing is to go to our routes and create a new file, and we're going to call it address. Okay, and it has to be a JS file. So we need to just go ahead to one of the smallest, that's rating, and then copy the content of our router, and then we paste it here. So we need this to be there. We need the middleware, but we need to have our controller. So here we're going to have address controller is equals to require, we need to specify the path. So our path is going to be controllers address controller, like that. So first we need to have a post. So our post is going to be to add addresses, right? So what we can do here, we need the middleware, and we need this to be mapped to address controller, and it's supposed to be add address. Okay, get, we need to get ID, not get. What we need to do, if it is get, we need to get default here. So even if we are getting a default, we don't need an ID. Okay, so what we can do, we can just get using the token, not the token, but the ID, and where default is equals to true. That's going to be one address per each and every user. Okay, so we don't need to specify the ID. So here, let's go ahead and map this to address controller. So we can say get default here. So let's have over. Okay, so this pans out well. We don't need anything in our params, so this is okay. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have a delete. Okay, so to delete an address, we're going to just require the ID of the ID of the address that we need to go ahead and delete, and we need to change this to delete, and here it's supposed to be delete address. Okay, so we're done with that part. To set as default, we're going to have a patch. When we're patching, we are going to use default as our service endpoint, and then we need the ID. Okay, so here we are going to map it to set as default. So if we hover over, we need the ID, and this ID should be passed as ID in our params. Okay, so this is okay. So we have 4 functions, but we need to get all addresses as well. So let's just copy this get, and then here we can just have get. Okay, so this is supposed to be get addresses. So we are done with this router. What we can do next is to go to our server.js. In our server.js, we're going to have our addresses here. Let's see whether it's address or addresses. Visit Postman, and we go to our address folder. It's supposed to be address, not addresses. So that's correct, and we need to import our router. So our router is supposed to be address route, like that, and here it's supposed to be mapped to address. So here we need to copy, and we need to replace this rating route with the address route, and let's save. If we don't have an error, our server is going to run successfully. So we don't have an error, so that means we are done with this part. The next part is to go ahead and run some tests in Postman, and then we can proceed to the next one. And run our Postman test. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and open our Postman. So in our Postman, we need to go to our address folder. So in our address folder, the first thing that we're going to require authorization. So our token is going to come from our environment. Okay, so we need user token. So let's save that. So first we need to go ahead and add an address. So we do have an address here, but the format is a little bit off. I'm going to change it a little bit. I do have another collection. Okay, so I'm going to copy this address. That's going to be our address format, and I'm going to paste it in here. Yeah, okay. So here is supposed to be San Francisco, Union Square. Yeah, okay. So this can be the same main entrance as for reception. Oh, we can just say leave the order or the package. Let's call it a package by the gate. Okay, something like that. It's supposed to be a package here. So we do have the longitude and the latitude, the latitude and the longitude. So we're going to leave it like that since we're just going to test. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this and we push this request. Okay, so we need to change this base URL to our base URL. Okay, so let's cut that and we bring it here. And let's send the same request. Okay, so our address has been successfully added. Okay, so we've added this address. So if we get all addresses, we're supposed to get this address as well. So here we need to do the same base URL. And if we send this request, we're supposed to get this address as one of our addresses. Okay, this is working fine. Let's add one more address. Okay, so let's just change. Okay, this can remain the same, but we just need to have two addresses inside of our attached to this user. Okay, so we're going to get all addresses. So now we have two addresses. So if you take a look, when we add an address, this is going to be set to false. This default is going to be set to false, and the new address is going to be okay. So since we get that out of the way, now we just want to get the default address. So let's go ahead and change the base URL and send the same request. Okay, we do have an error. Let's see, address default, that's a post. It's supposed to be a get. You are not authenticated. So here we need authentication. We need a token. So bear a token. Let's save that and let's send the request. Okay, so we have our default address here. We changed the wrong one. It's supposed to be this one, but anyways, we can revert it. So we're going to use this one. So this is going to be our get default address. Okay, so if we send this, we're supposed to get this, but this one is supposed to be set, not get. So we can change this to set. Okay, so let's go ahead to our project. In our project, we need to check something. Set default address. We need to check the router. When we're setting, that's a patch. Okay, let's see whether it's a patch or not. We just need this, that. We can just send it as a get request as well. That won't be a problem. ID true. Okay, patch. Okay, let's do it as a patch. So here we're going to change this to patch. So we need an address. So this is the variable that we need to focus on. So the address that we need is the address with the false value, this one. Okay, so let's just copy the address, go to this endpoint. We need to add an ID. Okay, so here we're going to add an ID. Let's save it first and let's try to send this request. Okay, set as default. So now if we go to get all addresses, this address should be the default and this one should be false. Okay, so let's go ahead and send this request. Okay, true, false. So everything is working properly. So we are done with that section. Next, let's go ahead and move on to our cart. Okay, after our cart, then we can move on to orders. And focus on our cart. The first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create a model for our cart. So we need to come to our models folder. In our models folder, we need to create a new file and we need to call it cart, and it has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we need to go ahead and import an instance of Mongoose. It's supposed to be Mongoose here. Is equals to require Mongoose. And down at the bottom, what we're going to do, we're going to create a cart schema. Okay, so it's supposed to be cart schema. It's supposed to be schema right here. Schema is equals to new Mongo schema. Okay, and we are going to close that. So right after that, we need timestamps as well for this cart. Okay, so let's just go ahead and export this schema, and then we can work on our fields. So module exports, we're going to export our Mongoose model with the name cart, and here it's supposed to be cart schema. Okay, this name has to be the same. So we're done with that part. Let's go ahead and create our schema. So the first thing that we're going to require for each and every cart item is the user ID. So our user ID here, we're going to make it a string. Okay, not string per se. Let's make it a Mongoose schema type. Okay, so our type is going to be mongoose.schema.types. It's going to be an object ID like that, and our reference is going to be user, not users, like that, and required is going to be set to true. Let's go ahead and close that. We don't need that. Right at the bottom, we're going to need the product ID. That's the product that we're adding to the cart. Okay, so our product is going to be food. So here it's supposed to be the same Mongo schema types.object ID. The reference for this one is going to be the food schema. Okay, food model, I mean, and it's going to be required as well. There's no way that we're going to add something without the food ID. So here we're going to also require an array of additives. So let's go ahead and have our type. So our type is going to be an array. Required is going to be false, and by default we're going to set this to an empty array. Okay, like that. And down at the bottom, we're going to require total price. You can call it total price or price, and our price is going to be of type number, and it's going to be required. And down at the bottom, we're also going to have quantity. Okay, it's supposed to be quantity here, and our quantity is going to be a number, and it's going to be required. So that's going to be our schema. Let's go ahead and save that. After saving, now we are eligible to work on our controller. So before working on our controller, what we need to do, we need to create the cart controller like that, and it has to be a JS file. Okay, so first we need to import the cart model. Is equals to require, we need to provide the path with which we are getting the model from. Okay, it's supposed to be model, and then here we're getting the cart model. Okay, so let's close that. And let's just go ahead and export all the functions that we're going to have in here. Let's move on to create our first function. So we need to create a function to add product to cart. Okay, so here it's supposed to be add product to cart. Okay, so let's just go ahead and make our function asynchronous, and it's going to take in a request as well as a response. We need an error function, and we need to close it down here. Okay, so after that, let's go ahead and correct this. It's supposed to be add product to cart. So when we're adding a product to cart, the first thing that we're going to require is the user ID. So we need to capture the user ID from our middleware. So it's supposed to be request.user.ID. Okay, so now that we have the user ID, we can go ahead and capture the data that we are pushing from our request body. So from our request body, we are going to require the product ID, and we're also going to get the total price. Okay, that's supposed to be total price, and we're also going to get the quantity. So these are going to come from our request body, as well as here. Let's go ahead and have additives, and we are going to also have, okay, let's just put the cart schema here. Quantity, total price, additive, like we have everything that we need. So let's go ahead and close this. So now that we have the data that we need, we are going to have a variable. We're going to create a variable with the name count. Okay, after that, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and check whether this product that we're trying to push to the cart exists or not. Okay, so we're going to have a new instance of, we're going to find the product and store it in this instance that we're creating. We're going to call it existing product, right? So our existing product is going to await, and we're going to look through our cart, and we're going to find one. So we need to use a combination of a user ID and the product ID to find the product. Okay, because each and every cart item that we have is attached to the user ID as well as the product ID. So these are the two variables that we're going to use. So here we can either do it this way, like user ID, and here we do have product ID, okay, like that. So both ways they work the same. So if we have an existing product, what we're going to do, we are going to just go ahead and have another condition down, okay? But before that, we need to have our count here. We need to get the count of our cart. So count is equals to await, because we need to send this count back with the response so that we can change the number of our cart. Okay, await. So here we are going to have our cart, and we are going to count documents. Okay, so we're going to count documents with the same user ID, not updated it. It's supposed to be user ID here. So our user ID is going to be user ID, like that. So now that we have this count, we'll deal with it later. So we need to check if we do have an existing product. If we have an existing product, then we're going to just increase the quantity of the product, right? So if you add an item twice, we're not going to add a new product, but we're going to increase the count and increase the price of that particular product that you have in your cart. Okay, so we need to access an existing product dot total price. Here our total price is going to be plus equal to total price. Okay, and the quantity is going to be the same, plus equal quantity, not quantity here, plus equal quantity. Okay, so let's do it this way, quantity. So if it is quantity, if it is not plus one here, we have to multiply the total price times quantity. Okay, since we're getting this quantity from this variable. Okay, so as soon as we finish this, then we are going to save the document. So we're going to await, and we're going to take this existing product, and then we're going to save it. After saving the document, what we can do, we can just send back a response. So here we can return response with the status. Our status is going to be 200. It's going to be 200 here, and we need to send back JSON. So our JSON, we are going to require the status. So status is going to be true, and we are going to have count. That's the cut count. So we're going to send the cut count as count here, like that. So else we don't have like this existing product, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and create a new cut item. So here we need to create a new variable where we're going to store this new cart item. Okay, so our new cart item is going to be new cart. So for our cart, we're going to require the user ID, the product ID, the total price, the quantity, and the additives. Okay, and down below we just need to go ahead and await, and then we're going to await for this new cart item, and then we're going to save it. After saving, then we need to also go ahead and have our count. So our count is equals to cart count documents. We're going to get this by user ID, and we need to send back a response. So we need to copy this, and we send this response. Okay, so for this one, if you're creating a new one, our response is going to be 201. Okay, else if we do have an error, if we catch an error here, we're just going to send a response with a status of 500. Here is going to be false. Our status, this status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message. So that's our first function to add products to cart. Okay, so next we're going to have another function to remove cart item. Okay, so to remove cart item, we need to create a function, make it asynchronous, and our function is going to take in request and response. Okay, so here we're going to have a request, and we're going to have a response. Let's close that, and in our function we're going to go ahead and have our item ID. Okay, so we can call it cut item ID. Like that is going to be a request params.id. So we're going to get this from our params. After that, we're going to also require a user ID. So we need to create an instance where we're going to store our user ID, and our user ID is going to come from request user.id. Okay, and down below we're going to have a try catch. So in our try, we're going to go ahead and await for our cart, and we're going to find one and delete. So we're going to use this ID that we have to delete. So here we might not need this. Okay, we don't need it since we are pushing the ID, so we know exactly what we are deleting. Okay, so what we can do here, we can ID is equals to cart item ID. Okay, so that's how we are going to delete. Okay, we need our user ID because as soon as we delete, we need to update the count. Okay, so we're going to require a user ID, and our user ID is going to come from a request.user.id. Let's close that. Down at the bottom, we are going to have count. Okay, so const count is equals to await cart.count document, and we are going to use the user ID to find the documents that we have, and down at the bottom we are going to send back a response. So our response is going to be it's going to have a status of 200 first, and we're going to pass back JSON. So in our JSON we need to send back the status. So status is going to be true if this is successful, and our count is going to be count, the count that we get here. Okay, so await, everything checks out. So if we do have an error, we do the same. Response.status, our status is going to be 500, and we're going to send back the error. So let's save that. We are done with that. So here it's just the same as we were doing before. So that's why I'm not even trying to explain it. Okay, so you've seen how this works when we were trying to test our auth routes. Our errors will be shown. Okay, if we use error.message, we'll see what the error is, and we can easily redirect to that part and rectify the error, and then we can move on. Okay, so let's just format the code a little. So our code is formatted. Right at the bottom, we need to create get cart function. Okay, so here it has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take a request and a response. Let's have our error function, and inside we're going to have a try catch. So right before our try catch, we're going to capture our user ID like that. So here we are going to create a new variable, and we're going to call it, let's just call it cart. Okay, we don't want to have anything fancy. And for our cart, we're going to await for the data that we're getting from our database, and we're going to find. So here, when we are finding, we're going to use to find where cart items have this same user ID. Okay, those are the documents that we are going to fetch from our cart. And down below, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and populate. So here we're going to go ahead and populate. We're going to populate the product ID. Okay, product ID, that's our product. So that's going to be our path. So for our path is going to be product ID like that. And we need to select parameters related to our product ID. So the first one is going to be the image URL. That's the first. Our next is going to be the title of that particular product, and we need our restaurant as well, and we need rating and rating count. Okay, those are the things that we're going to populate. So we need to add a comma here, and we need to populate one more section, which is going to be the restaurant. So we're going to have another populate in here. Okay, so I need you to be careful here. So we are still in this populate. Okay, still in the same populate. After selecting some variables that we need to populate on our product, we need to go ahead and populate restaurant. Okay, so this is the restaurant that we want to populate. Okay, so after comma, we're going to populate, and let's add some braces. In our braces, our path is supposed to be a restaurant, and we need to select time and the coordinates. So here our coordinates is equals to codes. Okay, so those are things that we need to populate. Right underneath, after populating, what we're going to do, we're going to have a response. with the status of 200, and we need to send back JSON. Okay, so our response here is supposed to be the cart, this cart that we have here. So that's the data that we're going to send to this send whenever this function is called. Okay, and as for error, we're going to have status, and our status is going to be 500. Here our status is going to be false, and our message is going to be error.message. So we got that out of the way. So let's close it so we can have another function to clear the cart, but we are not going to do that. Let's go ahead and create a function to get cut count. Okay, so this one, it has to be asynchronous as well. Request, it's going to take in a request and response. That's it. So in here we need the user ID. So we need to capture the ID from our middleware. So it's supposed to be user ID. So request user.id, and we need a try catch block. Okay, so for a try catch block, in our try, we need to create const count is equals to await. Okay, a cart dot document dot count document. Okay, count documents, and here we're going to use the ID to get the documents that we need, and we just send back the response. So our response is going to have a status of 200, and the status inside of our JSON true, and we're going to send the cut count. Okay, we can just call it count here so that it can maintain the same value throughout. So here, if we do have an error, we're going to send a 500, and it's supposed to be false down here, and we're supposed to have a message. Our message is going to be error.message, like that. Okay, so let's save that. So we are done with this. Let's see how many. We have 4 functions. Work on our last function, which is to decrement the product quantity. So when we decrement product quantity, we also need to decrement the price. Okay, so here it's supposed to be product QT, decrement product quantity. So it has to be asynchronous. Going to take in a request and response. Okay, supposed to be request here, and we need to add a comma right at the top so that we won't have the error that we are facing right now. And let's have our error function, and let's have our braces. So the first thing that we're going to require is the user ID. The user ID is equals to requests dot user dot ID, something like that. Okay, let's close that. This one is supposed to be user, not ISR. Okay, right at the bottom, we're going to require the ID of the product that we want to decrement. So here we're going to have, let's just call it ID, not product ID. Just need to reduce the number of letters that we're going to write. So this one is going to come from the product params, request params.id. All right. And down at the bottom, we're going to have our try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create an instance. We need to create a variable where we are going to store whatever we are going to find using this product ID. Okay, so let's call it cart item. Okay, so our cart item is going to await for our cart, and we are going to find by ID. So our ID, okay, yes. So here we can just find by ID. There's no need for us to just go ahead and find by user ID and ID. Since we have the ID, we know exactly what we're looking for, so we can just find by ID. After that, we are going to have a condition. So if cart item, we need to go ahead and calculate the price. Okay, so we need to create a variable const the product price. Okay, so our product price is going to be cart item dot, so we need to get the total price, if I'm not mistaken, total price. Okay, so our total price, and we need to divide the total price by cart item dot quantity, not total quantity. Here is supposed to be quantity. Okay, so now that we have our price, cart item dot quantity is greater than 1, then we are going to decrement the quantity. Okay, so we are going to go ahead, cart item quantity minus equal 1. That's the first thing. And we need to also decrement the price. Okay, if we decrement one product, we need to decrement the price by the price of one product. After that, we need to await and then save. It's supposed to be cut item dot save. Okay, after saving, we need to send back a response with status response. Okay, and we're going to have a message. So message is going to be product quantity successfully decremented. Okay, so that's the first condition. So here, if else our quantity is 1, then we're going to just go ahead and delete that product from our cart. Okay, so we're going to await for our cart, and we're going to just delete. It's not delete. Okay, just find one and delete. And we need to use the ID. The ID is going to be the ID. And down at the bottom, we're going to just send back a response. So here, instead of decremented, so we can say product successfully removed from the cart. And if we do have not an error, so we have this if cart, we need to handle the else part. Okay, if not found, then we can say the cart item not found, because this if statement, whatever we are running here is like, if we have this condition is true, then we are going to run this. Else, we are going to just go ahead and run this. Okay, so that's it. So down here, we need to send back a response, and the status, our status is going to be 500, and our message is going to be error.message. So we are done with this part. The next thing that we're going to do is to work on our routers. Okay, so to work on our router, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it not router, but cart. Okay, and it has to be a JS file. So let's just go ahead to our rating, copy whatever we have in there, paste. Okay, that's totally wrong. So we need to go to our rating. Let's select everything, copy everything, and then we can just paste whatever we copied in this page. Okay, we need to get rid of that controller, and we need to have a cut controller. So our cut controller is going to come from our controllers, then cut controller. Okay, so just to be sure, we need to map it by hand. Okay, so here we need to have our routes. That's something that we can do in a little bit. For now, let's save that. We're going to run into not into an error because we haven't hooked this one as yet. Routers, our routes. Okay, so the first one that we need to handle is our posts. So our posts supposed to be cut route, and we are going to add product to cart. Okay, so it's going to be a protected route, and our next one is going to be decrement. Okay, so here we can just call it decrement. So when you're decrementing, we can just use that as a get. Okay, so here we need to access our cut controller, and this one is going to be decrement product quantity. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a delete. Do we have delete? Okay, so let's just go ahead and visit our function, our controller, I mean, remove cut item, that's delete. So delete. So for delete, we do require an ID, but okay, let's just go with it that way. But that's not the most logical way to do it. We just need an ID here, and we just need to change this from get to delete. So this is a remove cart item, and we need to get the user cart. So to get user cart, we're going to use our middleware, and here we're saying get cart, and we need the one for count. So for count, get cut count. Okay, so those are our routes that we require for our cart. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead to our server.js. So the first thing, we need to have our endpoint. So it's supposed to be cart, and here it's supposed to be cart route. Okay, like that. So right at the top, we're going to copy paste, and we're going to change it to cart, and we need to map it to the correct route. So this one is supposed to be slash cart. So let's save. If we don't have an error, then our application will run properly without any error. So that means we've successfully hooked this without any problem. So what we can do here, we can go to Postman. So in Postman, we need to go to cart, go to our body. So we already have this product already. So what we need to do here, we need to have, let's see, do we have instructions? That's going to be a little bit confusing, but we need to just visit our model, not our router. We don't have any instructions here. So let's go back. We're going to get rid of this. Okay, and let's go ahead and set authorization for this particular folder. So for the folder, we're going to use beer, and our token is going to be user token, like that. So when we are going to add, we need to use the base URL. So that's going to be our base URL, but we need a particular product to add, because this product might not be in our database. So what we can do, we can just get food, get any product, go back to our cart, add the product ID, and then try to send. Okay, token is not valid. So for authorization, we're going to inherit from parent. So if we're inheriting from parent, we're inheriting from the cart, so from this folder. Okay, so let's go ahead and send this again. Okay, cart count is equals to 1, so that means we do have a product in our cart. So we've successfully added something to our cart. But one thing now, we don't have the ID to try to decrement the cart count or to increment. But if we send this again, our count will remain 1, because we're just increasing the number of quantity of that particular product, not the quantity of how many items that we have in the cart. Okay, so let's go ahead and maybe visit our database. In our database, we go to our cart. Okay, probably that's the same item, so we need to get the ID and then increment, decrement. Let's see, when decrementing, we're going to require an ID probably. So we should visit our routes. So in our routes, yeah, this is a little bit off, so we need an ID here. It's supposed to be ID. So let's hover over, supposed to be ID. So let's go ahead, set our base URL. After setting our base URL, then we're going to have an ID. So we say this one is going to be a GET request as well. So let's successfully decrement it. So we've decremented the number. Let's see. This was 2. Let's see if we refresh that we have some changes or not. Probably we do, because when we added this product, it had 2. Okay, so here we do have one product left in our cart, and our price is sliced to half. Okay, so that means everything is working properly. So let's just go ahead and remove that product from our cart. So we take the same ID, and here we need to delete cart. Okay, our base URL is wrong, so we need base URL not there, but it has to be here, and we need to send that. Okay, product count is equals to 0, because we've removed everything that we had. If we come here, we want to get cut count. So to get cut count, we don't need an ID, okay, but we just need the base URL, like that. Token. Okay, so our token inherit from parent, send. Our cut count is equals to 0, so this one is working as well. Fetch cart authorization, and our authorization here is okay. So it's either you can use it this way, or you can inherit from parent and just send, but you need to change the base URL as well. That might be a lot, but that's something that's mandatory before we run a request. Okay, that's an empty list because we don't have anything. So let's go ahead and add a product to cart, and we come here, we fetch a cart. So this is a cart product that we just added. So here, these are the things that we're populating related to the product. And when it comes to, okay, our restaurant is not populated here. That's something that we might take a look at it a little bit later. This depends on something. Let me just check. when we did food, add food, not food, it's supposed to be food schema. Okay, so this is okay, this is correct. It's something that we'll take a look at a little bit later. That's if we need it, but probably we don't need it, so that's okay. So I think we are done testing our routes. So if you want to remove cart, then we should just go ahead and remove. Decrement is working, posting is working, fetching cart, fetch cart count is working. So we're done with our cart. Next we're going to be looking at orders. Okay, need to move on to our orders. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our controller, not our controller, but our model. Okay, so let's close these ones, we don't require them. So let's open our directory. In our directory, let's go to models and let's create a new one, and we're going to call it order, and it has to be a JS file. So here we're going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. Okay, so let's just close that. Right underneath, we're going to have our schema. Const auto schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema. Okay, so that's going to be our schema, and right after we create our schema, we need timestamps. Okay, let's just go ahead and export this. Let's go ahead and just export this. So module exports, we need the model. It's supposed to be mongoose here dot model, and we have to mention the model name. So our model name is going to be order, and the schema that we are going to export is the schema that we have here. Okay, so right before that, what we need to do, like on top, we need to create another schema. Okay, so this schema is going to be for our food item. Okay, not food item, but order item schema. So this is an order schema. We need an order item here. Order item schema. Okay, so for this one, we don't require the date, so we can get rid of that like that. So for order item schema, we're going to require some variables. The first one will be the food ID. Okay, the food that we're going to food that the user ordered, or the client. So this one is going to be of type mongoose. It's going to be an object ID. Okay, it's supposed to be mongoose dot schema dot types, and our type is going to be object ID here. And for reference, we're going to map it to food. So here it's supposed to be food. Okay, so we are done with that part, and we are going to require the quantity. Okay, so for our quantity is going to be number by default is going to be 1, and we need the price. Okay, the price is going to be a number as well, and it's going to be required. We need to set required to true. Let's go ahead and close that. After that, we need additives. So for additives, this one is going to be of type array, like that. So let's go ahead, make it an array required. We don't need that, so we're just going to make it an array, and down at the bottom we can have instructions. Okay, let's just call them instructions here. This is correct. Instructions. So for instructions, it's going to be of type string. Required false. Let's just have default. Default, we're going to initialize it as an empty string. So that's going to be our order item. So for our order schema, we are going to require the user ID. Okay, the user ID. So this user ID is going to be a Mongo schema, and it's going to belong to a schema. It's going to be an object ID, and it's going to point at the user model. After that, we are going to require order items. So these are the items that the client is ordering at that particular point. So this one is going to be an array of order item schema. Okay, that's why we do have the schema right on top. Down below, we're going to have order total. It's supposed to be total here. So for total, this one is going to be of type number. Okay, so we need to mention the type. The type is going to be number here. Required is going to be true. Down at the bottom, we need delivery fee. This is the amount that a user is going to pay for for the delivery. So for our delivery fee is going to be a number as well. And we need grand total. So for grand total, this is a combination of both order total and delivery fee. Okay. So let's have a delivery address. This is the address with which the order is going to be delivered to. Okay. So that's going to be our address, and we need a type. So for our type is going to be a MongoSchema type as well. So we just need to copy this and we need to paste it in here. After pasting, we need to map it to address. Okay. So we're going to be pushing the ID only. Okay. And this part is going to be required. It's going to be required. Okay. So required, we need to set required to true here. So down at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to have the restaurant address as well. So for restaurants, let's see, we do have delivery. Yes, we need restaurant address. Now let's copy this and we paste it here. So this one, instead of delivery, we are going to call it restaurant. Okay, so it's supposed to be a restaurant address. So for address, it's going to be of type string because that's like the address of the restaurant. Required, we need to set it to true. Okay, let's get rid of this. So that's for our restaurant address. After that, we need payment method. Okay, so you might need to open up, like, you need to hook your application to different types of payments. So you need to know which payment did the user use to make a payment for their order. Okay, so you can have a field for that. After that, we can have the payment status. Okay, so for payment status, we're going to be using enums. By default, our payment status is going to be pending. Okay, and we're going to have enums here. So we're going to have an array. So we're going to have pending, completed, and like that. Okay, so those are going to be our enums when it comes to payments. We're going to only consider these three. If we receive anything which is not these three, then we're going to just push an error. So down here, we need order status. So this is the status of the order. So for order status, it's going to be string. By default, it's going to be, instead of pending here, we're going to have placed. Okay, so placed, accepted. Okay, let me write it, and we're going to have preparing. Okay, we do have preparing already. We're going to have manual. That's going to be for a restaurant which wants to deliver their own food by themselves. We're also going to have, and we're also going to have out for delivery. Okay, so here is going to be out for delivery, like that. Okay, so we need to get rid of this. So delivered, cancelled, ready, manual, preparing, and placed. Those are going to be our enums. That's for our order status. Right at the bottom, we're going to have the date. So for this date, we can leave it since we have timestamps here. So we can leave it. And what else can we have? We're going to have a restaurant ID. Restaurant ID. So for restaurant ID is going to be a MongoSchema type. So we just need to copy whatever we have here and we point it to the correct model, which is going to be a restaurant. Okay. Required is going to be true. So for coordinates, now we can put them outside, but we're going to have coordinates here as well. So it's supposed to be restaurant codes. That's the first. So this one is going to be an array of numbers. Okay, so we're going to have two coordinates of the restaurant, and we're going to have recipient coordinates. Okay, so that's going to be the person who's going to receive the package. Recipient codes. Okay, going to be an array of numbers as well. Supposed to be number. After that, we're going to require a driver. That's supposed to be driver ID. So for driver ID, this one is going to be a MongoSchema type as well. Okay, but at this stage, we don't require it. So what we're going to do, we're just going to set it as a string. Okay, So we type, we're going to set it as a string, and let's have a default value here. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a rating. So for a rating, our rating is going to be a number. It's supposed to be type, and it's supposed to be a number right here. Let's have a minimum rating of 1 and a max of 5. And by default, we're going to, oh no, we're going to give all the fields a rating of 3, okay? All the orders. After that, we can have feedback. Let's see, add a comma here, but we're going to have a feedback here. So feedback is going to be type string, required is going to be false. Let's just close this. A promo code. So these ones are not that important, but if you want to go ahead and experiment with the fields, then that's your choice. Okay, so you can add a little bit more. We're going to have a discount amount. Okay, our discount amount is going to be, a promo code is not required here. Discount amount can only be a number. Okay, and let's add notes, going to be of type string. Okay, so that's going to be our schema. This one is the longest schema. And next we're going to be working on our functions to get and to add an order. Okay, let's continue. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create controllers to a controller, a order controller to create orders and to get orders. So we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it order controller, and it has to be a JS file. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to need is going to be an order model. Order is equals to require. So we need to specify the path with which we are getting our model. So here we're getting it from our models, and we're going to get the order model. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close it. So here we need to export functions, model exports. So the first one that we're going to create is add order or place order. Let's just call it place order. So it has to be asynchronous, and is going to take in a request and a response. After that, we need to have our error function, and let's close it here. Let's see, we do have an error. What's the cause of the error? It's supposed to be requests, response, error function, and then we close it. So this time we don't have an error. So when we're placing an order, we're going to require the data. So our order, okay, let's just call it new order here, is going to be equal to new order. So the data, we're going to get it from request.body. We're not going to deconstruct this one. This one is a little bit large, but let's see whether we can deconstruct it. Yeah, okay, so we're getting the, okay, we need to deconstruct it since our user ID is going to come from. So we're going to get everything from the request body, and then we need the user ID. Okay, let's visit our Postman and see how it looks. Do we have order? Yes, create an order body. Okay, we don't have any data related to that. Okay, so let's see, let's just do it. Yeah, it's a little bit large for us to deconstruct it, so we can do it this way. Okay, once we have our data, we're going to have a try catch. In our try catch, we're going to await for the new order, and we're going to save the data. After saving the data, we're going to just go ahead and return the response. Okay, let's close this, but we also need to send back the order ID. So here we're going to have const order ID is equals to new order dot ID, new order underscore ID dot underscore ID. Okay, that's going to be our order, and we need to send it back with our order, because when we want to update an order, we're going to require the order ID underscore order ID. So let's leave it like that. If we do have an error, then we might need to revisit this place and change. Okay, so we need to send back the order ID. Order ID is equals to order ID. Let's get rid of these two. So we are done creating our order. If we have an error, we're going to catch the error, then we're going to send back error.message like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and get user orders. So to get user orders, our function needs to be asynchronous. Take request response, and let's go ahead and close it. Right underneath, we're going to require a user ID. So our user ID is going to come from our middleware. So it's supposed to be request.user.id. Okay, so let's just go ahead, close that. After closing that, we are going to require these two parameters from our query. For this one, we're not going to use parameters, but we are going to use query, since these parameters that we're going to require are going to be changing. Okay, so we need the payment status as well as the order status. So let's say we want to get paid orders, like we want to get orders which are out for delivery, right? So we need to specify the payment status. So the payment status is completed and here is out for delivery. So these ones are going to come from requests.query. Let's close that. Right underneath, we are going to have a try catch. Try catch, we'll handle that a little bit later, but right here on top, we're going to have is equals to user ID. Okay, like that. So let's just close it. Right underneath, if we're going to have a condition, if payment status, then we are going to say query dot payment status is equals to payment status. If order status down here, we're going to is equals to order status, supposed to be order status with the lowercase o. Then down here, our create.order status is equals to order status. So here we're providing the order status from our request. Right underneath, we're going to just go ahead and head inside of our try catch block. So inside of our try, we're going to create a new variable with the name orders. So our orders is going to await for order, and we are going to find orders using our query. Okay, that's all that we need to do. After finding our orders, we need to go ahead and populate. It's supposed to be populate here. So we need a path which we are going to populate. So our path is going to be order item dot food ID. Okay, it's supposed to be order item here. Is it item or items? Okay, so let's go back to our model. It's supposed to be order items. Okay, dot food ID. And we need to select some variables. Okay, so the variables that we're going to get from this food is going to be the image URL. After the image URL, we're going to get the title as well. And after our title, we're going to get the rating. And after our rating, we're going to get the time. Okay. And after that, we just need to send a response. So our response should have a status of 200. It's supposed to be 200 here, and we need to send back JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to send back the orders like that. And if we do have an error, we're going to send back a response with a status of 500. And then we send back JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have status and status and the message. So our status is going to be false, and our message is supposed to be false here, not false. Let's have a message, and our message is supposed to be error.message, like that. So these are the two functions that we need to create in here. So far so good. We are done with that part. This part, we are going to test it a little bit later after we hooked everything to our front end. Okay. So what we can do, we can go ahead and create the router for this particular controller that we just created. So let's go to our routes, and we're going to create an order route, an order router. Okay, it has to be a JS file. Let's go ahead to our rating, and we're going to select everything, copy everything, go back to our orders, paste, and in here, what we need to do, we need to import the controller. So const order controller. Our order controller is going to be require the path. So our path is going to be controllers. So from our controllers, we're going to get the order controller, like that. Okay. So here we need to post. Okay. So if you're posting, we need to map this to place order. Okay. So that's it. And for our get, is supposed to be order controller dot get user orders, something like that. Okay. So here we're just going to be getting orders. We don't need anything else here. So let's go to our server.js. In our server.js, we need to import our router. Let's give it a name, order route. So here is supposed to be orders. So we need to import the router. Okay, so here is supposed to be order, and we're supposed to get it from order. So we don't have an error if our application is running. So we are done with this part. Next, the next stop that we're going to make is in our front end, where we are going to be working more on just integrating all the routes that we've worked on in the backend and just integrate everything to the front end. If there are any changes that we need to make, then we're going to revisit our backend, make some changes, and then we can move on. Pick up from where we left off. So what we need to do, we need to just visit our project. So we created our UI here as well as our backend. So the next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and work on our models. So what we need to do, we need to create a new folder and we need to call it models. After creating the folder, now we need the model. So the first model that we're going to require is the one for categories, right? Categories, we have restaurants, we have food. Okay, so these are the first three. So we are going to change a little bit on how we are going to handle our tasks. So here we do have our to-do. So we have something that we call a hook model. So a hook model is the one that we're going to use when we're using Flutter hooks. And these are the models that we are going to create in this section. So let's go ahead and start with the hook model. The hook model, I'm not going to explain much as yet because there's no context to it. But as soon as we start working on our hooks, after we created all the models, then we can get into a little bit of explanation on how this model is going to work inside of our application. Okay, so this is going to be our first. So let's jump into our code and do it straight ahead. So here I'm going to create a new folder in our models and I'm going to call it hook models. Okay, after creating the folder, we need to create a new file in it and we're going to call it hook result, and it's supposed to be a .dat file here. Okay, so right at the top here we just need to create a new class and we have to give this class a name. So I'm going to call it fetch hook. So it's going to take
several parameters. The first one is going to be a dynamic, and this dynamic is going to be the one that holds our data. Okay, so that's the first. The second one is going to be a boolean. So this boolean is to determine whether our application is loading or not the application, but to determine whether our data is loading or not. And we're going to have exceptions, and these are going to be nullable, and we're going to call them error. Right at the bottom, we're going to require a function, a callback function, and we're going to call it refetch. Okay, so here we need to go ahead and import material, and down at the bottom, we're going to put our functions. So here, not all functions, we're going to put our variables, we're going to require them all. Okay, since they're going to be required each and every time that we call a hook. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. We are done with our first model. So going back to our model, now we need to create a new file, and this one we're going to call it categories. Okay, so for categories, what we need to do, we need to go to Postman. So you need to open Postman, and the other thing that you need to do is to make sure that your backend is running. Okay, so this is our backend that we created together, and our backend is running here on port 6013. Okay, so once you make sure that your backend is running, you need to go to Postman. So in Postman, we do have the collection that we're using, this collection, and we have an environment that we're using. So you need to make sure that you select the correct environment. After you select the correct environment, in that environment, one other step that you need to take note, make sure that this base URL is the same as the port with which you are running your server on. Okay, with that said and done, we need to go ahead and run this request because we need the data from our database so that we can go ahead and create our models. So I'm going to hit send. So this is going to be our data. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be our data. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to copy this response. After copying the response, I'm going to go ahead to our browser. In our browser, we need to visit QuickType. After visiting QuickType, we need to paste the values that the response that we copied from Postman, and we need to give our model a name here. So we're going to call it categories. So this is going to be our category. We need to get rid of some of the values that we're not going to use, like created date, updated date. We need to get rid of these two. After getting rid of them, now we are going to have four values. Okay, so this is good. This is how easy it is to create models using QuickType. The next thing that we need to do, we need to copy this model, right? After copying the model, we go back to our project. In our project, we need to paste the code, and let's get rid of this package that we are not using, and let's save. So that's our first model. Our second model is going to be for foods. Okay, so let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, let's go ahead and visit this foods folder. We're going to just get recommendations. Okay, so we do have our foods here. So let's just copy this. So let's just copy everything. After copying everything, what I need to do, we need to go back and we need to paste the code here. And let's change the name to foods model. Okay, so this is going to be our foods model. Let's go ahead, copy our foods model, go back to our project. In our project, we need to go ahead, create a new file. We're going to call it foods, and it has to be a .dat file, and then we paste the code. After pasting the code, let's save and get rid of the unused dependency right on top. Let's just make sure that it's clean. Okay, next we need to do for restaurants. Okay, so for restaurants, we're going to do the same as well. Just go back to Postman. In Postman, we visit restaurants, get nearby restaurants, send the requests. We have the list of our restaurants. We copy the list. After copying the list, we go back to our browser. In our browser, we're going to paste the list, and we need to change the name here from foods to restaurants, like that. After that, let's go ahead and copy our model. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call it restaurants model. And it has to be that file over here. And let's paste the code. After pasting the code, let's just clear the unwanted dependencies. So here, we're not going to be sending food. So what we can do, you can either leave it like this, it's no problem, but you can get rid of this part to JSON, since we are not going to be using it. We are going to be using from JSON, because we need to convert data from JSON. Okay, so we are done with about 4. So let's go ahead and take a look at our task list. So here we're done with our hook, we're done with our category, we're done with our restaurant, we're done with feed. So here we have API error, okay, and success response. This one we're going to do it a little bit later, or we can just do it now. Let's just go ahead, jump in, do it, and then we can proceed. Okay, so for an error, what we need to do now, we need to have a scenario where we do have an error. So let's see, the best way that we can do it with is without triggering anything. We can go back to our backend. In our backend, we are going to visit our controllers. Okay, so in our controllers, let's take, for example, the first one. So here, this is going to be the format of our error. Okay, so this is a boolean and this is a string. Okay, so we're going to take these two variables, status and message. We need to create a model with them. So when we come back, let's just come back to Postman. What we can do, let's just create a dummy request. Okay, we don't have to give it a name, because we are going to delete it as soon as we are done. So here we need to choose raw, and we need to choose JSON. Okay, so let's paste this here. So the first thing, we need to make this a string, and we need to make this a string as well, and we need to make this a string. Okay, so we need to just copy this, go back to our quick type, and we need to paste this. Okay, so here we're going to call it API error, like that. So our API error is going to return a status as well as a message. So we need to copy the model, go back to our project. We need to create another model, and we need to call it API error, and it has to be a .dot file. Let's paste the code. Let's save. Right at the bottom, the last one that we have on our task list, we can leave it for now because we are not going to use it like in the early stages of our coding, but we're going to use it a little bit later when we reach to authentication. So we might leave it for later. So here, API error, this is done. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on whatever follows. Okay, we need to work on our hooks. Now we need to get into hooks, work on our hooks, and then we can retrieve data using these models that we just created. So for hooks, we said we're going to be using Flutter hooks. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to like go a little bit into a deep dive. I'm going to explain it a little bit of examples from React, because hooks initially they fall for React. So we are going to have React code and Flutter code. We compare the two, the similarities, so that you can just know like what exactly hooks do and how do we create custom hooks, because in this instance we're going to be using custom hooks to fetch our data, especially for the data that we're going to have on our home page. Okay, so let's go back to our project, not this one, but we're going to go back to our front end. Since we have these models, the next folder that we need to create is going to be for hooks. Okay, so we need to call it hooks here. So all our hooks are going to be in this folder. In this part, we're going to just go through the differences and the similarities of our hooks. So here we do have a React custom hook, and on the other side we have Flutter custom hook. So this is how a React Native custom hook, okay? They're a little bit similar, but they have their differences. So I'm just going to go ahead and explain the React side and then jump into the Flutter side. Okay, so when we want to use, or when we want to create custom hooks in React,
what we need to do, we need to import useState and useEffect. Okay, so useState is the one that we use to store our state, and we also need the dependencies that we use to communicate with our REST API. In this instance, in React, we use Axios, and in Flutter, we use HTTP. Okay, it depends. HTTP, DO, whatever you want to use in your hook, in your application, then that dependency is the one that you're going to put here to communicate with your REST API. In this instance, we're using HTTP. Okay, for React, we use Axios or Fetch. Okay, so the other thing, we need the URL with which we are getting the data from. So here in React, we have a base URL. In Flutter, it's the same. We also have a base URL here. Okay, so first we need to create our custom hook. So this is our custom hook. This is the name of our custom hook. And these are our state variables. We need to declare the state variables, right? So we have categories and set categories. So categories is where we are going to store our categories once we get them. Okay, so once we get the categories, we're going to use the set function to set that data into categories. Okay, is loading, we are going to use it to indicate that our data is loading or not. Initially, this value is going to be false all the times. Initially is going to be false. So whenever we hit fetch data, whenever we are communicating with our REST API, then we are going to set this Boolean value to true, indicating that, okay, now we are fetching our data. So to fetch our data, we're also going to require a try-catch block. Since we're going to communicate with our REST API, we need to catch the errors if there are any. Okay, so after having our try-catch block, then we are going to send a request to our REST API. In this instance, we're going to send a GET request. And the function, before I forget, the function that we have here, it has to be asynchronous, since we are going to be waiting for the response from the REST API. So it has to be async function. Once we hit this function, we set the Boolean value to true, and then we head into our try-catch block. We send our request, we wait for our data. After we get our data, we are going to put our data inside of this response value. Okay, so we need to access this response value, the data inside of this response value. In this instance, when we're using Axios, the data is contained, is stored in this data value. And in Flutter, this data is stored in body. So if we take a look, response.body, so our data is in body. Here, our data is in data. So once we get the data, we need to set the data to this category. Okay, so we're going to use set categories so that we can push the data to categories. After we get our data and set our data to categories, we're going to trigger this Boolean value to false. That means we've successfully gotten our data. We no longer want our application to load. And if we have an error, we're going to catch that error, and we're going to set that error inside of our error state variable. So we're going to use set error so that we can push the error inside of our error here. Okay, and in React, we are going to we use finally. So after this is done, let's say here we set the error, we have an error, so we didn't trigger this Boolean value to be set to false, right? So we need to have finally here, so that each and every time that we run this hook, we are going to be setting this Boolean value to false after everything that we need to be done has been done right on top. Okay, so this is for our fetch data, and right at the bottom we do have use fetch. So use fetch is used to trigger the automatic data fetching. Okay, in this instance, we are not going to have a value that is going to trigger the refetch to trigger the fetch data function. But each and every time that we open the application, we're going to be running the hook so that we can
get our data using this function that we created on top. So right at the bottom, we do have another function, and this function, we're going to call it a refetch. So refetch is just going to trigger fetch data. Okay, it's going to trigger fetch data. So when we're fetching data, we need to set loading to true, and then we fetch data. So when we fetch data, we're not setting this to false. Why? Because we do have this finally that sets our value to false after we are done. Okay, so once we finished with everything up on top here, we need to return the data that we obtained from our hook. So here we're going to return our state variables and the function that we have in here. Okay, so the significance of this function, let's give a good example. Let's say we add something to the cart, right? When we add something to the cart, we need to refetch the cart again. Add something to the cart or delete something from the cart, we need to refetch our data so that we can update our cart count as well as the data, right? So that's when this refetch comes into play. Each and every time that we trigger something, then we are going to go ahead and refetch the data related to that particular hook. So what we can do here, we have this array, right? We can either use refetch or we can use effect to fetch the data. So let's take, for example, we want to refetch the cat. So we can have a Boolean value somewhere that we're going to put here, right? Every change that we make to that Boolean value, whether it's triggered from true to false, from false to true, then it's going to trigger a data fetch. Here we are going to trigger use effect. So that's how use effect works. So we need to have a variable that we put inside here that can trigger the refetch of data, or we can just go ahead and use refetch directly since we have it as a function in that particular widget that we are going to be using, this custom widget. Okay, so this is it, like the basics for a custom hook in React. Let's go now to Flutter, and then we can see the similarities between React and Flutter. Then we can move on to our application. So on our Flutter side, we're going to have the name of the hook, which is what we have here. Okay, and we have our state variables. So here we have category item. For this one, we're going to use state, and the return value of this particular variable is going to be a list categories, and initially is going to be null. Okay, is loading works in the same way as it works in React. So once we get into our function, this is the function that we use to fetch data. Once we hit this function, we want to trigger a change in this Boolean value so that we can notify our UI that we have data loading, right? And inside of our fetch data function, we do have a try-catch block similar to the one that we have in React. So once we hit this try-catch, we're going to send an HTTP request to our endpoint. So this is our endpoint. We have our base URL and our endpoint, our base URL and our endpoint. So once we hit this, then we're going to get the data and put it in our response. So in this Flutter hook, we do have an extra step. We need to check whether the response code is equals to 200. That means whether we do have a successful request or not. If it is not 200, then it's not successful. It might be 500, it might be 400, it might be 46. If it is 200, then we are going to go ahead and set the data that we get from our response body to category. So here we have categories from JSON. Categories from JSON is the function that we get from our model. Okay, so let's just open the model that we created. Okay, let's say this is our category model.
So this is the function that we'll be using to convert the data that we are getting from our REST API so that it can return this particular model data. Okay, we're just using this to convert it to our model data. Okay, so let's go back. Once we have this data, we can go to else. So else can work in different ways. Okay, so here we have exceptions, right? We're going to set the error. If there's an error, we're just going to throw an exception, but this is not the best way to do it. So since our errors have a particular format in our backend, here that's when the API error comes into play. So you need to just put an API error here. So else, this part can be an API error, or you can throw exceptions. You can choose the way that you want to do it. So if you want to use API error, then you have to introduce your API error right on top as a state variable first. Second, you need to use the same format. Okay, like API error is equals to API error dot value is equals to API error from JSON. Then you take the response from the response body. So if you have this error, then you can just set that error value as exceptions. Alternatively, you can just display a snake bar to show that there's an error. Then you don't need to throw exceptions, because this might cause the application to break, like a bug that causes your application to stop functioning. After all this is ran, we need to set our isLoader to false, right? To signify that we are finished loading our data. Then we can return the data. Use effect is ran each and every time that we are going to be opening that widget that we're using that particular hook in. And let's take, for example, we're going to use this in our home page, right? If we open a home page, we're going to run use effect. So use effect will trigger this function, and this function will set all the data here in the state variables, right? Because we are setting the data here. That's why we don't have a return value here. And then we jump back to our return values. Refetch, we explained how refetch works. If we do have if we have a widget that needs to change, cart is a good example, since if we add something to the cart, then we need to have an updated cart. So to update the cart, we use refetch, or we just trigger this use effect to run so that we can get a new set of data. And the other thing that I need to jump into is our return value. Our return value here, we're returning a fetch hook. This is the model that we're going to use to return the data. But there's one thing that you need to take note of. Here we have dynamic, because I just did this so that we can have one reusable response hook. But there's a catch to it. Once you set your data as dynamic here, you need to reconvert it in the widget that you're going to use it. If you don't want to do that, what you can do, you see this model that we are using here. You can create different sets of hooks, of return hooks, for each and every hook that you're going to have in your application with a specific data type that you're retaining for that particular hook. So instead of returning dynamic, that particular hook will be hooked to a return class that retains a particular data type. In this instance, if it is list categories, here it has to be list categories data. So once you head into your widget that you want to use the data in, you don't have to convert the data again. You just have to use the return value as it is, since it's assigned to a particular data type. Okay, but this, provided the complexity of our application, this might be a little bit tedious to do. So we are going to do it this way. But for good practices, you can go ahead and set the data type for each and every return value that you're going to have for your hook. That means you have to create different classes for each and every hook that you're going to have. So if this is a fetch hook, right? If this fetch hook is a return value, a return class for fetch or cart. You can change the name here to fetch cart, right? So each and every hook that you're going to have will have like each and every class that you're going to have to handle your return data will have a different class name, so that you have different data types each and every time that you call a hook. So this is all for this part. This is like the foundation of our hook. This is the foundation of our hooks. The next step that we can make is to just create the hooks, and then we can go a little bit deeper on how we are going to use our hooks inside of our application, because the way that we create our application now is different. Instead of using stateful widgets, now we have to use stateful hook widgets and hook widgets. Okay, so that's the next part. But first, before we get to how to explain on how they work, we need to create a particular hook in our application, and then we can go ahead and demonstrate with a working example. Okay, so let's jump right back into our code. So here, this is our code. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new hook, and we're going to call it fetch cart. Okay, my keyboard is not connected. Okay, now it's working. So our first hook is going to be fetch categories, and it's going to be a .dot file. So we're going to be following the same format that we were just looking at inside of our example. Okay, let's go ahead and delete this. Let's create the file again, and we're going to call it fetch cart categories, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay, like that. And create our first hook. So to create our first hook, here we're going to require the return value first. Okay, so our return is going to be fetch hook. So we need to import that. After importing, we need to give our hook a name. So it's going to be use fetch. It's supposed to be fetch cart categories, not cut. Okay, keep on saying cut, not instead of categories. Okay, so here it's supposed to be categories. Let's go ahead and add a G over here. After adding a G, it has to be a function like that. So here we do have an error because we need to return something afterwards, right? Right inside, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our state variables. So we're going to have a final category items. So for category items, we're going to use state, so that we can set the state of this variable. So we're going to use state. Okay. So we need to go ahead and check whether we have Flutter hooks installed. So we need to go to our pub/spec YAML. In our pub/spec YAML, let's go ahead and check. We do have Flutter hooks. So we should be able to import useState. Okay, but first, before we do that, let's just go ahead and mention the data type. So we are going to return a list, and this list is going to be of list categories. Category is supposed to be category model, if I'm not mistaken. It's supposed to be category model. Let's go ahead and import our category model, and this can be null. Okay, like that. So we need to close that. Right here, we're not picking up Flutter hooks, so we need to import Flutter hooks manually. Import. Right on top, we're going to have a package. So our package name is Flutter hooks, Flutter _ hooks. Yeah, okay. So our error is gone as soon as we import Flutter hooks. So that's our first state variable. Our next state variable is going to be a boolean. We have to give it a name, is loading. Okay, so this is our data type. Right at the bottom, we're going to create a state variable with the name error. So for this one, we're going to use state exception, nullable exception, right? So we are done with our state variables. What we need to do now, we need to go ahead and create our fetch data function. Okay, final
Let's create another one. API error. We might use this a little bit later. Is equals to use state API error. We might use this a little bit later. So here, down at the bottom, we're going to have a future void, meaning that we're not going to return anything. Since we're going to be setting our data to our state variables right on top, we don't need to return anything in this function. After we run the function, we don't need to return anything. So we have to give it a name, fetch data. So our fetch data function is going to be asynchronous. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and set is loading to true. So to set is loading to true, we're going to access is loading, and we need to get the value of that, and we need to set the new value, which is true. Okay, that's the first thing. The next thing, we are going to have a try catch block, right? So we said we're going to have finally, so that's relevant. So whenever we finish running this function, we're going to just go ahead and set is loading to false, just to be sure. We don't want our application to be just loading the schema without the schema, because we didn't trigger this value to be set to false. Okay, so in our try catch, what we need to do, we need to have, in our try, we need to have a final response. So our response is going to await, we are going to await for an HTTP call. Okay, so we need to import HTTP here. It's HTTP. It's supposed to be HTTP as HTTP. Okay, HTTP dot get. So inside we need our URL. Okay, so for URL, we're going to have a base URL and our endpoint. Okay, so what we can do, we can create a variable right on top of our try. So we're going to call it URL. It's supposed to be URI is equals to URI dot parse. So inside we need our URI. So our URI is going to be our base URL that we don't have at the moment. We are going to have our base URL, and we're going to have our endpoint. So the best way to get our endpoint here is to go back to Postman, and we go back to categories. Let's go ahead and send this. Okay, we're going to get random. So these ones are the ones that we're going to get for our homepage, right? Where we have a set of categories, and then right at the last one should be more. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we're going to copy. After covering the endpoint, we go back to our project. That's our backend, not our project, not our front end. So we need to go ahead and paste the endpoint. So now we need to go ahead and go to consts. We have a app base URL here. So you need to create this if you don't have it. And then you need to change this to the correct port number. Because here, if we take a look at our backend, we are using 6018. So that's the port that we should use when we want to access our backend, right? So now that we have this base URL, we can go back to our hook and we can put it here. We need to import it from constants. After importing, we need to go ahead and close this. We need to remove interpolation. Okay, so it's going to be like this. So here, instead of having a string, we are going to push the URI, and then we are just going to close. So now we do have our response, right? But once we get our response, we need to check whether we are getting a 200. A status code 200 here, like this code that we have here. We need to check that. If this code is 200, that means we've successfully gotten the data. Now we can go ahead and set the data to our state variable. So right at the bottom, we are going to have a condition. So we need to access our response, and we're going to get our status code. If our status code is equals to 200, and then we are going to run whatever we are going to put inside here. Okay, so we're going to set the data that we get from our request body to category item. But before we do that, we need to access our model function to convert the data, the JSON response to our model data, and that function takes in a string. Okay, so here we do have a string. So that means the data that we're getting from our response.body is a string. Okay, so we need to push response.body here. It's supposed to be body. Else, if our status
our status code is not equal to 200, what we can do, we can go ahead and set the API error dot value to API error from JSON, and then we're going to get whatever we get from our API, the string that we're going to get from our API, convert it to the correct data type. Okay, so if we do have an exception, what we're going to do, we're going to set error dot value to E as an exception here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for fetch data. After fetching data, now we need to go ahead and create our use effect. Okay, so use effect, we say use effect is ran each and every time our widget that we're using, that particular hook, is opened or is triggered by a value change in the value that we provide in here. But for this instance, we're not going to provide the value here, okay? But we are going to run a test somehow to show how it works. So we are going to trigger changes or to trigger the refetch of data using a value, and we are also going to leave it as an empty array so that we can just fetch data when our application opens. When the state of our homepage changes, then we're going to refetch data and get a new set of data. Okay, so in here, what we're going to do, we are not going to return an arrow function, but we're going to have braces. Inside of our braces, we're going to call our fetch data function, and then we're just going to return now like that. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're going to create refetch. So void refetch. So our refetch function. So we said when we're calling refetch, we need to just go ahead and set is loading dot value to true. After that, then we can call our fetch data, right? Down at the bottom now, we need to return the data that we are setting here. Okay, the category data as well as the error data. Okay, so to return that, we are going to be using this hook result. That's the one that we're going to use. So here we have this list. Okay, made a mistake somewhere. Oh, this spelling is wrong. Categories model. So if we visit category model, categories like that. Okay, so we need to adjust the changes. So we need to go back to our fetch data. So here it's supposed to be categories model, and here it's supposed to be categories models from JSON. Okay, like that. So our error is gone. Okay, so we say this data is dynamic data, right? Dynamic. But what I was saying before, if you wanted to retain the same value as this data, what you need to do, you need to go back to this fetch hook and you change the data type here. Okay, so in this instance, let's say our data type is lists. Okay, so it has to be like that. Okay, but the downside with this, you need to create every hook that you create, you have to create a different class as a different return class with a particular data type in here. That's why I didn't choose to do it in here. That's why I use dynamic. I'll reconvert the data inside of the application. Okay, but that's best practices. It just increases the number of files that you're going to have here. So let's say we have 100 models. That means you need 100 models that we're going to be using in our hooks. You need to have 100 sets of results. So let's go ahead and work with this format for now. If there's any need to change it, then we can change it later. So this is our model. We are done. The next thing that we are going to do is to go ahead and hook this model to this particular widget that we have here. And then we can run some tests on how this particular custom hook works in an application and how to trigger the refetch of data on a certain click or on state change. Done creating our hook, we need to go ahead and use this hook inside of this widget that we have here. So we need to go to our files. Let me zoom this a little bit. Yeah, okay. So probably the first time it wasn't zoomed, so I'm just going to zoom it, show all the code. If you have trouble like looking at the code now, I think that would be a little bit better. So this is the code. If there's any part that you missed, you can just get it from this point on. Okay, So we need to go to our files. In our files, we need to go to our views. Inside of our views, we need to go to home. So we need category list. Okay, so this is our list. Here we are consuming this list. This list is inside of our constant data, our UI data, the one that we have in our constants. Okay, so we need to get away from using this data. We need to just use the data that we're getting from our REST API. So the first thing that we need to do in order for us to consume a hook inside of our application, we need to change this stateless widget to a hook widget like that. Okay, so that's the first thing. And the second thing that we need to do now is to call our hook. So our hook, we're going to call it in our build context before we return anything here. Okay, so first we're going to have a final, and we're going to have hook results. You can call it whatever you want, but for me, I'm just going to call it hook result is equals to, now we need to provide the name of the hook that we are going to be consuming. In this instance, our hook name is use fetch categories, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go ahead and check the name, use fetch categories. Okay, that's going to be the name that we are going to be using. So after that, let's come back here, and we need to use the name, use fetch categories. Okay, we need to close that. So each and every time that we open our application, we're going to run this hook, and it's going to get the data. So I'm not going to do anything as yet. So what we need to do, we need to revisit our hook here. What I need to do, I need to just print the data. Okay, or print the status. Let's print the status, not the data. Okay, so it's supposed to be response.status code. Okay, if our status code is 200, that means we are getting the data. So we need to put this right outside of our if statement, right outside of this condition. Okay, why are we putting it outside? Because if our return status code is not 200, we just need to see it as well. If we do have any errors, then we can go ahead and rectify those errors before we move on. Okay, so here, let's go ahead and save this. Okay, so we need to rebuild our application. Okay, so here we are returning a 200. We're getting a 200. So if you hook a hook to a widget, then you might need to hot restart your application. Okay, so since our return value is 200 here, that means we're getting our data. We can go ahead and get rid of this print statement that we have. Save again. After saving, now we need to deconstruct the data that we have in our result. So if we take a look at the results that we're getting in our category list widget, if we hover over, it's returning the class that we created. So we need to access this class and get the values out of it. Okay, so down at the bottom, we are going to have a category list. So here it's supposed to be final category is equals to hook results.data, because this is the name that we gave to our data. So what we can do here is to, okay, categories. Let's change this name. We don't want it to conflict. We don't want it to conflict with this one. What we can do here, we can just change this final to a list category model. Okay, so that's going to be our data. And down at the bottom, we are going to also require a final, a bullet is loading. Okay, so the name is loading. So is loading is supposed to be mapped to is loading. So for now, these are the two that we are going to require. For error is going to be final error, then hook results.error. Okay, we're not going to be using refetch for this instance, but we're going to run an example whereby we are going to refetch our data before we start doing other things, because we need to just get into a little bit of, we need to explain a little bit more before we start using hooks. Because after this, what we need to do is to just copy the hook that we have and just change the endpoints and the return data type, like the models return data type, and then the process will be easy. But we need to get more into how they work in different situations, in different scenarios. Okay, so now that we have this category list, we can access this category list right here. Okay, so it's a list category model, and here we are getting a category, a single category from this category list. So this value should be a category model, okay? And we can change the data type from a var to a category model, right? Like that. But before we do that, what we need to do, we need to import our schema, because we need to show a schema when our categories are loading. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to components. We don't have our schemas in here, but these schemas were provided to you beforehand. So you need to visit the code that I provided you at the beginning of the code, at the beginning of this particular course, and then you take the files that we have in that particular folder and import them in our project. Okay, so here my files are on the desktop, so I'm going to just close this for a little bit. So here we need the starter files. So inside of our starter files, we have schemas, right? These are the schemas that we have. They're already made, so you don't have to do anything. You just need to take this folder and drag it into your common folder. Okay, so I'm going to open the project and drag and drop this folder inside of this common folder. Okay, so we have our schemas, but we do have errors. There are some imports that we need to fix. Okay, so let's just go ahead, do that, and then we can continue. So let's put our simulator side by side with our code editor. Okay, so now we need to fix our schemas. So the first one is going to be a category schema. So this particular widget is not imported, or it's coming from a wrong place, so we need to get rid of it and we need to re-import it. Okay, so that's it for the first one. The second one, we need to do the same. So we need to import height from constants. It's supposed to be height here from constants, and we need to import this schema widget. Okay, and here we need to do the same as well. Import our schema widget, and then we import our width from constants. So this is the schema widget that we are importing in the other schemas. Okay, in the other list that we have. Okay, secondary light, that's coming from constants. So here we're just building the schema. So when we call a schema, then we are going to be providing schema height, schema width, and schema radius, right? So this is our schema widget, and we are building the lines here. Okay, I'm not going to get more into details on the schema, but that's going to be our schema. So the first schema that we're going to use is a category schema. So when our data is loading here from our hook, we need to use is loading. So if the data is loading, then we're going to have a category schema. Let's check the name. This category is schema. Okay, and also we're going to return the list. So let's format our code a little. Let's add const. Okay, so now we're getting our data, but the way that we're handling our data in our category widget has to change, because now the data that we're getting is coming from our category model. It's no longer coming from the data that we have, the constant data that we're using. So here we need to change how we are accessing the data from this category. Okay, so this should be a category model. Just copy the type, paste, not category schema, but it's supposed to be category model. Categories model. Okay, let's take a look at our list. Categories model, category. This is the same data that we are sending here. So this one should be required. Okay, like that. So we've gotten rid of the error. So here, when accessing the categories, the category, we're going to get the ID, and here we need to get the value, and we do the same for this particular widget. Here we're getting the ID, and here we're getting the title, right? ID, here it's supposed to be image URL. So we have one more field, which is the title here. Okay, so we need to go ahead and reset. Okay, so we are getting our data. So what we need to do, we just need to add now here, and down here when we're accessing the length, we need to go ahead and put a now checker. Okay, but there's also one thing that we need to take care of. That's our schema. We need to change the size so that it can it can fit well here. So here, each and every time that let's say we reset this application, these categories should change. Okay, so chicken, burger, pasta, beverages, and more. So let's say we hot reset again. We have a few categories, but they changed, they shuffled. Yes, they're shuffling. So this part is working fine. What we need to do now is to go ahead and fix our category schema. So our height is 75. It might not be the category schema problem, but let's change this to 80. After changing this height of our category, the container that's holding this category list, we should be able to see whether we need to readjust. Okay, so here we don't need to readjust because it was the problem coming from this part. So our overflow was coming from this end. Okay, so we're done with this part. Next, we're going to move on to our restaurants, then our food. So these ones are going to be using the same, try something new and foods close to you, they are going to be using the same hook. Even if we run the same hook, since the data that we are returning is dynamic, is changing each and every time, these hooks, they are going to return different sets of data, not the same data. Okay, so the lists are not going to be the same. So this is how we can use a hook, a custom hook inside of a widget. This is how we can consume it. So we're done with this part. So let's say here we need to trigger a change manually. If you want to trigger a change manually, let's go ahead and we need to create a button. So that's something that we can do later. We can create a button and try to trigger the changes, or we can explain this part when we get to the cart, because the cart, it is the only hook with that kind of functionality that we might need to trigger the hook to refetch after we send data to our API and get the response. Okay, but basically this is it when we are consuming a hook inside of a widget. Move on. So now we have this data. We are not going to handle this data that we are going to be displaying here as yet, but what we can do, we can handle the data that we are displaying here. Okay, we need to get our data from our REST API and just display a list of all the categories that we have in the backend, and the data that we're getting won't exclude this more. So that's one thing that we do need to take care of. So we need to go to our hooks. In our hooks, we're going to create another one with the name fetch categories. It's supposed to be fetch all categories, and it has to be that file over here. After that, what we need to do here, we just need to copy everything that we have in this particular hook, and then we are going to paste it in here. Okay, and we need to change the name of this hook because these hooks are going to be similar throughout the application. Basically, the things that we need to change, we just need to change the base URL and the models that we are consuming, right? But for this one and the last hook that we created, they share the same model. So the model is always going to remain the same, but what we are going to change is the endpoint and the name of the hook. So we are going to start with the name of the hook. So the name of our hook is supposed to be fetch all categories, right? Like that. And here, instead of getting random, we're going to get all categories. So we need to visit Postman. So these are random categories that we were getting, and we need to get all categories. Okay, so let's send a request here. So if you send a request, we're going to get all the categories that we have in our backend, excluding the more category. Okay, since we are going to be showing all the categories. So this is going to be our service endpoint. So we need to copy that, go back to our application, and we need to paste it here. Our base URL remains the same, right? So that's going to be our endpoint. That's all that we need to do here. So our work will get lighter and lighter as we are using hooks. We're just going to change a few parts. Okay, so let's save that. After saving, now we need to go to where this page is and see how it's structured. Then we can make changes to it. Okay, so we can go to our views. Inside of our views, we're going to look for a page. That page should be all categories. Category list, no, not that one. Categories, all categories. This is the page that we are looking for, this page. Okay, so we need to change this from a setlist widget to a stateless, to a hook widget. Okay, and we need to mention the name of the hook that we're consuming inside of our build context. So here we're going to have the same hook results is equals to use fetch all categories, and let's close that. After closing, we are going to have categories right from this data, dynamic data that we have like that, and we need is loading as well. So if our data is loading, now we need to display a schema as well. So for this one, if we visit our schemas, we do have a food list schema. That's the one that we're going to use here. Okay, so here, before we return this background container, inside of the background container, that's supposed to be, let's see here, let's put it here. Okay, is loading, and then we are going to be displaying our food list schema. Okay, like that. Let's format the code. So the data that we're consuming now is different. We're consuming these categories, and we need to add a now checker before we use the data. And here, instead of var, now we need to specify the model that we are going to be consuming. So we need to just hover over, after hovering over, copy the name of the model, replace this var with the name of the model, and this data of type category model is the one that we're pushing to this category tile, and we need to visit this category tile, and we need to change this data type, and we need to import it as well, right? So we don't have an error here, but we need to change the data that we're consuming because it was coming from a map. We need to change it to the model. Okay, so here we have title, so we can save that, and we can save this as well. Okay, let's add consts, and then we're going to reset our application. Okay, so after resetting, if you visit more, yes, we're going to have our schema first, and we're going to have our list. So this is our list from our REST API. So just to be certain, and that is the list that we're consuming, what we can do, we can go ahead, visit this, the custom hook that we just created, and we print response here. Response. Okay, here we need response.status code. It's supposed to be status code. Okay, so if we get a 200, that means we're getting the data from our REST API. It's just to be sure. Okay, we get a 200 here, and that means this data is coming from our REST API. So let's get rid of the print statement, save again. So we're done with that part. Let's move on to nearby restaurants. Okay, so let's go ahead and mark the tasks that we are done with as done. So the first one is to create use fetch category hook. We are done with that part. Use it in category list widget. We are done with that. Trigger refetch. We haven't done that, so we are going to leave it here. Use fetch all categories hook in categories, all categories page. We are done with that. Okay, so these tasks we are done. So we'll create a new list that we're going to work on next. So the next thing that we need to go ahead and focus on is getting our nearby restaurants first. Okay, and then get all restaurants here. Okay, and then we do the same for the food. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead, jump into our code and do it. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a hook designed to get the data for this particular section. Okay, so we're going to go to our hooks, create a new file, and we're going to call it fetch restaurants, and it has to be a .dot file. Let's create another one, and we are going to call it fetch all restaurants, and it's going to be .dot file as well. So what we need to do here, we just need to copy one of the hooks that we have. We're just going to copy fetch all categories. We just copy everything, go to restaurants, fetch all restaurants, and we paste the code in here. After pasting the code, what we are going to do is to rename the hook. Okay, so we can give it a name, fetch restaurants. So you can call it use fetch all restaurants. That's okay as well. But the problem comes when I want to say use fetch all restaurants. That's a little bit complicated, but let's go with that, with this name, and that would be okay. So here it's supposed to be a list of restaurants model. Okay, so if this changes, that means we have to change this function that we're using to convert the data from a string to model data. Okay, so here it's supposed to be restaurant model from JSON. Okay, and we need to change this name to restaurant data, restaurants data. No, it's just restaurants here. That will do. Okay, we do have an error because we didn't select this part. Okay, so our error is gone, but we need to change the endpoint. Okay, so we need to go back to our Postman. Inside of our Postman, okay, this is get all and this is get nearby. Okay, so we're getting nearby restaurants here. We're only getting a set of 3 restaurants. That's okay. So we need to copy the service endpoint and we're going to paste it here. So this code can change. Okay, so what we can do is code, we can receive it from where we're using the hook from. So it's supposed to be string code, and this code is the code that we are going to use here. Okay, so let's go ahead and use code like that. So everything else remains the same. So we need to just remove whatever we are not using inside of this particular hook. Let's save that. So we are done with this part. Let's go back to, okay, this one, it has got an error in it. The name, we included 2 F's instead of just putting 1 here. So let's go ahead, rectify that, and then we move on. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, let's hook this one up and then we can move on. Okay, so we're not going to go into fetch all restaurants before we resolve these restaurants that we have in our home page. Let's just close some of the items that we're not using. So this is not our priority. This is not our priority as well. So our priority is this particular hook, and we need to go ahead and open this list. Okay, this is the list that we are going to use, the data that we are going to get from our hook, or the list that we are going to use our hook. So first we need to convert this hook to a hook widget instead of a stateless widget, and down at the bottom we're going to have final hook results is equals to we're going to use fetch restaurants. Okay, and our code here is supposed to be, let's put this code for starters, because this is the data that we have in our restaurant. This code is related to the restaurants that we have in our particular restaurant. So this is a postal code related to the area that I'm in. Okay, so don't get confused. Down at the bottom we're going to have final, not final per se, but we're going to have a list, and this list is going to be lists. It's supposed to be restaurants over here, restaurants model, and it has to be nullable, and this list is going to get data from hook results dot data, like that. Okay, it seems like we do have an error somehow, probably. Okay, what we can do, just go to category lists. It's supposed to be okay. I didn't include the name. Here it's supposed to be okay, and here it's supposed to be restaurants. Okay, so you need to include the name of the list that you're going to be consuming down here. So this is the list that we are going to be consuming instead of consuming this list from our local data, right? So the name is the same as the data that we're getting from our UI data, so we just need to get rid of that. And here let's add a now checker. So that means the data that we're consuming here is coming from lists model. Okay, it's going to come from our REST API, and here, now that we are consuming the data from our backend, we need to change this var to the name of the model that we're consuming. So if we have if we are accessing the data, we're accessing the data of each index and put it in this value, in this variable, and this variable is of type restaurant model. Okay, and now we need to just map the right data to this particular, to the data that we're passing to the widget, because now we have the restaurant data. We need to access this data, right? So for a restaurant, this is a string, so this is okay. For our logo, let's go ahead and see our logo is a string as well, not time, but it's supposed to be title over here. And down at the bottom, we're going to have time, and we're going to have a rating. It's supposed to be rating count, so we don't have rating count. Let's see, a rating count. So if you visit our model, where's our models, we have to access our models. Let's close this is a little bit confusing. Models, we have restaurants model. Okay, we don't have rating count over here. So for rating count, let's put a constant number. Okay, let's just put a random. Okay, so we're going to run in the same error into the same error as before. So as we said before, we are going to also require a list here, right? So a schema, not a list. So here, nearby restaurants schema. So it's a list already. It's a list already. So what we need to do, we need to hook this list. Let's try to hook it here. Okay, so if our data is loading, then we're going to display the nearby restaurants schema. Else, we're going to display our correct list. So we don't have this variable as yet, so we need to get it from our hook results. So here we're going to have final is loading is equals to hook results dot is loading. Okay, let's add const over here and let's hot restart our application. Okay, it looks like we ran into an error. Let's try to hot reset again. Okay, now we have our data, but there's one thing that we do need to fix. This schema shouldn't be here. Let's try to move it outside, right? Like that. If we move it outside, then it should be like that. Okay, so that same criteria should apply for the category list as well. Instead of having a schema inside, then the schema should be outside like this. Let's try to reset. Okay, try to hot reset again. There's something that I'm missing. Okay, everything is working fine. So this data is coming from our REST API now. So we only have a few restaurants, but if we hot reset, you have to take a look at the data that we are getting. So the first is La Foods, then Italian restaurant, beverages, beggars right on top, right? So if let's say the state changes, this is like more of a state change, these lists should retain a different set of data. Okay, so this is okay, this is good for application because users get to see a new set of data each and every time they open an application. The data is not static. Okay, so we are done with this part. Next, let's move on to all restaurants. Okay, so for this part will be okay, we have the page already, but we just have to get all restaurants which are belonging to a particular area code and we display them over here. Continue, we're done with fetching our nearby restaurants, and each and every time we are receiving dynamic data, so don't mind the pictures. We're going to change them a little bit later. All the pictures that I'm saving, this is just one picture for the UI, so I'll change that. So our data is going to be dynamic so that you can see like this part is different from the data that we're saving in the first widget is different from the next widget. Okay, so I'll do that. And we tested that the data that we're getting is being randomized each and every time that we save the data. Okay, and now we need to go ahead and work on all restaurants, all nearby restaurants here. Okay, so what we need to do first, we need to go ahead and just open the page that we're going to be working in, which is this page, right? And we need to just go ahead and open our hook, because we need to create the hook that we're going to use to get this data. Okay, so we already created a file for it, but we didn't create the hook itself. Okay, we didn't write the code, so the code is going to be similar to the code that we have here in our fetch restaurants. What's going to be different is just the endpoint that we're going to use to fetch all restaurants is going to be a little bit different. The service endpoint is going to be a little bit different as compared to the one that we use in this particular fetch restaurant. Okay, so first let's just copy the code. After copying the code, we need to go to our fetch all restaurants and we need to paste the code. After pasting the code, what do we need to do? We need to change the name. That's the first thing that we should do every time that we copy the code. Change the name of the hook. In this instance, we're going to call it fetch all restaurants, and this is always going to remain the same if we are going to save the restaurant data. But if you are saving a different set of data, a different data type, then we need to change this. The second thing and the most important thing that we need to do here is to change the service endpoint. So we need to go back to our Postman. Right inside of our Postman, this is supposed to be our service endpoint. Okay, so let's just copy the service endpoint, go back to our application and we need to replace this with our service endpoint. Okay, so here we're getting the code from wherever we are going to use this hook. Okay, so that's all that we need to do inside of this hook. After that, we can save. So after saving, we need to go back to our views. Inside of our views, we need to visit all nearby restaurants. Okay, we need to visit this page. Okay, so let's put this page, let's not put it side by side per se. What we can do is to have our schema first. Okay, and before we have our schema, let's go ahead and hook our hooks here. So we have to convert this to a hook widget so that we can be able to consume a particular hook inside of this widget. Okay, so if we have an over, let's just take a look. This is very similar to a stateless widget, but hook widget doesn't have any life cycle, only implements the build method. It allows our hook widget to store mutation data without implementation of a state. So here we don't have any state. That's the same. That's why we're using it. So by using hooks, we convert all our widgets into stateless widgets. So that's going to be to boost our memory. Like, we don't have to consume a lot of memory when we are building our application or when we're using our application. So right at the bottom, now we are able to consume our hook since we have our hook widget here. So we need to import this and we need to pass the code. Okay, so this is the code that we're passing here. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a list of restaurants, and the data is going to come from results.data, and we need to import restaurant model. After importing restaurant model, we need to ensure that we have is loading. So here we're going to get is loading from hook results, and then we're going to put it in this value. Okay, similar, you can change it from final to a boolean value. Okay, so final boolean, either way, it's going to be a boolean value here. Okay, so down at the bottom, we need to make sure that we are getting a schema before we render our data. So when our data is loading, then we have to display a schema first. So here our schema is going to be foods list schema, and if we have data, now we are going to be displaying the list view builder. Okay, okay, my bad. So it's supposed to be like that. Let's format the code. After that, now we need to add a now checker here. Since the data that we have here has the same variable name as this data that we're getting from our hook data. Okay, we need to get rid of this data from our constants. So that's basically it. That's everything that we need to do here, but we need to change the data that we are consuming inside of the restaurant tile. Okay, so here it was dynamic, but we are no longer consuming dynamic data. Okay, now we are consuming restaurant model. Okay, so we can change this to restaurant model, and we can just copy this model type, model name, go to our tile, we change this to restaurant model, and let's go ahead, import it. After importing, we don't have an error, but our error comes down here. So here we're supposed to access image URL. After accessing the image URL, we need the restaurant title, so we need to get the title, and here we need the time, and for our address we need to access codes. Okay, so here we have coordinates. Inside of coordinates, we can access the address is available. So this is the boolean that we use to trigger whether a restaurant is open or closed. So it's the same thing that we're going to do here as well. So that's all that we need to do. Let's save this part first, and let's save the other page. After saving, we need to do the same, reset, hot restart. We need to hot restart so that we can see whether we are getting the right set of data or not. Okay, so if we click, okay, our data is going to load first, and then we are going to display our data here. So here, this list is supposed to come right outside of our padding. Okay, it's supposed to come right outside of our padding. So we need to move is loading the food list schema outside of the padding right there. Okay, and we need to save. Okay, after saving, let's just reset. We want to check how our schema is going to look, how it's going to appear. Okay, it's going to appear nice. So that's what we need. So we are done with this part. The next part, we're going to work on our foods. Okay, how to get the foods, how to display it, and how to get all the foods related to a particular area code. move on to our foods. Okay, our foods. So what we need to do here, we need to just close all these tabs. So first thing that we need to do, we need to just go ahead to our hooks and create two new files. Fetch foods. Okay, it's supposed to be a dot file, and we need to create another one. Fetch all foods, and it has to be a dot file as well. So we're going to just copy whatever we have here inside of our fetch all restaurants, and then we're going to paste in foods. Okay, because we want to handle foods before we go to all foods. So we say the first thing that we need to do is to change the name. So we're going to change the name to fetch foods. Use fetch foods. Okay, so here we just change it to foods. Let's get rid of an extra F here, and we need to change the model that we're consuming. Okay, so here is supposed to be foods model. Okay, so if we change this model that we're consuming, we need to change the method that we're using to convert the string to model data. So it's supposed to be foods model from JSON over here, and everything remains the same, but we need to handle our service endpoint. So to handle a service endpoint without an error, we need to go back to our Postman. In our Postman, we need to go to foods. Okay, in foods we have random or recommendations. Let's see. Okay, so here we have tiramisu as our first. Okay, so this is the one that we want to consume. So we are just going to copy this, and then we are going to go back to our project. That's going to be our service endpoint. So our service endpoint has to be inside, and here we're going to pass the code. So let's pass the code, and let's get rid of that restaurant model that we are not using. So everything is done in here. Okay, everything is done. We need to go to the page that we are consuming this use fetch foods. So use fetch foods, we're going to use it inside of this widget and the widget that we have down below. But this is one widget. We're just going to change it in one widget, but it's going to save different sets of data each and every time. So let's go to our home page, widgets, foods lists. In our foods list, the first thing that we need to do, we need to convert it to a hook widget. Okay, after converting it to a hook widget, now we need, before our return value in our build context, we need to go ahead and have our final hook results. So here we're going to use fetch. Here we need foods. Okay, so we need to pass the code. So this code in a like a real world use case scenario, you have to get it when you get your location data. Okay, that's going to be the postal code. So we need to access our hook results. First, we're going to have a list, and this list is going to be a foods model, and it has to be now here, and we have to access our hook results, and we get the data. Okay, that's the first thing. We need to give it a name, so we are going to call it foods, like that. Down at the bottom, we are going to require a boolean. So final is loading is equals to hook results dot is loading, like that. So first we need to go ahead and hook our loader first, and then we can have our data. But before we hook our loader, let's go ahead and add an out checker here. So that means the data that we're consuming is coming from this list food model. Okay, down at the bottom, instead of having var, now we're consuming foods model. Okay, and this foods, since we're consuming foods model, we have to change this from as list map string to our model. Okay, so the first one is going to be an image URL. Okay, so our image URL is the list, so we need to access the first item in that list, the first image. And for our title is going to be dot title. For our time as well is going to be dot time, and for our price is going to be dot price, like that. So this is how it's going to look like. And here we're going to go ahead and add this right before add our schema right before our list view. Okay, so let's go back to our common folder. In our common folder, let's see, we have a food list schema. Is it food list or nearby restaurants? It should be one of the two. So let's go ahead and open this schema. Okay, this schema is a horizontal. It's not a horizontal. It's a vertical schema. It's a vertical. This one is vertical. So we need this horizontal schema. That's the one that we're going to use. So here we're going to use a nearby. Okay, and let's add const over here. So right inside, we don't need to do anything since we are passing the data. Okay. So that means the data is correct, is well defined. Okay. So let's save that. Let's save that list. Okay. And let's save the food. So we need to hot reset our application so that we can have our hook hooked to this page. So here it's working fine, but we do have an error. All right. So what we can do, let's get rid of this exception and let's see what's the reason why we ain't getting our data. Okay. Okay. So we have to go back to our foods. We need to print our response here. It's supposed to be response.status code like that. Okay. So let's just go ahead, close it, and then hot reset our application. Okay, we have a 200, but we're still getting the error. So that's something that we should go ahead and look at. Restaurants. Okay, first, let's go ahead and change these to foods. To get rid of the error, we're going to get rid of these exceptions. Let's just print if we have something, if we have an error. So what we need to do here, we need to debug print. Okay, debug print, and then everything else remains the same. Okay, so now that we're getting our data, this data is from our REST API. So we said we are going to just create this food list once. That's what we did. So if we take a look at our home page, we go back to our views, home page. Okay, so in our home page we have a food list here and we have another food list here. So this food list and this food list. Okay, so if we take a look at the data that we are receiving different data coming from one response. Okay, that's why we opt to use hooks, because without the state management this might not be possible. Okay, so we just created one food list and it will save different sets of data each and every time that we open it or close it. So now we need to go ahead and work on all new foods. Okay, and this first is close to you. Okay, we need to work on these pages. We need to work on rendering the food over here, and we also need to work on rendering food over here. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on our fetch all foods. Okay, yes, we have the hook already, but we don't have code in it. So we're going to copy everything from here and we're going to paste it in all foods. Okay, after pasting, everything else remains the same. Everything else remains the same. But what we can do is to change this. Let's see. We need to go ahead, go to Postman, and this should be the same unless the data is limited in the backend. Let's see. Okay, we should use this endpoint instead of the one that we're using by location, but we have, this one is for categories. This one is for categories, so that must be wrong. Get food recommendations. Okay, let's see how best we can do it. But for now, what we can do, since the return value is going to be the same, is going to be foods, we can hook it up to the hook that we created, and then we can see how we can return all the data related to a particular area. Okay, so let's go back to our project. In our project, what we need to do, let's just change here to all foods. Right, after changing to all foods, this remains the same. But the only thing that we need to work on a little bit later is to have foods here, like all foods related to a particular area, not recommendations, because recommendations returns a set of 3 foods only. Okay, if we take a look, it's only 3. Okay, so let's go back to our not fastest nearby restaurants. It should be one of the pages. all fastest food nearby restaurants, recommendations. Okay, it should be recommendations. So this is the page that we're working in. So we need to just go ahead and change this to a hook widget. After changing it to a hook widget, now we need to have a final instance of our hook results. Yeah, okay, it's supposed to be results over here. So this one is supposed to be use fetch all foods, right? Like that. And we are going to put our code down at the bottom. Then we are going to have a list of foods model. It's supposed to be foods, not food. Foods model, that's the first one. So we imported it here. We're going to have food stored in this variable. Down at the bottom, then we need to go ahead and have our boolean. So here it's supposed to be is loading is equals to hook results dot is loading. Okay. So first, when we are loading our data, we need to show a schema. So our schema will come right before this padding. This is padding all, so it will come inside of the padding. Then we are going to show the foods list schema. Okay, and we put the alternative widget. Let's format our code. After formatting our code, what we need to do now is to add a now checker to the foods, since we are getting these foods from our REST API, and we're going to have const over here. After that, we need to go ahead and change the data type of this food. Instead of having var, then let's specify the model that we're consuming. Okay, so we need to open this food tile. In this food tile, instead of consuming dynamic data, we're consuming foods model. Okay, and we need to import the food model. After importing the foods model, now we need to access the images. Okay, not images but the data. So here it's supposed to be image URL, and we are taking the first image in our list string. Down at the bottom, we're also going to have a title, and we're going to have time. So here we do have additives list. So here we're going to have additives. So we need to access these additives, okay, and get every item on each index and store it in this variable. So this variable is of type additive, okay, and to access the title, we need to access additive and get the title like that. So we have one error left, supposed to be in the position widget. So here it's supposed to be dot price, okay, like that. So we don't have errors anymore. So let's take a look at this particular one. This one is for the cart, so we are going to deal with it a little bit later. So we're going to save that one first. Let's save our recommendations, and I think we have something missing since we are still getting the errors. Let's see. The error is coming from fastest food. Okay, so this one, we need to change this one as well. We need to make it the same as our other page so that we can run our application. So let's just change this to a hook widget, and we have our results. So final hook results. So the naming convention it might be a little bit weird, but I'm writing it in a descriptive way so that it won't be of a problem to a person who's following. If it's hook results, that means they're results from a hook. Okay, so that way is easier. Sometimes it's self-explanatory. I don't need to run it back again to explain, like, okay, this is the data that we are getting from our hook. So hook results is the data that we're getting from our hook. That's why we called it hook results. So we need to use fetch, okay, all foods, and we need to provide the code. Down below, we need to have a list of foods, and this list is going to be a list of foods model type, okay, and it can be nullable. Here can be null is equals to hook results. Now we need to access our hook results and get the data, okay. So we need to give this list a name. So the name should be foods, okay. Put the name over there. So just to clarify a little bit, if we visit our hook results or our return value of our hook, okay, this is our return value. Okay, so we have data. This data is the foods.value, and this foods.value is coming from here, okay, or here, either way. But this data is the data that we are getting from our REST API. We convert it to model data and we store it as a model here, okay. So this is the same data that we are accessing if we say data dot hook results dot data. This is the data that we are getting. So this data is automatically of type foods model, okay. So any change we have a value notifier. So any change that is made to the data, the application is notified. Okay, that's why each and every time the state changes, we are receiving a new set of data. So let's go back. So we're done with a little bit of explanation over there. So now we need our loader. So final is loading is equals to results, hook results dot is loading. Okay, so we need our loader first. So our loader will come right before our list view. So this one is supposed to be a vertical, not a vertical, but a horizontal schema. And this horizontal schema, after this horizontal schema, then we are going to have our foods. So we need to add a now checker. Now we don't have an error, and the data that we're consuming here is of type foods model. So we need to change this var to foods model. We're just doing this to specify the data that we're consuming so that we don't have misunderstanding. Okay, so whatever we are passing here is of type foods model. So since our foods model is the same in both cases, like here and here, when we open, we are saving the same widget, okay, to display the list. So if you are saving the same widget, the data type that we are putting in that widget should be the same. That's why we had to change this, and this is why we had this error, because when we worked on a recommendation, like this part, try something new, we're pushing foods model data inside of the food tile, and we changed everything to go along with the data type that we have, but in the other widget, which is the fastest food page, right? This list, the food which was pushing to our food tile, it was still a map string. Okay, so we've taken care of that. We can save. If we save, we won't have an error. So let's just hot reset. So our application is running. So what I was saying before, and that we might need to change, we might need to change the return type. So this was our return value, was it? Like our fetch hook, we are returning dynamic data. Dynamic data is our data, but we can change this to the model that we are using in that particular hook. So I've created the one for foods, okay? This one, okay? It's the same, everything is the same, but here we need to specify the kind of data that we're returning. So when we use it in our hook, then we will be getting the exact data. We don't need to process it further. Our data would be of type foods model, okay? So if we visit our hook fetch foods, when you're fetching food, we should change this one to fetch foods. Okay, so our state is the same as our return type, the data that we are returning, and everything else here remains the same. And here you have the liberty of putting this one as well inside of this particular model. So if you're returning different error types from your backend, or if your errors have a different structure, then this becomes handy. Okay, instead of throwing exceptions, you can have this one in your return type of your hook, and everything else remains the same. And the only thing that we need to change is this part. Okay, when you're returning, if you have over data, the data is going to be of list food model. Okay, so if we go to the widget that we are going to be using, that particular hook, everything would be smooth. Let's go ahead and open our views foods list. So our food list, our data here is of type lists foods model. Okay, everything else remains the same. And continue, like here we do need to make one adjustment. So I hope like you are not having any problems. So make sure that the data that you have in your backend is matching the data that you have, like your model is matching the data that you have. That's the first thing. The second thing, that make sure that your data that you have in your database have all the fields that you have in your model. Because if there's a data difference, so let's say you created the model, but you forgot to add like one value to the data that you post to your database, then you're going to have an error because all of the fields that we have in our model are required. All the fields that we have in our models are required. So if we go take a look at our foods model, all the fields that we have here are required. So make sure that you don't miss anything. Otherwise, you'll be running into some errors, right? So now that we got this out of the way, we need to, I just made a readjustment of the UI. So here, instead of starting with nearby restaurants, I just switched to try something new with the nearby restaurants. This is just a switch up of the code. I just grabbed this code from the bottom where it was, okay, and I put it on top. So you can do the same. So here it was like this. Initially it was like this, right? So yes, it was like this. So you just need to grab it and put it on top, because here we have food and we have food. So what we can have food on top, restaurants in the middle, and food down at the bottom. Okay, so what I need to talk about in this section is that when we are getting all the food for a particular code, we hook this to the same endpoint service as the one that we used here, but we need to get all the data. So I've realized that we didn't work on it on the backend. So what we're going to do, we're just going to jump into our backend, add a function, add a route, and then we come back to our application. So here, going back to our backend. So in our backend, we need to create a function. Okay, this function is the function that we're going to create, get off foods. Here you can say by code, so that it will be clear. Okay, so let me just rewrite it. Okay, so here we're going to have get all foods by code. Okay, so if we're getting all foods by code, we have to have an asynchronous function that is going to take in a request as well as a response. As a response here, and we need an arrow function, and we need our braces. So we need to add a comma right there. Down at the bottom, the first thing that we're going to require is the code from our params. So const code is equals to requests dot params dot code. Okay, now that we have our code, we can go ahead and have a try catch block down here. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable where we are going to store the data. Okay, so here we're going to call it foods list. Okay, so our food list is going to await for the data that we're going to get from our database. So it's supposed to be food or foods. Okay, it's supposed to be the name of the model is food. Okay, dot here we want to find all the food with the same code. Okay, so we need to put braces inside of find, and here we need to specify the key that we're using to get the particular food. So the key is code, and this code that we're getting from request params is the one that we are going to use here to find the food. Okay, so once that is done, we can just close this, and down at the bottom we are just going to return a response with the status of 200, and we're going to send back our list. And down at the bottom we're going to return status response dot status 500, and we need a message. So our message is supposed to be error dot message, and we need to close it as well. So that's going to be our function. So we need to go ahead and hook this function to our router. So we need to go ahead and open routes, food route. So here we need to open this up. So the endpoint name is going to be by code, and we need to provide the code as our parameter here. Okay, and we need to map it to get all foods by code. Okay, so let's save. So our backend is supposed to spin without a problem. So we got that out of the way. So now what we need to do, we need to run a test in Postman. Okay, so if we go to Postman, I've already created an endpoint, a request with the name foods by code. So you can do the same. And here you just need to attach your base URL, and then you have your endpoint, and you need to put in the code of the food that you want to get. And if you send, you're supposed to get a response. Okay, supposed to get a response. So this is the endpoint that we are going to use when we are getting the fastest food and recommendations, basically. So let's go back here. So we have recommendations page, right? We're in our home page. We're in our home page. In our home page, we need to open this recommendations page. It's weird. It's not opening. Okay, let's go ahead and look for it. It's here, a recommendations page. It's inside home amongst the pages that we have in our home page. So here, use fetch all foods, right? We're passing the code, and if we open, we just need to change the endpoint here from the one that we are using in the front end to by code, and then we provide the code over here. Okay, so let's save this. If we press on recommendations over here, so we're supposed to get this data back. Okay, because this is the amount of food that we have in our backend. One other thing that we need to take care of, we need to take care of our schema. I think our schema is positioned wrongly. So in this page, we need to move our schema outside of the padding. Okay, like that. So if we run this again, okay, let's say we open this here, our schema is supposed to be in that way. It's not supposed to be in the middle of the page. Okay, so we are done with that part. So the other part is to go to fastest. So fastest, they are similar in the sense that these fastest food, they have the same code, so they're closer to you. So we can open fastest. So here we're basically getting the same data since we just changed whatever we're getting from this hook. Okay, and here we need to do the same so that we can have a better UI. Okay, we just need to minimize the kind of the amount of mistakes that we make in order for us to have like a better design. Okay, so here if we just press, we're supposed to get all the foods. Okay, so we are done with this part. The next part is going to be, let's go ahead and focus on our search. After our search, then we can move on to the pages that we want to render. So we're going to have the foods page, that's one, and we're going to also have the restaurant page. Okay, then we can move on to profile. Okay, so let's finish with search, and then we can move on to the next task. Okay, in this section, we want to work on our search. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our search page. So in our page, we need to revisit it in view. So views, search, we do have a search page here, and we need to create another model. Okay, not a model, but we need to create a new file. My bad. And we are going to call it search results. Okay, so this is where we are going to render all our results. So it has to be a .dat file. So we are going to start with the UI, and one other thing that we need to take a look at it is whether we have our search function or not, because I'm not quite sure. So let's visit the backend first before we work on the front end. So this is our backend. Okay, we do have search and we do have our indices, so that would work. So let's go back to our front end. In our front end, what we need to do, we just need to create a stateless widget here. Let's call it search results. Okay, so in our search results, we're going to return a container. So everything that we're going to put in there, we're going to put it later. For now, we can leave it like that, and we need to focus on this page. Okay, so what we can do, we can close everything and we can open this page only. Okay, so here we do have our custom container. So inside of our custom container, we need to work on our app bar first, because that's where we are going to put our text field, our search text field. So the first thing that we need to do is to work on our custom text field. Okay, so we need to go ahead, visit common. Inside of common, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it custom text field. It's supposed to be field over here, and it has to be a .dat file like that. Okay, so we need to create a stateless widget, and we're going to call it custom text widget. And let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, right here, instead of just having a container, an empty container, we're going to give our container a margin, and let's go ahead and give it a margin of agencies.o, and we need to utilize our screen utils. So here, let's give it a 6.h. Okay, after that, let's go ahead and have a padding. We're going to have a padding to the
to the left. So here we're going to say only, so we're going to manipulate the left side only. Okay, so this one has to be inside of the bracket, and down at the bottom we're going to require a decoration. So in our decoration we're going to require a color. So here for color we're going to go with K grain. Okay, not as such, but what we need to do, we need to have a border. Okay, so our border is supposed to be border.o, and here the color that we want is K grain, like that. And let's put a comma here. So here we need to make it as small as possible, the width. So we're going to go with 0.4. We might reduce it a little bit later. As for border radius, we're going to go with 9. Let's make it a little bit. So it's supposed to be 9.r. Okay, so that's it for styling our container. So after styling our container, we're going to require a child. Okay, so our child is supposed to be a text form field. So in our text form field, we're going to require the keyboard type. Okay, let's just go ahead with the keyboard type. So for our type, we are going to get this as a parameter right on top. So we have to give it the same name, keyboard type. Okay, so keyboard type is supposed to be keyboard type over here. So we need to hover over our keyboard type so that we can get the type. Okay, so that's going to be the type of our keyboard. So right at the top, we're going to have a final variable with the name keyboard type, and we need to import it here. Okay, so after importing, that means we can manipulate this custom text field that we are creating for other purposes. Okay, and the other thing that we are going to require inside here is a controller. So our controller, we just have to give it a name, controller. It's supposed to be controller here, like that. And this controller is supposed to be a text editing controller. Okay, so we're going to do the same, copy the type, and then we create the variable, right? Okay, and then we edit to our formal parameters. After editing it to our formal parameters, we need to continue to our next field on edit complete. Then this one is going to be a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a final on edit complete. Let's edit to our formal parameters, and the name is supposed to be the same, like that. So here, obscure text. Okay, so for obscure text, we're going to take obscure text, just the same name, because we want to use it when we are creating the password, not the password, but the login registration fields as well. So this is the same field that we're going to be using. So if it is false, if it is not provided, then it's going to be false. But if it is provided, then we're going to use the provided value. Okay, so here it's supposed to be a boolean, the final bool, obscure text. In this one, it shouldn't be required here. So the boolean that we're passing is supposed to be a nullable boolean. Okay, so that's it for that part. So we're done with these fields. The next thing that we need decorations. Okay, so for decoration, we're going to take input decoration. That's supposed to be input decoration. So inside of our input decoration, we're going to require the first thing that we're going to require here is the border. Okay, so for border, it's supposed to be input border.none, and for hint text, we need to also provide it with a style. So it's supposed to use app style, and the size, we're going to give it a size of 11. For the color, we're going to give it K dark, and for the font weight, we're going to give it font weight dot normal. Okay, so that's it for that part, and we also need a suffix icon. And as for a suffix icon, we're going to take in a suffix icon over here. So a suffix icon is of type widget. So it's either we can use any widget that we want to put in a suffix icon. Okay, so we need to have our suffix icon right on top, like that. Let's edit. Okay, so down at the bottom, not down at the bottom, we have our decoration. So this one, we can put it right here. So we need cursor height. So for cursor height, we need to give it a height of 20. And for the style of the text that we're going to have, we're also going to use our app style. Okay, so that's it for that part. And for validation, we're going to have a validator. Okay, so here we're just going to put it in a way that we can either use it or not use it. Okay, so validator, we need to create this field right on top. Let's close it here and let's make it a final. Let's add it to our formal parameters. That's it. I think this is all for our custom text field. Next, what we need to do, we need to go back to our page and then we can work on our air bar. Okay, so we already have an air bar and we're just returning a container, so we need to get rid of this air bar somehow that we have here. So we're going to have a container and we need to give it a two bar height, and we're going to give it a height of 74 like that. Let's give it an elevation. We're going to give it an elevation of 0. After elevation, we need to disable automatic leading. Let's make it to false, and our background color, we need to change it to of white. It has to be the same color as the background, so let's go ahead and check which color do we have as our background. Okay, so it's the same color, so that's good. So we need to add a title. Okay, so our title is of type widget. Okay, it takes in a widget, so that's where we are going to put this custom text field. Okay, but first we need to wrap it around a padding widget, right? So in our padding widget, we are going to have agencies dots only. We only need to manipulate the top part, and for the top part we're going to give it a padding of 12. And after our padding takes in a child, so we want to put a child, and our child is going to be the custom text field that we just created. Okay, let's see. Custom is supposed to be custom text field. It's not showing up. Custom text widget. Okay, let's go with that name either way. Okay, so that's going to be our search. Okay, so first we can try to style it a little bit. Okay, and let's see what we have here. We have suffix icon. We can also have a prefix icon. Okay, so we're going to make it a nullable as well. It's going to be a nullable widget. It's either we can include it or exclude it. Okay, so we can just copy this and we can have our prefix icon. Okay, so the name has to be the same. So we got that out of the way. Let's go ahead and add this to our formal parameters. So we are done with that part. Let's save. Nothing changes here. So back to our page. The first thing that we are going to require, we're going to require our controller. So here we have to convert this to a stateful widget, and right at the bottom we're going to have our text field. Okay, so it's supposed to be final text editing controller. It's supposed to be text editing controller, search controller. Okay, so this is going to be our controller. Let's just ignore the private. Okay, so that we won't have our link complaining and stuff. So here first, let's mention our controller. So our controller is supposed to be the search controller. That's the first thing. Next, we're going to have our hint text. Keyboard type is supposed to be text. And then our hint text, why our hint text is not showing up? Let's see. We don't have hint text. Okay, so we can add hint text. So hint text comes, or hint style, we added hint style, but we didn't add hint text. Okay. So for hint text, we can give it the same name. So it's of type string. So let's go ahead and add a final string right on top. So it's supposed to be final string hint text, and we need to add it to our formal parameters. After we add it to our formal parameters, now we can be able to access it right inside of our custom text widget. Hint text, let's just say for foods here. Okay, so that's going to be our hint text. So what we can do, we can have a prefix icon, but we don't want our prefix icon to be here. We want our prefix icon. We want this search to be on our suffix icon, not on our prefix icon. So we have to change this to a suffix icon. Okay, and for suffix icon, that search will do. So we need to wrap this icon inside of a gesture detector so that we can click on it each and every time that we want to. And for on tap, we're going to leave it as an empty function for now until we work on the controller that we are going to use to search for foods. Okay, so let's go ahead and just format our code. After formatting our code, we need to change the icon that we're saving in here. So for this one, we're going to have icons from Flutter vector icons. So it's supposed to be search, but not this kind of search, but search circle. That one is too small. So let's try to increase the size a little bit. Let's make it 26 for starters. 26 is way too small. Oh, 34. Yeah, okay. 34, 38, 40. Okay, 40 will do. So let's add screen utils. So if we add screen utils, we have to get rid of this const. Let's go ahead and work on the widget that we're supposed to display inside of our custom container. Okay, so we need a loader. Okay, a loading widget, and basically we don't. Okay, let's just create it. Let's create it and see how it goes. So in our search, then here we need to create the widget. So the widget name is supposed to be loading widget. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. So here we're going to have a stateless widget. Loading widget is going to be the name. Let's import material. After importing material, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and work inside of this container. So we need to give this container width and height. So we're going to give it width first. So width is going to be width. So the width is coming from our constants, and we're going to give it a height, and the height is coming from our constants as well. After that, we need to have decoration. Okay, we can skip decoration for now and see how it looks, and then we can add decoration a little bit later. So child, we need to have a padding. So our padding, we are going to only manipulate the bottom part. Okay, so here it's supposed to be agencies dot only, and we're going to have bottom. Okay, so for bottom, we have to give it 180. After that, we need another child. Okay, so this child is going to be the animated JSON file that we're going to be rendering to our screen. So to do that, we're going to be using a Lottie. I don't know whether we do have it in our PubSpec or not. So let's go ahead and visit our PubSpec. Okay, we do have it here, so we should be able to import it somehow. Loaderbuilder.asset. Supposed to be asset over here, and we need to provide the path. So here we're going to have width, and our width is going to be width, and we need to provide height as well. So our height is going to be our height, and here we need to divide the height by 2. Okay, so we need to provide the path with which we are getting the assets. Okay, the asset that we need to render. So we need to go ahead and visit this folder, anime, and then we are going to get delivery.json. .json over here. Okay, so we need to make sure that we import Lottie here. So we're going to say import. Okay, that will do. But we do have an error here, so it's supposed to be height. Let's save that. Let us add .h. So we are done with that part. Search. Let's hook it up in here. Okay, so this is a loading widget like that. Okay, so that's going to be our loading widget. So we need to make some adjustments. The adjustment that we can make over here, this is K primary, our container, our custom container, it takes in a color, it has off-white. So here what we can do, we can have a color, and the color should be nullable, and we have to give it a name color. Okay, this dot color like that. Okay, so if a color is not provided, then we are going to go with off-white. If a color is provided, then we are going to go with that provided color. Okay, so we are doing this so that we won't affect the widgets that but this is so that we won't affect the widget that we created already, okay? Because we need to just change color of this particular page, not all the pages that we created already. So here we can provide a color. So this color, it has to be colors.white. Let's go with .white here. Let's see. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. So what we can do, we can add a little bit of style here so that we can either add a little bit of style or just make our a bar the same color. Okay, colors.white, not with, come on, colors.white, like that. Okay, so that's going to be our page for now. Everything is uniform. So this is not a priority though. So what we need to do next is to focus on creating our controllers and how we are going to get the data when we hit search. Okay, so here we need to test our search first. So we need to go back to our Postman. Inside of our Postman, we go back to our collection and we're going to go to search. Okay, so let's just push this. If we get the data back, that means our search is correctly implemented in our backend. So that's cool. So the next thing, let's go ahead and create the function that we are going to use. But before the function, we can work on search results. We can do them both. We can do them both. So first, let's go to controllers and let's create a new controller, and we're going to call it search controller. Okay, so search controller is going to be a dot file like that. So let's create a class. So here it's supposed to be search controller, and it's going to extend getX controller. Okay, so right inside of our controller, we need to create some variables. So the first variable that we're going to create is in Rx, in an observable value. Okay, so it's going to be Rx bool. Okay, so the bool, we'll be using it to denote or like whether our application is loading or not, our search is loading or not application. So we're going to have Rx bool with the name is loading. So the value is going to be, initially is going to be false dot obs, since it's an observable value. Right at the bottom, we need to create a getter. So we're just going to get the value of is loading and store it in is loading. Okay, so right at the bottom, we need to set that value. Okay, set loading. Here we're going to have a boolean. We're going to take in a boolean value, and we're going to set the value of this private variable to the new variable that we're getting from wherever we're calling this function. Okay, so since that, now that we're done, we need to create a list. So this list is going to be of type foods model, and it has to be nullable, and we're going to call it search results, like that. After that, we need to create a function with the name search. Okay, search foods. So when we are searching foods, we are going to require the key that we are going to use to search for the food. So our key is supposed to be a string, and we're going to just call it a key. Okay, like that. So inside, the first thing that we need, since it's going to be an open, we're sending this to an open route. It's not protected. It's not a protected route. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to set loading. Okay, so here what we can do, we can say set loading equals to true. So whenever we are going to hit this particular function, we're going to set loading to true. So here, instead of that, let's call a setter, not a void function here. Okay, so that we can get rid of the error that we have. Down at the bottom, we need our URL. So URL is equals to URI.pass. We need to provide our URL. So first, what we need our base URL. Right after our base URL, we need to search. We need feeds. We need to access feeds first. That's the service endpoint search, and then we provide the key. And this is the key that we're getting from wherever we are going to call this function. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. Okay, so in our try, we need to create a variable with the name response is equals to await. We need to await for the request that we're going to make. So here, http.get. So when we're getting, we're going to require the URL. Okay, so first thing, we need to import HTTP right here. Okay, so we're going to say import HTTP. Yes, HTTP is HTTP. Okay, so we've gotten rid of this error, and we have a second error showing up on our screen. So we have await. So that means we have to make this function asynchronous. Okay, so here we have to add async, and let's close it here. Okay, so if we have results, if response.status is equals to 200, status code is equals to 200, then we are going to go ahead and set the results to this particular value. Okay, so we need our results first, right? So to convert the string that we're getting from our response, we need to convert it using the method that we have inside of our model, and we store the data inside of this particular variable that we have here. Okay, and we also need to set is loading to false. Okay, and so let me check one more thing. We go back to our backend, we open our search. Okay, so in our else here, we can say for error is equals to API error, not F error, API error from JSON, and we're going to put a response.body. So that means if this is not 200, this is what we're going to do. So if we catch something, let's just go ahead and set to false, and then we can just go ahead and debug print, not print, but let's go ahead with debug print. Okay, so here is supposed to be debug print, it's supposed to be e to string. So these ones we can show them in a snack bar a little bit later, but for now this is all that we need to do. I guess this is all. So let's just get rid of the complaining lint. Okay, so if we type something and we hit on search, we're supposed to get the data. If the data is loading, we're supposed to get a schema in here. So if we go back here, it's a single child scroll view. Either way, okay. So we need to access our controller. So we're going to have final controller is equals to get.put. Here we need our search controller. So before everything, let's just go ahead and wrap. Okay, we're going to wrap the whole scaffolding in OBX. So here now we need to use the OBX value, otherwise we will run into an error. So we're going to be using our OBX value inside of this body. Okay, inside of the body, but here. Okay, so we're going to have a condition. Let's bring this down. So here we need to access our controller. After accessing our controller, we have to access the controller is loading. Okay, and what's the reason why we ain't accessing this? Okay, so the name that we used is the same as this controller that we have here. So we need to change this name. Okay, let's give it a name, search food. Okay, like that. So this one is supposed to be search then food controller, like that. So we have 3 errors and they're coming from this point. So here it's supposed to be loading the controller dot loading, then we're supposed to display something. So the first thing that we need to display, if our food is loading, we need to display a schema else. Okay, so that's where it gets tricky now. So if it's loading, we display a schema const, right? And if it is not loading, we have a scenario whereby we do have our search results is empty or null. Okay, so we need to access the controller dot search results is equals to null. We're going to display loading. Okay, else we're going to go ahead and display the widget
that contains our search results, okay, which is this widget that we have here. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the name like that. Okay, so here it's now, our search results are now, so that's why we have this. If it's loading, then we are going to have a schema indicating that we are loading. Okay, so we need to hook our controller, not our controller, but our function here. So we need to access our controller and the name of the function that we're going to be using. And since this function takes in a key, that's a search key, this is the key that we're going to provide here, and it's coming from our controller. Okay, so let's save that. So in our search results, we need to show our data. Okay, finish on our search results. Okay, so in our search results, the first thing that we need to have our controller right on top. Okay, so here we're going to have a final controller, and this controller is our search controller, so don't get confused. Is equals to get.put. After that, we need search feeds. Okay, it's supposed to be search feed controller. Okay, like that. It should be the one, and let's close it down there. So after closing it, now we need to jump right into our container. So inside of our container, the first thing that we're going to require is padding. So for the padding, we're going to use dot only. So we can use dot only, or we can use from left, right, and bottom. So to the left, we're going to give it a 12, and from the top, we're going to give it a 10. Okay, mouse, the computer is a little bit slow. So on the right, we're going to give it a 12, and at the bottom, let's go ahead and give it a 0. So after that, we need to go ahead and have our height. So our height is going to be equal to the height that we have in our constants. It's not showing up. Okay, spelling error. Okay, so now we do have our height. After that, we need to have our child here. Okay, so our child is going to be a list view builder. It's supposed to be list view dot builder. So our builder takes in context. It takes in item builder and item count. Okay, so here we're going to have item count, which is our results dot length, and for our builder we're going to have context and index. So we need to return something in here. So in our return, before we return something, what we need to do, we need to have foods model, and we are going to call it food is equals to controller search results, and then we are going to access the index and store the data inside of this particular food. Down at the bottom, we need to return the food tile. Okay, so our food tile takes in food. So we already have the food right here. So this is all that we need to do. So let's go ahead and save. Probably we might run into an error, but that's something that we can handle in a little bit. So let's just hot reset our application, and then what we can do over here, it might be now as well. So let's go ahead and search for a pizza. Yeah, okay, we do have an error. We didn't manage to search. So let's see what is the problem. So if you go to our search page, let's go ahead and print our key. Okay, before we print our key, we need to make sure whether this base URL is correct or not. API. Okay, we forgot API. So the service endpoint is wrong. It's supposed to be /API/foods. Okay. So now if we try to search for something, we should get something over here. So this is how our search works. So now we need to set it in a way that if we have results here, we need to be able to clear the data. Okay. So let's go back to our search page. In our page gesture detector, So we need to change both of these too. Okay. So if controller dot search results is equals to now, then we can go ahead and run our search function. Else we are going to set it to now, and we are going to go ahead and access this search controller, and we're going to clear. Okay, like that. So the same condition, so here it's supposed to be is not equal to now. Then we are going to do something. We're going to show one icon, or we are going to show the other. So here, let's change the color to K primary. We don't want the color to be the way it is like now. So let's just copy this. Something is missing. This shouldn't be inside. Okay, it should be outside. Now the question is, we have one. Okay, so it should be here. We're going to display another icon over here. So let's just format the code so that it can be visible. So our code is visible. Here we're going to have close with a color K red, like that. Okay, so here this is supposed to be our function. Okay, so here if we press, we're supposed to clear, and we're supposed to clear the data. Okay, so let's go ahead and search again. Now our state has changed. Yeah, but we're clicking twice. We don't want to click twice. We do want to click once. Okay, no problem. No problem. So here, what we can do, we can use an alternative way. Instead of doing this, we can just use an OBS to trigger the changes here. Okay. So whenever we're hitting this, we should have a Boolean value that we're going to trigger. Okay. So let's go back to our search controller. Let's copy this RX Boolean that we have here, and let's paste it down, and we need to change the name. Trigger is triggered. That's the name that we're going to give it, like that. Okay, here's supposed to be set trigger, like that. Okay, so that we can have an easier state change. So here controller dot is triggered is equals to true is equals to false. We can be able to search. Else if it is true, then we are going to do this. Okay, so down at the bottom, that's the same logic that we're going to have. So we can have pizza here. Search is equals to true. Man, BX. Okay. So here it's is equals to false. We didn't trigger any change. So we need to search, and then we trigger we change the state of this variable that we have. Okay. So we're going to have set trigger here is equals to true, and on click here we are going to set it to false. So let's go ahead and run a test again. So we're going to go to search, and let's search for pizza. Okay, now that we have this, we can be able to clear. Okay, so our state is responsive. Everything that we want to do in search we have done. So the next thing that we're going to focus on is creating our food page. Okay, it's because these pages, we need to redirect to somewhere. We need to redirect to somewhere, and we also need to handle the way that we are going to be handling these selections so that we can have our dynamic home page. We still have a lot to cover, but so far so good. On our dynamic home page. Okay, so what we need to do over here, we need to wrap everything from this first heading up until to the last one, to the food list that we have right at the bottom in a column. Okay, let's put this in a column. Okay, let's format the code a little bit. Okay, after wrapping this in a column, what we need to do, we need to wrap it, we need to cut this code and wrap it in an OBX. Okay, so after cutting, we need to have an OBX because we need to observe the changes the changes that we have in our category controller. Okay, so here we need to paste our code. Okay, so we're going to have a condition whether to display this column or to display the data that we're getting related to a particular category. So first we need a category controller, so we need to have a final controller here. So our controller is going to be equal to get.put. So we're going to consume a category controller. It's supposed to be category controller. So here we can just put C, category controller, and let's close it. So we need to use this controller to access the value that we have related to our category. Okay, so in order to do that, let's have our controller here. Controller dot, we need to access category value. If our category value is equals to an empty string, then we're going to display the column. Else we're going to display something else down at the bottom. So at the bottom we're going to have another custom container. Supposed to be custom container over here. So we need children for our custom container. We need a child, no children. Okay, so our child is going to be a column. So inside of our children, inside of our column, we need children. So our first child is going to be a heading. Okay, so it's going to take the same style as the one that we have here. We need a heading and we need the data that we're displaying here. Okay, so we're going to just copy a heading from here. This heading, let's see. Yeah, okay. We can just copy this heading and we're going to paste it down here. Let's format our code. After pasting this, we need to change the title. Okay, so our title is going to be explore. It's supposed to be explore over here. Explore, and then we need to mention the category that we are exploring. Okay, so we need to access our controller. After accessing our controller, we need the title. Okay, so the title value, that's the one that we are going to show there, and we need to mention category. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. After saving, if we click, we're going to have this change. All right, so we need to get rid of this. Okay, we need to get rid of this. So what we can do, we can visit our heading. In our heading, we need to have another value here. Final boolean. This one should be nullable. We can call it a button. It's a button, but we have to give it a name. Okay, let's just say more here. Okay, so initially this more is going to be false. Or if it is now, then we don't need to display. If it is now, then we need to display. If it is not now, then we need to go ahead and remove it from here. Okay, so we're going to have a condition more is equals to true. Then we're going to show the icon else. We're going to show sizebox.shrink like that. So now let's go ahead and close this. So we removed everything here. That's not what we want. Is equals to now. Okay. If more is equals to now, then we are going to show. If it is true, then true or false, then we're going to show. We're not going to show. Okay. So since we have this condition here, we can test it inside of our home page. So here we can have the value more, and then we can assign it to true or false. Okay. So if we click, then we're going to have our heading without the button. Okay. So we are done with that part. Right here, we need to display the foods list. Okay. That's another food list. Okay. So this food list, it has to be a little bit, not a little bit different, but it's supposed to be category food list. Okay. So let's just give it a name, get rid of cap, category foods lists. Okay, like that. So this is the name that we need to use when we're creating the widget. So we're going to create the widget inside of this folder that we have here, home widgets, and then we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it category foods list. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file over here. So here we need a stateless widget, and we have to give it the same name that we gave it inside of our home page. So here, let's go ahead and import material. Let's save. Okay, let's save. And here we need to import the category list. Let's add const over here. Okay, so inside of our category controller, we're going to create a function to handle the data, not the data, but to make an API call to our backend so that we can get the food that's related to that particular category that we need to display. Okay, but before that, let's go ahead and just work inside of this list that we have here. Okay, so this list is supposed to be the same as the list that we have inside of our fastest foods. Okay, so it's going to be the same as this list that we have here. So probably we might need to get rid of the padding, but for now we can just take it as it is. So here, let's go ahead and copy this hook data. We're not going to use a hook, but just for UI design, let's use this and we can change it a little bit later. So we need to come to our category lists. Inside of our builder, we need to paste our hook data, and let's import our hook. And here, let's import our model. After that, we need to change this to a hook widget. Okay. So inside, we need to put this particular code. Do we even need a container? Nope. Let's see how it goes. If we put it like this. So we need to import the Schema, and we need to import screen utils, and we also need to import the food tile. Okay, like that. So let's just format the code. So if we click, okay, that would work. That would work. But here we need to have the container. We need the container. So what we can do, we can cut everything from here. And let's have the container. We're going to give this container a width. And the width is going to be width. And we need to give it a height as well. Our height is going to be height. Like that. And as for our child, we are going to paste the code that we copy, and let's get rid of that and close the widget down. So we need to change this to a size box. So let's go ahead, hot reset our application. So we have our data. Okay. And we also have our data here. So that's exactly what we need. So if we click on a particular category, then we're going to have the data here. And if we deselect, we're going to have our home page. So we need to just change this data, where this data is coming from. So it's either it can come from a hook. So we can go with a hook. A hook might work. What we just need to push is to push the ID, the category ID. Okay, so the category ID here is coming from our controller. Okay, so if we visit our category controller, we have the Rx string, that's the category value. So what we can do over here is to print the value. Okay, so we have a title and we have a value. So let's go ahead and print the value and see what we're getting. So if we're getting an ID, we can use that ID to call our REST API. Okay, we can use it in our hook. So let's just resize our terminal a little bit. Okay, that's a category ID. So this will work without a problem. So now it's deselected. We don't have a category over here. Go ahead and create our hook to fetch the data by category and the code. Okay, so here we're going to have a new file and we're going to call it fetch category feeds. Okay, so that's going to be the name and it's going to be a dot file. After that, we need to just go ahead and open one hook which is related to the feed. Okay, so we can copy this. Okay, and one other thing, I added a delay over here so that we can have our delay when we're searching the feed. Because here, if we're using the same hook, we might need to delay it a little bit so that we can render the data, like dynamic data, without any error. Okay, so you can add a delay here a little bit before getting the data back. That's for the home page. Besides that, our hooks remain the same. Okay, so here I'm going to select everything and I'm going to paste it inside of the hook that we just created. So inside of this hook, what we can do, instead of having this exception, we can leave it there. That's no problem. So here we need to get food by category and the code. So if we visit our Postman, And under get food recommendations, we have this endpoint with the name recommendations by, it was initially recommendations by location. So I had to change it to recommendation by cut and code. Okay. So we need to copy the service endpoint from over here. And we are going to paste the code, the line here. Okay. So here we need our food. Okay. No, we don't need our food, but we need our category. We need our category ID. So in order for us to get the category ID, what we need to do, it's either we can get it from here, or, which is a little bit complicated. Okay, let's go ahead and open our page first. Okay, so this is where we are hitting the widget. Okay, we don't have a controller here related to the category controller. So instead of using it here, we can just use it inside of the hook, straight from the hook. So right here, we're going to have a final controller is equals to category controller. Final controller is equals to get put. So here we need to mention the name of the controller that we're going to be consuming. So we're going to be consuming category controller. Here we are going to have some braces, $. We need our controller dot category value, and we need the code over here. So $, code. Okay, so that's going to be our URL. Okay, everything else remains the same. Here we are returning fetch foods. Okay, but we just need to change the name. Okay, fetch foods, like that. Okay, so that's the name that we're going to give it. So we need to go ahead and use it. Okay, so to use it, we need to go back to our file, this category foods list, and we need to change this to use fetch foods by category. Okay, yeah, okay. So we can go ahead and run a test. Let's just restart our application before we do anything. Okay, so here we successfully get our data, and if we click on parser, then we are going to get this data. So I set it in a way that if a category has less than 5 foods, we're not going to return those foods. We're going to just return all the food, that not all the food, but we're going to return a random list with probably, I don't know the number, but the number is like 10, 8, but it's not that much. Okay, so if we click here on burgers, we don't have anything. So that means everything that we have is below parser. Okay, let's just run the test again. So all our food are falling under one particular category. Okay, that needs to change somehow. We're going to change that a little bit later, and then we can run some tests. So this same, we can use the same hook, this hook that we have, to get the food that's related to this category. So we are going to minimize the code. We're not going to rewrite, but we're just going to find a way to connect this hook to whatever we got going on over here. Okay.
data is disorganized as mine, you can go ahead and change the categories. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm using 3T to just make the changes. You can do it using Atlas dashboard. That's way too easy. So you can choose whatever you want to use to change the data. So for me, I'm going to go ahead and try to work with 3T. Okay. So I'm looking for beverages. Okay, so we need the ID beverages and need to visit our foods, tiramisu, bowl, grilled platter. Okay, so this is a beverage, so we need to go ahead and edit the document. Okay, update. So we've updated for beverages. So what we can do, we can try to, okay, so now we have one beverage. That's good. Chicken, we don't have anything. Curry, we don't have anything. Pasta, we have 3. Okay, so you can distribute. I have less foods, but I might make some more in a little bit and then just make a demonstration with the foods. But there's one thing that we need to take note of before we proceed. We need to change the background color for our tile. Okay, so when we're using this tile inside of this particular widget that we're in our home page, the color has to be different. Okay, so we need to do the same as we did for that button, the button that we removed. So we need to have another final label in here. And we're just going to call it color. Okay, we can have a color. The color is quite okay. Not colors, but color. Color here. Okay. So this is not a required parameter. So it appears this dot color. Okay. So we need to change the color of the container. Is it off-white? Yes. Let's off-white or color here. It should be color. If the color is now, then we are going to show off-white. Okay. So if we go back to this page, we can have the color over here. So let's put it to, let's just go with colors dot white. That will do. Let's go with white first and see how it looks. Okay, that would be a little bit proper because we can see the edges of our tile. So let's go ahead and visit this. Okay, yeah, it's okay because the color is white and here it's a little bit grayish. It's off-white. So off-white on off-white, that won't come out okay. So this is good. So we are done with this part. We got our food. The next focus is going to be our foods page. But before we do that, let's go ahead and try to see whether we can have the same for this page. Okay, we can have the same for this page. So for that particular page, our return is going to be the same as we have here. Let's take a look at the page first. Okay, so this page can use a little bit of design. So what we can do, we can look for the page first, and then we can go ahead, design it, and then try to figure a way how we can use this, use fetch foods by category. Okay.
So we need the same design. So for that page, we can find it in categories, category page. Okay, so category page, we only have a center. So we need it to look like this page that we have here. So all categories, we can just copy all the code that we have here. That's the body. We need the body. Let's close the other pages that we are not using over here. We finish with search, search controller, custom container, custom text field, height, food tile. Okay. So we're focusing on the category page. So our return value is going to be whatever we copied from the other page. So we need to import the background container. We need to have this schema, and we need to change the list view that we're returning here. So the list view that we're returning, it has to be the same as the one that we have in our home page. Okay, so it's going to be the same as this one. So we need to copy the padding, go back, and then we paste the code in here. So here the error still remains because we need our hook. Here we're displaying a foot style like that. So let's go ahead and copy this particular hook. And let's paste it right on top. We need to import. Okay. And let's format the code. After formatting, we can go ahead and save. Okay. So if we click here, nothing is going to happen because this particular, the category doesn't have anything. Okay. The category doesn't have anything. So let's go ahead. We're going to run into an error. This error is because we didn't change this page to a hook widget. Okay, so take note when you're using hook, whatever hook whatever page that you're on, it has to be a hook widget. Whatever widget that you're trying to use, a custom hook or any kind of hook, it has to be a hook widget. Okay, so all categories, we have all categories. Here we don't have anything because we didn't have the category, I guess. So what we can do, we can go to pizza, still nothing. So that's okay. So we need to set the value inside when we need to set the value of the category value when we click on this tile. Okay, so we need to go to our category list. So here we have our category widget. Yes. So we're going to use, we can use both. Okay, both of these functions, but we're going to use them in a different page. So this page is a little bit different. That's all categories, right? So we need this category tile, right? When we click on it, we're transitioning to this page. But before we transition, we need to set this data belonging to this particular category to this controller that we have. Okay, so we need our final controller here is equals to get.put. So we need a category controller. Okay, like that. So if we click on pizza,
Probably that should work, but still not working. What we can do, we're not supposed to be updating to nothing here. Okay, so this we should be setting to category dot title, and here it's supposed to be category dot ID. Like that. Okay, so if we go ahead and click, yes, our data is loading, but we have an overflow issue over here. And we also need to change the category title. Okay. So since we do have an overflow issue, let's go ahead and address it. So it's like what, 13 pixels. So let's go ahead and close some of the pages here because it might cause a little bit of confusion. We need this tile. Oh, initially we'll be done with the tile. Whatever we are going to do, we are going to do it inside of our category page. Okay. So here we might need to have leading. We need leading because we need to clear this, the controller, the values that we set into the controller on the time that we press back. Okay, we need to set those on. We need to reset them so that we won't have data in our home page. Okay, so that's something that we're going to take care of. So here we do have this. Let's get rid of the padding. And let's see how it looks. It looks fine without the padding. So let's just get rid of the padding from over here. Change the container to a size box. After changing the container to a size box, we need to get rid of the color here. Okay. So far so good. As for our title is going to come from our controller. So here we're going to require our controller as well. So let's have a final instance of our controller. Is going to be equal to get.put. So here we need to use cut controller. So our title, let's just have our reusable text widget. So we need our text. So our text is going to be of type string. So here we need to access our controller to get our text. Controller dot category title, and we need app style. Let's give it a size of 13 and let's give it a darker color. So we're going to go with K dark. And for the font weight, let's go with 600, like that. Okay. Pizza. Okay. Category. So the color here can be K gray. Or like that. It can be faint. So that's one thing. On back, we need to just clear whatever we have here. Because if you click on another one, then. But that's not the case. Okay, let's press back. So if we press back, we're going to find the results here as well. Okay. So that's something that we don't want to do. Okay. And that's why here we're going to have leading. So for leading, we're just going to have this button. Here we're supposed to get back. So this one is an icon button. On press, we are going to have a function. In this function, we are navigating back, right? Let's just change the color to K dark. Like that. And here it's supposed to be iOS. At the same time, we need to access our controller. And then we're going to update category to an empty string. And we're going to update title as well. To an empty string, like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So it gets easier when we are at this point, because the only thing that would be left is to just hook the correct pages. Okay, so parser, if you press back, we cleared our titles, and if we come back here, we have our data, so it works okay. The beverages, we should have one item. This is good. Okay, so everything is working fine without any problem. So we are done with that section. Next, let's focus on our foods project. The first thing that we need to do in this section is to create a new file, because we need to work on our food page, because we are done hooking these particular pages to the correct widgets, but we have to work on the pages that we have to display. That's, for instance, for the food widget, we have to hook it up to the food page. For the restaurant widget, we have to hook it up to the restaurant widget. So that's one. That's two pages that we need to create. When it comes to restaurants, not restaurants, but categories, if we open categories, pizza, this is a food item now, so we have to hook it up to a food page. So once we're done with these pages, most of our work will be done. The only thing, not only thing, we'll be left with a cart and our profile, and we need to also work on our maps. So maps, we are going to focus on them on a different section, because in that section we just need to deal with maps only and cover all the sections that requires maps. Okay, so let's get right into it. So we are going to open our project directory. In our project directory, we need to go to views. After going to views, we need to create a new folder. Okay, so this folder, we're going to call it food. We just need to separate it. After separating, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it food page. All right. Okay, in this page, it has to be a .dot file. So inside of this page, we need to create a stateless widget. Let's go with the stateful widget. It's supposed to be a stateful widget in here. And we have to call it food page. Like that. Okay. So we need to import material first. After importing material, right at the bottom, we need to return a scaffold. So our scaffold, this scaffold is going to be a little bit different, because for this page, we are not going to include the air bar. So what we need in here, we just need a body. Okay. So we're going to have our body. And as for our body, we're going to use a list view, because we want our page to be scrollable. Okay. So we're going to make this a list view. Let's make it a list view. And here, let's include physics first. So at first, we are going to disable the scroll. Okay. So to disable the scroll, we use never scrollable physics. So that means
the page is a list view, but that list view is not scrollable here. Okay, so that's our list. Next, we are going to go ahead and have our padding. Okay, so for this page, we need to get rid of the padding that we have in a list view. For instance, if we go to just put children here, right, and then let's just have a container as our first child. Okay, we're going to put a container here, and this container we're going to give it width and height. Okay, so as for width, it has to be the width that we have in our constants, and as for our height, we are going to give it the height that we have in our constants as well. So after that, we need to give it a color. So this is just an illustration of why we're including the padding. Okay, so for the color, we can go with K primary, right, like this. So this is our page. So in order for us to use the page, we can go to any of these widgets that requires the page, right? So let's go to this tile. That's food tile inside of home widgets. Okay. So here we have on tap, right? So on tap, we need to get to the page that we created. Okay, we need to navigate to that page. So to navigate to that page, we're going to use get to. Okay, and the other thing, we're going to be passing food. So here we do have an error because we are not requiring this particular variable inside of our food page. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our food page. Inside of our food page, we're going to declare a final variable of type foods model. And the name, we're just going to call it foods here. Okay, so we need to import this model and then add this particular value in our formal parameters. After adding to our formal parameters, we can save. After saving, if we come here, then we import this page, we're not going to have the error. Okay, so that's one problem solved. So now we are able to navigate to this page and we're able to display the data related to this particular widget. Okay, if it is this widget that we clicked, we should be able to get all the data related to this particular widget. Okay, so we come here to our food page. Inside of our food page, just to make sure that we are receiving our data, we're going to print and we're going to access foods. Okay, dot it ain't supposed to be foods, but it's supposed to be food here. So to access it, we use widget.food dot. Okay, so let's just print out the description of that particular food item that we click on. Okay, so right now, well, we can get rid of this foods from const. So if we click on this page, we are going to be redirected to an empty page with a container, and on our console we should be able to see the description of this particular food. Okay, we're in category lists. No, food tile. Okay, that's a food tile, not this tile that we have here. So let's just copy our navigation here and go to our food lists. In our food list, we're returning the food widget. Okay, so on returning food widget, we have this on tap function. Okay, so this is the function that we want to utilize to navigate to the page that we created, to the food page. Okay, so here we can paste the navigation code. First, we have to import get and we have to import the page itself. After importing these two, we can save. Okay. And if we click, we're redirected to this page. And this is the description of the particular widget that we clicked on. So what I was saying before, we do have this empty space right here on top, right? So that's the space that we need to get rid of inside of our food page. So we have this list view and it's not scrollable, okay? So if we remove this particular property and save, then this page is going to be scrollable. But that's something that we'll deal with a little bit later. For now, we need to get rid of the padding. So I'm going to uncomment padding. So here for padding, we have to use edgeinserts.0. It's supposed to be 0 over here. Okay, like that. Okay, so everything that we have in this particular container is covering starting from the top of the screen, and we're not leaving any space. Okay, the reason why we're doing this, we're going to have our image, so our image should cover this part. We shouldn't have any white space right here on top. Okay, so let's get into it. So first, what we need to do, let's uncomment this section and let's remove this print section. Okay, so instead of having a container over here, we're just going to remove the container and we're going to require a stack. Okay, so for a stack, the best way to, not the best way, but the easiest way, it's a trick to create a stack without a problem. We can just create a column. Either way, the difference is the same. Okay, let's just go with the stack. So our stack takes in children. Okay, so we have to leave it like this for now. So on top of our stack, not on top of our stack, but our first child of this stack is going to be a clip rect. Okay, so we're going to have a clip rect, and the clip rect takes border radius. So for the border radius, we're going to have a border radius dot only, but we're not going to manipulate both sides. We need to manipulate the bottom right only. Okay, so let's get rid of that, and we need to import screen utils. Okay, after importing screen utils, we are done with this clip rect. We need to go ahead and give our clip rect a child. Okay, so for a child, we're going to have another stack widget. Okay, and we're also going to give it children. So inside of this children, our first child is going to be a size box. So this is the size of the container that we want to display right on top, the container that's going to contain the image. Okay, so over here we're going to have a size box, and we have to give this size box width and height. Height will do, because the width, it will take up all the width that we have, so we're going to give it a height. So for height, let's give it a 230, and we need to include our screen utils. Okay, after that we need to give this a child, but before the child, let's go ahead and convert this to a container first. We need to see what our design looks like. Okay, change it to a container, and we just give it a color over here. Okay, so that's going to be our design. Okay, so we have to place our image right here inside. This is why we didn't need space right on top. Okay, so for our images, we are going to have a list of images. because if we take a look, if we come right here on top and we say print, okay, we need to print widget.feed.images, image URL, okay? So our image URL is a list, okay? A list of images. So in order for us to display all the images, we're not going to use any package for this particular part, but we are going to use a page view, okay? So we have to convert this back to a size box, get rid of the color. After getting rid of the color, we need to have a child, and our child is going to be a page view. Page view.builder, okay? So our page view.builder requires an item builder and an item count, okay? So first we need to take care of our item count, and our item count is going to be widget food.images.length, okay? So for our builder takes in context as well as the index. So we're going to have context and we're going to have I representing our index. And we need to return the widget that we need to display, okay? For this instance, we're going to display an image, but this image we have to encapsulate it inside of a container, okay? So we're going to have our container here. After that, we need to give our container width and height, okay? So as for width, it's going to be width, okay? So let me drag this down a little and let's get rid of this. What we can do, we can just, okay, for width is going to be width, okay? As for our height has to be the same as the height that we have on top. So for height, we have to give it a 230. After giving it a height, we need to give this container a color. Let's just go ahead, give it 230 first, and let's give it a color. So for the color, we're going to go with, let's go with K-Light White. The color is unnecessary though, so I have to let you know. So here we do need a child, okay? So for a child, we're going to use a cached network image because we don't want our images to load, we don't want to load for our images from the API each and every time. So if we open this particular food item and we have a cached image, that's the image that we're going to use the next time that we open the application, okay? So we're going to use cached network image. So for cached network image, it requires an image URL as well as the other properties, but we are not going to take care of as many properties here. So we're going to just have fit as our first property. And for our fit, we're going to use boxfit.cover because we want the image, despite the size, okay, of the image, because we don't know like what's the size of the image the restaurant is going to upload to the application. But whatever size we are given, we have to make it fit to our design without any problems or without altering the appearance of our application. So we have to use boxfit.cover, okay? So here we have to provide the image URL, okay? So for our image URL is going to come from this particular list, right? This is our list of images. So if we take a look here, we do have a list string. So we have to access this list string and get an image from that list, okay? So to access the list, we have to use our index, this I that we have right here on top, okay? So we have to put that, and we have to put I. So we are accessing our list and we're getting the index that is provided right here, okay? So that's all for our image. What we need to do, we just need to close this and reload. So that's our image. So that's going to be our food image. So we have two images, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, it's not the same image, it's just one URL printed twice. Okay, so we have 2. Okay, just to be sure here, what we can do, we can print widget.food not I, but we want to print the length to see how many items we have in our list. Okay, so we have 2 items. So 1, 2. 1, this is the first one, this is the second one. Okay, so we are done with that part. Now we need to move on to our positioned widgets. Okay, because we need some widgets down here, and we also need to show an indicator like which image are we on whenever we are sliding through our images. Okay, so let's get right into it. The first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and close this size box over here. Okay, so we need to add a comma. After adding a comma, since we are in a positioned widget, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a positioned widget. So in our positioned widget, we're going to require a child. But before the child, what we can do, we can specify where we want to position our positioned widget. In this instance, we want to position it on the right bottom, like here, right bottom, right? Not right bottom, but bottom right. Okay, so we're going to give it a bottom of 10. Okay, so here what we can do, we can just have our widget. So our widget is going to be a raw widget. Our main axis alignment is going to be center. Okay, after that we need to specify the children, but the way that we're going to do it, we're going to use list.generate. We're not going to use like children in there, like to put 1, 2, 3, like according to the numbers. No, we are going to put a list.generate. Okay, so that's going to be our children. So we need to get rid of this array, and here we're going to use lists.generate. So we need the length. So the length of our list is the length of our image URL, image URL list here. Okay, so that's going to be our length. So we put that there. After that, we need to go ahead and have our return widget. Okay, so for return widget, let's get rid of that, put braces, and we need to return a widget in here. So here we're going to return a container. Let's see that we can return a container, or we can return a secular. No, that one might be too big. So let's return a container. If it is a container, this container, we have to give it a margin, and we're going to give it a margin of 4 on all sides. Okay, margin agencies total. Let's give it a value of 4. So here .h, after the margin, we are going to require width. Okay, so for width, we're going to give it a width of, let's give it a width of 10 for now. We might need to change a little bit later, and we need to give this container decoration. So for decoration, we're going to have two different colors, but we are going to also require a controller to observe like which index are we on. Okay, so let's have box decoration first. After having box decoration, we're going to require the shape. So the shape is supposed to be box.circle over here. That's why we're not going to require a border radius. Okay, down at the bottom we're going to require a color. Okay, so for our colors we're going to go with k secondary. Let's go with k secondary for now. Whenever we are hooking it up to our controller, then we're going to change this, to change the condition, not to change but to put a condition on like which color are we supposed to display on the screen, depending on the index. If the index is 0, then if the index that we are on our page view is 0, that means we're on a particular index. That index color on our indicators should be different from the unselected indices. Okay, let's save first. Okay, so let's continue. Here, if we save like this, our indicators won't show. Why? Because we didn't include height over here. So we're going to add a height property. Let's give it a height of 10 as well. Okay, so we do have our dots here. Okay, so everything else remains the same, but we need to give this a little bit of padding so that we can push it inside a little bit. All right, so let's go ahead, give it a padding. And here our padding, it ain't supposed to be dot all, it's supposed to be dot only. Okay, so we're going to go with only, and we need to manipulate the left side. So here we're going to choose the left side and we save. So if we save, we push our widget a little bit right to the left. Okay, 12, that will do. Okay, so those are going to be our indicators. So what we need to do right now, we need to go ahead and create a controller that is going to keep the changes according to index change. All right, and then we're going to use that index to show a different color over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new controller, and we're going to call it food controller. Okay, so we just need to create a new controller, and we're going to call it food controller. Okay, the spelling is wrong, so it's supposed to be food controller over there, and it has to be a .dat file. Okay, so after that we need to create the class inside. So we're going to have our class. Our class is supposed to be a food controller, and it's supposed to extend getX controller, not controller here. It's supposed to be getX controller, like that. Yeah, okay, so we need to import get inside of our controller to be able to access getX, and then right inside of our controller we need to create an rx int. Okay, it's supposed to be rx int, and we have to call it current page. Okay, let's give it the name current page is equals to 0.obs. Okay, so let's go ahead and close it. So down at the bottom we're going to require a setter, and we're also going to, not really, this is enough. this is enough. So we can have this change page, okay, and just observe the changes. We can put it like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a print statement over here. So we want to print current page dot value. Okay, so this is just a function that takes in an int, okay, and change the value of this current page to the provided value over here, okay, which is the index in this case. Okay, so whenever we are calling this function, we are going to require one argument, which is of type int, and the same int that we push through our change page function is the one that we're going to store in here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for this particular part, and let's go back to our foot page. So right at the top of our foot page, we need to just have a final controller. Let's just call it controller is equals to get.put foot controller, like that. Let's go ahead and close it over here. After closing it, we grab the name, this name over here. We need to come to our page view. Okay, so our page view has a page controller and a property with the name on page changed, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so we need the controller. We need to add the controller over here. Okay, so that's going to be the first, and we're going to say page controller. Supposed to be page controller. So we need to create this page controller right on top. But before we create it, let's go ahead and have on page changed. On page changed, we're going to take in the index, right? And then we're going to call our function from our controller, right? Here it's supposed to be whatever value that we are going to be taking from here. Okay, so we need to push I over here. So let's go ahead and create our controller right on top. Okay, okay, so we're going to have a final, supposed to be final over here, page controller. Dang, keep on making some typos. Okay, page controller, let's change it, make it private. Page controller is equals to page controller. Okay, so that means we need to change whatever controller that we have over here to a private controller. Okay, like that. So let's just go ahead, hot restart our application. and then we click on a food item. So now we are on index 1, we are on index 0. So everything is working as planned. So now we need to get the current index, right? For the selected index, current index or selected index, the color has to be different from unselected index. Okay, so let's go back a little, back up a little. Okay, so for instance, index 1, index 0. So let's say over here we do have our colors, right? So we need to access our controller. After accessing our controller, we need to get the current page index. Okay, if the current page index is equals to index, then we're going to display a color, else we're going to display another color. Okay, so let me just format the code a little bit so that it can be visible. Over here, let's push this down, and here this is our condition. So we need to have our colors right at the bottom, so we can press enter over here. So if the index is equals to, if the current page index is equals to index, we're going to display this color. Else we're going to display, okay, gray light. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's save that. So this is what we need exactly. Okay, so it's this is our selected index. That means we're on index 1, index 0. If we go to index 1, then this should change to orange. And now the reason why we're not getting the change, because we didn't wrap this particular widget inside of an OBX. So we cannot read the changes from our controller. Okay, so what we're going to do next, we're going to just come here to this particular row. Okay, and we're just going to cut the row, and we're going to have an OBX. Okay, and we need to paste our code. After pasting our code, then we're going to save it again. So now we're on index 1, and the color is orange. If you go to index 0, the color here is now orange. So that's exactly what we need. So we are done with that part. Next thing that we can do, let's get rid of the print statement. Okay, the print statement is inside of our controller. So we need to visit our controller, get rid of the print statement. Okay, let me zoom the code a little bit. Oh, that's way too much. That's way too much. You won't be able to see anything. Okay, let me leave it like this. But our print statement is in here. We need to get rid of it, save. So we're no longer printing anything. So we're done with that part. Next, we need to have our buttons right here on top, or back button right here on top. And we're also going to require a button to be able to navigate to that particular restaurant that's serving the food. Okay, so it's either we can put it here or we can put it right on top, but I'm going to put a button right here with the name open restaurant. Okay, so let's go ahead and close the controller for now, and let's go ahead close this positioned widget. Before we close, we need to take note whether we put a comma right at the end. We didn't, so we need a comma over here, and we need a comma. Let's format the code. After formatting the code, we can be able to close it. After closing, make a little bit of space, and we are going to have another positioned widget. Okay, so our position widget is going to require the position. So for this one, we have to give it a top, and the top we're going to give it a 40, and we need to put it to the left. We need to give it a 12. Let's see. Let's give it a child and then we manipulate it a little bit later. So in here, we're going to just require a back button. Okay, so for me, I fancy gesture detector. Okay, so you see in most cases I do use a gesture detector. Okay, so we're going to use on tap. On tap, we need to navigate back. Okay, so here it's supposed to be get.back. Okay, that's about it to get back, and we need the widget now. So for the widget, we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be, let's give it a container first. And after giving the container, let's put it like this. We're going to make changes to it. For now, I just want to see what it looks like and the position of the widget. So don't worry. K-dark, supposed to be K-dark over here. Okay, after saving, that's what we get, but that's not what we want. Okay, so here we do have a container, and the container got a color. We have to get rid of everything. Okay, we need to get rid of this container. We only need an icon over here. Okay, but our icon shouldn't be like this, so we need to change the font that we're using for the icon. So we're going to be using Flutter vector icons. We already have vector icons inside of our pub/spec YAML, as well as the other package that we used, which is the cache network image. It's also in our pub/spec YAML. I forgot to mention it, so that's why I'm mentioning it now. So hopefully I didn't cause any inconvenience. Okay, so here, this is the font icon that we need, but the icon that we need chevron, the back circle outline. No, we don't need to outline it. It has to be only a circle. Let's save. Okay, so it has to be like that, but the color now has to be a little bit different. So let's go with K primary just to maintain a little bit of uniformity in our this icon. Okay, so if you press, we go back, right? If you press, we come here, go back. So colors you can adjust according to the colors that you pick for your application, but with the colors that I have here, I'm going to go with that. And this is all for this button. This is all the code that we need to write for this particular button. Okay, so let's add .w over here. Okay, that will do. We're going to close that one. So let's make sure that we close it right at the bottom as well. After closing, let's format the code, save, and then we can create another position widget right at the bottom. Okay. Okay. So for this one, we have to create a button. Okay. So our button here, it has to be wrapped around a container. Okay. Not a container as such. We already have a custom button. We just need to adjust our custom button. Okay. So let's see whether we do have a custom button or not. Let's check. Did we use a button anywhere? Probably not. Custom container, custom bar. We didn't create a custom button, so that means we need to create a custom button before we proceed. So let's just give it a name over here. Custom button. Okay, so this is a widget that we also need to take care of right inside of our common widgets. So we need to create a new file, and we have to give it a name, a custom button, like that, and it has to be a dot file. Okay, so don't forget to add dot. After that, we need to give it a name. Not give it a name, but we need to create the widget itself. Or widget, it has to be a stateless widget. Or stateless widget, it has to be a custom button, the same name as the name that we just gave it in our page. Okay, double T and then N. So here, let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, we need to work inside of this container. So we do really need a container, but we need to wrap it with a, not a builder, but a gesture detector. Okay, so here we need a gesture detector. Okay, so for a gesture detector, we're going to require onTap. For onTap, we have to put it as onTap over here. Okay, with small letter O. So that means we need to receive this particular function from where we are using this button. Okay, so we need to create a final variable right on top. We need to declare a variable. So we're going to have a final void function on tap. Okay, and we need to import it into our formal parameters. That's the first. Next, we need width. Okay, width and height. So width. So for width, we're going to have a btn. Let's just code it btn width. If we don't have btn width, then our width is supposed to be width. Okay, so here, if we don't provide this particular width, our widget is going to take the width from our constants. Same as height, we have to use the same criteria. So we have to have btn height. If we don't provide the button height, then we are going to give it a height of 28.h over here. Right at the bottom, we do require decoration. So for decoration, we're going to use box decoration. So for box decoration, we need to have a color, right? So for the color, we also need to have two colors, okay? So our first color, not our first color, but if we don't provide a color, like color, supposed to be color over here. If we don't provide a color, then we're going to go ahead and use kPrimary. So we need to give it a border radius of 12 over here. After that, our container needs a child. Okay. And so let's take care of everything on top before we go on to the child. So we are going to require a bottom width. Okay. So for our bottom width is going to be of type, it's going to be double. All right. Okay. So this is not required, as well as our height and as well as our color. So we need to have final color, and it can be nullable. And the name, we can call it btn color over here. So we have to copy this name and paste it here, and we can copy the button height and we paste it here. Okay, and we need to add these ones to our formal parameters. After adding to our formal parameters, let's just go ahead, format our code. So we can hook this button to this particular page, but we also need to take note. If we import it like this, it will have a width that covers the whole screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and minimize the width. Okay, so we're going to have width, and we're going to give it a width of, now let's give it a width of 90 for starters. It's not width per se, but it's BT and width. Okay, so it's going to be that small. So for the position, we need to give it a position so that we can position it right at the bottom. So we are going to say bottom. At the bottom, we have to give it a 10. So it'll come right at the bottom. So we need to push it to the right. Not to, is it right? So we need to give it a 12. Okay, like that. Okay, so our button will be over there. So we need to also manipulate the radius of our button somehow, because this radius is way too much. We don't want our design to be an ugly design. So let's have the chance to alter our radius. So here we're also going to add a final. It's not supposed to be final radius, but it's supposed to be a double over here, a nullable double. Okay, so here it's supposed to be a double. And let's add it to our formal parameters. After adding this to our formal parameters, let's give this a radius of 9. 9 will do. 9 will do. Okay, so now we can style whatever is going to come inside of the button. So we need to put everything that's going to come inside of a text, not text, but we need text that we're going to place in the center of the button. Okay, so we can use a reusable text widget. So for the text, this text, since it's a reusable button, we have to provide this text, right? So we are going to provide the text from the widget that we're going to use that particular button in. Okay, so final string text. So text is going to be a required variable, and we need to provide the style of the text. So for the style of the text, we're going to be using app style. Let's close this a little bit. For our size, we're going to give it a size of 12. For the color, we're going to go with K light white. And for the font weight, we're going to go with W500 over here. Okay, so here we do have an error because we didn't add this to our formal parameters, and it's required over here. So that means we have to put it here. We have to include it each and every time that we are using this custom button. So if we come to our custom button, we're going to have text. Okay, then we can say, in this instance, open, it's supposed to be a string. Okay, so we say open restaurant, like that. Okay, so we need to add a comma here to get rid of the error. Okay, we need to save this one as well. Okay, so that's our text, right? And our text is not in the center because we didn't place this reusable text widget inside of a center widget. So after we wrap it in a center widget and save, it's going to be at the center. So now what we need to do is to adjust the width of the button. So we're going to go with 120. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our button. Okay, then on tap, inside of, no, not positioned widgets, right inside of our custom button, we can have the on tap function. So if we tap here, we're supposed to be redirected to the restaurant page. Okay, but we don't have the pages yet. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and create a folder inside of our views, and we're going to call it restaurant, like that. And it has to be, no, it's not a file, but it's a folder. So let's rename it over here. Add A. The spelling is wrong, so you can correct that. It's supposed to be AU. Okay, let me just do it. Restaurant, and let's create a new file, and we're going to call it the restaurant page, like that. And it has to be a .dat file over here. After creating it, we need a stateful widget, and let's give it a name, a restaurant page, like that. And let's go ahead and make the P a cap. After making the P a cap, we need to import material. After importing material, probably we can just have some dummy data over here. So we can have a scaffold. Instead of our scaffold, we can just have a container, and right on top, we can just add a dummy a bar. Like that. Okay, so let's close this page. We don't require it anymore. We'll get to it later. We just need to set navigation here, get dot to. Okay, and here we are going to get to the page that we just created. It's supposed to be like that, and we're getting to a restaurant page. Okay, so let's go ahead, add some braces, and add const over here. Okay, so now if we click, we can be able to navigate to this page. Let's navigate back. Okay, so for this page, not the page per se, but this particular part, we are done. Now we need to go to move and work right underneath this tech widget. Yeah, okay. Which tech widget are we in? It's this tech widget that we have over here. And I doubt that we need this tag, by the way. Okay. I doubt that we need it. So let's remove it for now. Okay. So we have a clip rect as our first child. Now at the bottom, we are going to require a column. This column, let's see. So for this column, we're going to put in our titles. Do we even need a column? Since we're in a list view, we don't need a column for this particular part. We don't need a column. Okay, so let's get rid of the column and we can jump right into whatever we want to do. But whatever we are going to do, we are going to put it inside of a column eventually, because we need to manipulate the padding. Before we proceed, what we need when we open this restaurant, right, we should be able to push the data related to that particular restaurant from this page, but we don't have the data, so we have to get the data first when we load this page, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to create a hook to get restaurant data. Okay, we get restaurant by ID, because whenever we are getting the food, we're also getting the ID of a particular restaurant that uploaded the food. Okay, so what we need to do over here, we need to go ahead and open our hooks, right? We do have our hooks over here. So we're going to create a new hook, and we're going to call it fetch restaurant, right? And it has to be a .dat file with one R, not three R's. Okay, so here we do have fetch restaurants, but we need fetch restaurant. Okay. Does this one have code? It does have code. Okay. So we're going to copy all the data that we have in this particular hook fetch restaurant, because we need to fetch one particular restaurant with its ID. Okay. So we are going to paste the code in here. Okay. We're going to make a little bit of adjustments in here before we return the data. Okay. So we need to go ahead and create another model. Okay. A hook model. Okay. So here we have food hook, foods hook, hook results, but what we need to create restaurant. Okay, a restaurant hook. So this class is going to be the return type of our fetch restaurant hook. Okay, so we're just going to, let's go ahead and copy one of these hooks. So we're going to copy from hook results, and we're going to paste the code in here. After we paste the code, we need to change the name from fetch hook to whatever name we want that particular hook to be. Okay, so we're going to say, give it a name, fetch restaurant. Okay, I like that. So we need to change this dynamic data to the restaurant data. Okay, so for our restaurants, let's check restaurants model. That's going to be the data that we want to return here. Okay, and so let's make it nullable. So going back to our fetch restaurant hook, we need to change the return type, right? That's going to be the first, and here we need to change this one as well. So let's go ahead and select them all. And here we're going to have fetch restaurant as our hook, return value. Okay, like that. And we need to import this particular result. So the reason why we do have this error is because our return type of this particular use state is a list of restaurants model. So we need to get rid of the list. Then we are just going to have use state of type restaurants model, right? And it has to be nullable. So if we change here, we're going to have another error here because we're converting this data using the list restaurants. Okay. The function that we have here is for the list restaurants model. Okay. So we are going to use the same model, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to use restaurants model dot from JSON. Okay. And this one, it has to be a string. So we have to find a way to convert this as well to convert this to another model. Or what we can do. Okay, let's find a way here first. Okay. Let's cut this. Right on top, what we need to do, we need to create another variable, and we're going to call it, let's call it restaurant. Okay. Is equals to, we need to convert the data. Is it JSON encode or JSON decode? Let's see. This one takes a string, so it's supposed to be decode. Then we put in our data. After putting our data, we're converting our data to we're converting it to a dynamic data type, right? So let's put this restaurant in here. No, not the response.body, but the restaurant data, the dynamic data that we have. Okay, so now that our error is gone, we don't have an error inside of this model. So here, let's go ahead and just get rid of the unwanted code. And so that's all about it in here, but we have to be sure like the data that we are getting is from the correct endpoint, as well as to change this name, okay, from use fetch restaurant to fetch restaurant. Okay, that's all that we need to do over there. And then here we do have an exception, we do have an error. So let's not throw exceptions. We're going to just debug print, because if we have an error, our error is going to be shown right on top. That's wrong. It's supposed to be print over here. E dot to string. And let's close it over here. Okay. So here we do have use fetch. Okay. When we're using use fetch, probably I didn't say it before, but I have to say it now. If we're using use fetch, that means this is ran every time we open this page, right? Every time that we open this page, we're going to run this use fetch function. So this use fetch function is going to, the hook, use fetch hook is going to run the fetch data function, right? And the fetch data function is the one which is responsible for setting the data to our state variables, right? And that's the same data that we are going to return whenever this loading is set to false over here. Okay. So that's all that we need, but we need to take care of our endpoint. So if we go to our Postman, in our Postman, we need to go to restaurant. So we have restaurant by owner, get restaurant. So to get a restaurant, we need a particular ID. Okay. And here, let's change the base URL first. Okay, that's utterly wrong. So let's go back. Probably we need to go back to our backend and check whether we have that particular endpoint or function and endpoint related to this particular use case that we want to use. Okay, so what we're going to do first, okay, we're going to just go ahead and get all nearby restaurants, and then we go ahead, get an ID, and we get any data related to a particular restaurant. Okay, so we have this Burger King. So we copy the ID. That's the same ID that we're going to use here to get the data related to that particular restaurant. So let's send. Okay, so this is the data related to Burger King. Okay, so this is going to be our service endpoint. So we copy the service endpoint, we go back to our project. In our project, we need to change this service endpoint, and we need to receive a code from this page. Okay, so if we save, we don't have an error because we haven't hooked it yet. Let's close this. Let's close hook results, custom button. In custom button, okay, we have to get rid of this. Let's close that as well. Food tile, let's close it. Lists, let's close it. Fetch restaurant, we leave this open, but we need this page open. So to use this particular hook that we just created right now, we need to convert this stateful widget to a stateful hook widget. Okay,
So we just need to add, let's see, what's the best way to do it, to convert it to a stateful hook widget. We just need to change it to a stateful hook widget. Flutter hooks, our error is gone. So that's all that we need to do. So right now we need to have our hook, right? So right on top here, we are going to have our instance, the instance of our hook, final. Okay, we can call this data or restaurant data. What should we call it? Okay, let's call it restaurant. This should be hook result. Okay, so we want to use fetch restaurant over here. So for the restaurant, we require the code of that particular restaurant, and the code is coming from the data that we pushed. Okay, this food. Okay, so we need to access widget dot food dot restaurant. Okay, that's the ID. So now we're able to get the data. So let's go ahead and come back to this particular hook. In this particular hook, what we need to do before anything, we need to just print the response. If our response is 200, that means we're getting our data. Okay, print the response dot status code, like that. Okay, so let's close that. We save that page. Right now we don't have anything over here because we didn't hook. No, we didn't save. We hooked, but we didn't save this page. Okay, we also need to hot reset the hot restart the application, because we can't just put a hook in the middle of development and hoping that the application would work. Okay, so we have a 200 over here. So that means our hook is working fine. So we can close this error over here. Now we need to access the hook results so that we can get the data related to that particular hook. Okay, so instead of, okay, that is okay. We can leave it like this, but here, when we are pushing to the restaurant page, okay, so we should go to the restaurant page. In the restaurant page, we should require the data related to that particular restaurant. So we should have a final right here on top, right? Okay, so we should have a final restaurant model, and we're going to call it restaurant. Okay, so that's going to be the name of our variable. So we need to import that particular variable right in here. After importing, let's go ahead and save. So since this is a required variable, we need to pass the data from this particular page. Okay, so first we need to just go ahead and have our variable name, and our data is going to be hook result dot data. Okay, let's remove const first. Okay, let's solve the problem, because if we get the result over here, let's see whether we can fix the problem or not. Let's get rid of this. To fix the problem, let's start with our data. Okay, it can't, so this has to be now. So what we can do, we can just come to the restaurant page and make this nullable. Okay. So when we are pushing, let's push the hotel results dot data. Okay. So our error is gone. So over here, what we need to do in our restaurant page, we just need to print the data that we're getting just to be sure that we're getting the data or not. So we're going to print is it restaurant? It's supposed to be widget restaurant over here. Widget dot restaurant dot. Now let's just print is available. That might be false. A pickup. Let's close it and add and now checker somewhere. Okay. So here we don't see anything as yet. What we can do, let's go ahead, get rid of the unwanted code, unused code. Okay. So let's open. Okay. So true. So we need to print something else. Codes. These are coordinates. So that's an instance. That's and we need to access. Okay, so this is the address of that particular restaurant. Okay, so we're getting our data in our restaurant page. So we can do the same for a restaurant page as well. Because what we need to do, we need to make these pages as reusable as possible. We don't want to create another side page. So everything has to be interconnected. So since we have this page, right? So when a person clicks on this particular item, they have to be taken to the same page. The same thing that we did for our categories. Like we minimized the number of lines of code that we wrote, but we still maintain the same functionality. Everything is functioning as it should be. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit the nearby restaurants list. Okay. So if we hover over, we have on tap, right? So on tap function, we need to navigate to the restaurant page. Okay, so to navigate, we're going to use get to. Okay, and we need to mention the name of the page that we're navigating to. So in this instance, we're going to navigate to a restaurant page. Okay, so our data is the restaurant data that we have here. Okay, so let's save. So one thing that I'm not sure is that we hooked it to the right widget, because we have this one and we have these ones as well. Okay. Okay, so this is correct. We're going to our page and our data is being pushed with the page. This is the address of this particular restaurant that we clicked on. Okay, so we are going to hook the other restaurant page, the other widget to the restaurant page, which is this one. Okay, so this one is a restaurant tile. Okay, so in our tile, we do have this restaurant and we do have this gesture detector. So inside of this gesture detector, we need to navigate, right? Get to.
and we're getting to a particular page. So here it's supposed to be get, not get. Okay, so here we need an arrow function and we need the page. So here const restaurant page. Okay, and we do have an error. Let's get rid of the const over here. Not const. Const doesn't have any problem. It's supposed to be widget dot. Is it widget dot const? And we remove this widget dot. Okay, so we hooked this successfully. So if we click on any restaurant, then we're getting the data as well. So far so good. So we are done hooking our restaurant page. Next thing that we can do is to continue working on our food page, right? Because we've got the data related to the restaurants. Now we can go ahead and work on whatever comes after this particular widget that we created. Continue here. Let's go ahead and close this tile. Close these lists. Close fetch restaurant. The restaurant hook. Close the restaurant page. We need to focus on this particular page. Okay. Since we're done with this button, we have to come right underneath. Okay. We need to come outside of this particular size box. Okay. So positioned. Not the size box per se, the clip rect. Okay. So we need to add a comma over here. After adding a comma, let's close this bar for a minute. Give ourselves a little bit of space. And let's go ahead and close the clip rect. Okay. Okay. Can we close it though? Okay, we can. Okay, so after closing, what we need to do, we need to have a padding widget. Okay, so our padding text padding. So for this particular widget, what we're going to do, we're going to have agencies.symmetric. Okay, and we need to manipulate the horizontal side. So for the horizontal side, let's give it a 12 and let's make it, let's apply our screen utils. Okay, after applying our screen utils, let's add a comma. So our padding takes a child. So we need a child in here. After we have a child, we need to have a column. Okay. Instead of a column, what we can do, let's have another list view. Okay. Another list view in here. Okay. So this list view is the one that we have to make scrollable. And the one on top, it doesn't have to be scrollable. Okay, so the first property that we need to include is physics. So for our physics, we can leave physics, since by default, if we leave physics, it's going to be scrollable. So that's what we're going to do. For padding, we're going to just go ahead and have padding.0. Okay, so if we save this, probably we are going to run into an error because we have unbounded height. So that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem because this list view, let's see what we can do. Okay. Let's change this
to a single child scroll view and see how it goes. And we're going to have a child in here. And for the child, we have to have a column. So even if it's this way, probably we need to wrap it in a size box and provide size to it. Okay. So let's just save and then hot reset our application over here. So we are going to run into the same error. If we don't, no, the chances are slim. Okay. Oh, that works. This works. So we should go with this approach. Single child scroll view, and then we have a column. So the first widget, not the first widget, we're going to have children, and our first child is going to be a text widget. Okay, so we're going to have the title on top. Okay, but first let's have a size box. We need to create a little bit of space, right? So let's have height over here, and we need to give it a height of 10. And down at the bottom, we need to have a reusable text widget. So we need to give it a text and we need to give it a style. So first, we're going to apply our style. So for our style is going to come from app style, and we need to get rid of this const from over here. Let's leave it like that. It's supposed to be app style over here. And let's go ahead and give it a size. So for the size, we're going to go with 18. For the color, we're going to go with K dark. After that, we need font weight. So for the font weight, we're going to go with W600. So FW dot 600. So invalid const. This is why we should remove const from over here. Okay. And add consts. We shouldn't even add consts. So here, let's go with screen utils. Okay. So we have this text right here. Okay. So we need to add cross-axis alignment over here so that we can have our text to the start of our column, all right? Like that. So this is the padding that we added to our the padding that we added to our single child scroll view, right? So now we need the text. Okay, so for the text, we're going to access widget, and we're going to access the food. For the food, from the food, we require the title over here. Okay, so now we have our title. So we should have this particular title and the price on the other end. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy this widget and paste it down. Let's add a comma over here, and let's change the color to K primary on the one that we have down below. Okay. After changing the color, what we need to do, let's format the code. So we have them one on the top and one at the bottom. Okay. So if we save, it's going to be like this. So what we can do, we can just select both of them, and then we can wrap them in a row, and then we save. After we save, they are going to be in a row. So what we need to do, we need to include main axis alignment. So we are going to use space between. Okay. So for this particular reusable text widget that we have over here, we want to have the price. Okay. So our price is a double, so we have to convert it to string as fixed because we need to have 2 decimal places, right? Like that. Okay. And we need to concatenate this particular string. Okay. And we need to put a $sign right at the beginning. Okay. Like that. So that's going to be our price. But this is not the price that we're going to be displaying, because our price should include the price of the additives as well. So once we handle additives here, if a person clicks on an additive, then we're going to add the price of a particular additive to our initial price. Okay. So for this particular row, let's leave it like this for now. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a size box, and we have to give our size box height, and we have to give it a height of 15. So height is supposed to be .h. So let's format the code. And down at the bottom, we should have description. Okay, so for description, we are supposed to use a text widget since our usable text widgets only accommodates the one line. Okay, max line is 1. Okay, so here we need to have at least to cover everything that's related to the description. Okay, so that's going to be our description. The size can be a little bit smaller, so you can make it larger or a little bit smaller. That's according to you. Okay, so I'm going to put it at 11 so that it can be visible. Okay, and let's change this to a 5 like that. Okay, so we need to add another prop right inside. So we're going to have text align. Okay, so we're going to use text align to justify. So if we have a food item with more lines, our text is going to be justified anyway. Okay, so let's go to the pizza. It's only 2 lines. Let's look for an item with only 2 lines as well. What we can do, the pasta, 2 lines, 2 lines. Okay, it seems like most of my food items, they got 2 lines, but if yours got more, then the way that we put our text, it will be able to accommodate the number of lines that you put. Even if you put like 5, 6 lines of description, that would be okay. So let's get back to our page. We need to handle what's coming next, or we can set a limit here. So max lines, let's set a max lines of 8. Okay, just like that. Those are a lot of lines just to describe food. Right at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and have another size box, and let's go ahead and give it a height. Let's give it a height of 5 as well. It's supposed to be 5.h like that. And at the bottom, now we need a list. This list is going to be a list of food tags. Okay, food tags. So what we can do, we can have a size box. Oh, not size box dot expanded. So it's just a size box over here. So it's supposed to be size box over here. In our size box, we need to give it a height, and let's give it a height of 15. After that, we need to give it a child. So for our child, we're going to use a list view builder. It's either we can use a list view builder or we can use a list view and then we can generate. Okay, so a list view, list view. So our list view takes in children. So for our children, now we need to put a list.generate. Right. So we are getting the length of the list that we want to display. So the length of the list that we want to display here is supposed to be widget dot food tags. Okay, like that. Dot length over here, and we need to return something. Okay, so we're going to return a brace. So in our brace, we're going to return a container. Let's return a container over here. After returning a container, let's close it first. So before our return, we need to get an instance of every food tag that we have. So we need to create a final value, and we're going to call it tag. So tag is equals to widget.food, and here it's supposed to be index. Okay. So we're going to take each and every item, index, put it in tag, and this tag is the tag that we're going to use to display whatever text that we want to display in our widget. Okay. So let's go to our container. So our container, we have to give it a margin of 5 to the right. Okay. Margin and agencies dot only. Five, and we're going to give it a W since it's a what do you call it? It's a vertical padding. Is it vertical? Okay, so let's deal with our container. For a container, we need decoration. We need box decoration. We also need a color. So for the color of the tags, we're going to use kPrimary. And after the color, we're going to require border radius. As for border radius, we're going to have border radius.all. And here we need to have radius.secular, right? So for this particular radius, we're going to give it a radius of 15, okay? 15.r so that we can include our screen utils. So we don't have anything as yet over here. So what we need to do, we need to give this particular container a child. So let's give it a child. In our child, we're going to have, let's have a center first. And let's give our center a child. So our child is going to be a padding. Then we are going to take a reusable text widget, and the text that we're going to display inside of our text, inside of our reusable text, is going to be a tag, the tag that we have right here on top, right? So let's just autocomplete this code. So padding, our padding here is not going to be 8, but it's going to be 4. Okay, so if it is horizontal, we have to use let's just go with .h, but we need to remove this. It should be .w over here since it's horizontal. And let's save. Yeah, okay. So we cannot see anything. So let's go back to our container. Let's give it a height. Let's give it a height of 15. And let's give it a width. Let's just give it a width of 50 for now. That's weird. Probably, maybe the foot that we're on doesn't have the tags. It can be. Food tags. Okay, so let's just display, let's print the food tags over here to see whether we are getting the tags. Probably we should .food tags. Okay,
Oh, these ain't supposed to be tagged. These are tags, right? So we have tags, so they should be able to display right here underneath. Let's see what's going on. We have this row. We have this text. And we have this size box. Center. Okay. So we can use a row here. So if we use a list view, then that means we should have scroll direction over here so that our list can display. Okay, so this is the problem. This was our problem. So we should have scroll direction, right? So now that we got this out of the way, let's try to get rid of these two. Okay, so that will do. But still, we need to push this a little bit up to the top. Okay, not up to the top, but only right. Radius 15. Let's make this a little bit larger. Nah, that won't come out well. Let's give it a 6. A 6 will do. But okay, container. Only right, that's 5. Bottom. Let's give it a 2. Okay. We shouldn't even have bottom over here. We're just trying to position this thing to the center. Okay, so let's remove this. Center doesn't have an effect on anything. Horizontal, vertical, 6 as well. Okay, that will close it. So that's not what we need. 15. Let's go with 18. Okay, 18 is the right size. Okay, because if it is 15, it's too small. We won't have space at the bottom. Okay, so let's go with that. So this is going to be our tags. Okay, fruit smoothie, blah blah blah. Okay, so we're done with that part. Right at the bottom now, we need to add another size box. So let's go ahead, close this. But before we close, let's check. We don't have a comma over here, so we can just add a comma. And then we give a size box, and this size box is supposed to be 15. Okay. And we're going to have another heading. So for the heading, we're going to use a reusable text widget, and the size of the text that we're going to put is going to be 18. So we can copy this one inside. We can copy the reusable text widget that we put in this particular row, the one that's designated for this particular, for the title. Okay, so let's close this, close the text as well, close that, close the list, and right below the size box, we're going to paste the title again. So we have that title, but we don't need the title. What we need here is a heading. Okay, so this heading is going to be for the additives and toppings. Okay, so it's supposed to be additives and toppings, like that. So that's going to be our heading over here. So after this heading, we're going to require another list view. Okay, so this list view is going to be a little bit different in a way. Not different, but it's going to be a column or a list view with a vertical axis. Okay,
So here we can add a column. After the column, what we can do, we can have children. After children, now we need to have our lists. Okay, so this is supposed to be list view dot, not list view, list dot generate. So we need to get the length of the list that we want to display, which is widget dot food dot food tags, not food tags, but additives. Okay, so that's going to be the list. We need to manipulate the list a little bit further so that we can be able to manipulate it when we click on it, and when we click on it and we want to trigger the price change over here. Okay, so that's something that we're going to take care of in a little bit, but for now let's just create the list so that we can have our UI. Okay, so down at the bottom we're going to go ahead and have a final additive, which is going to be equal to foodtag dot widget dot food dot additives, and then we are going to get the index, and we need our return value. Okay, so our return, it has to be a checkbox list tile. Probably that's the first time that I've used that one in this particular situation. Okay, so first we need the value, and we need unchanged. Okay, so unchanged, let's just go ahead and have our boolean value here. Okay, so let's just call it value. Okay, it's supposed to be, so the value here, the value that we're going to have is going to be food tag, not food tag. I'm still on food tag additive dot. It's not even here. Okay, so that's why we need a new model. So we're going to have to put it to true. Let's just put it to true over here. And let's go ahead and close it. We're still going to design it a little bit. So that's what we need here. Okay, we need this checkbox, and our titles are going to be on this other end. So first we're going to have our title. Title is going to be, a title is of type widget. So if we hover over, it's going to be of type widget. So here we can put any widget that we want. So we want to create a widget with a name, raw text, where we are going to just have, it's either we can create it or, okay, let's just go ahead and create it, or we can create it afterwards. So what we're going to have here, we're going to have a raw, all right? A raw text in children. So for the children, we're going to have two text widgets, okay? So we have the one for the title. Here is supposed to be title, and the other one is going to be a price. But we do have an error here because this is a string, okay? So let's leave it as a string over here. So that's what it is going to look like. So what we can do here, let's try to manipulate main axis alignment.
space between would do. Okay, space between would do. So we're going to leave it like that, but we need to adjust our content padding. Okay, so let's go back to our checkbox list tile. In our list tile, we need to go ahead and have content padding. So for the content padding, we're going to use agencies.0. So we don't have that extra padding anymore. So let's go ahead and add another property. We're going to have visual density. So for visual density, we have to go with visual density.compact. Okay, to make it a little bit smaller because we don't want it to occupy the whole page. Let's add dense. We're going to set dense to true. Oh, we need more properties. Let's go with active color. So for active color, we're going to go with K primary. So each and everything that we select, the color is going to be K primary. And then inactive color. So if it is inactive color, we're going to go with K light green. Is that even possible? Let's hover over and see the properties that we have. Selected content, title color. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, so if it is not active, then it will adapt another color. So let's just change this value to false and see what will happen. Okay, it will be like that. So that's good. We don't need any inactive color. So we're done with that part. What we need to take care of is the text that we're displaying inside. That's going to be the size of the text and the density, like whether it's going to be this big or a little bit smaller. So we're going to go with a smaller size, probably. Let's reduce it down to 11. Okay, that's going to be 11 for that part and 11 for this one as well. So it's going to be like that. So what I need to do over here before the column, I need to add another size box. So the size box should come in between the usable text and the column. Okay, so here I'm going to give it a 10 so that we can have a little bit of space, to have even space over here from on the top and at the bottom. Okay, so for our prices, we have to make them a little bit bold. So instead of going with W400, let's change it to 600 and save. Okay, so those are going to be our price. If we tick this price, then the price should increase over here. From, if we put 2, the price will go to 8. Okay, that will take care of it in a little bit. Okay, so let's go with another prop that we need to add over here. So try stat, we have to set it to false. So it's either going to be true or false, right? There's no in between. So we are done with that part. We're going to revisit it when we are going to change the data that we're feeding here. Okay, that's a little bit of a tedious process, but we have to do it aside and then come back. We have to finish everything and do it so that we can have like everything in place, because our price is going to be affected with 3 things. That's going to be the price of the additives, that's one. and the count of the things that you want to order. That's going to be 2. So we're going to have initial price, additives price, and then the count of items that you want to order. Let's say you want to order 2 items with the same additives, then we're going to just multiply the 2 items. We're going to multiply the item that you added by 2. So our price has to change. It has to be dynamic. Okay, it doesn't have to be static. So we'll come to that part in a little bit and just get done with it. So for this color, we can change it a little bit because it doesn't have to be primary, but we can go with case secondary. Okay, so active color, let's go with case secondary over here and save. Okay, so we get that out of the way. Our list, our column. So right below our column, we're going to have another size box. Let's give it a 20, not a 15 to begin with. Let's give it a 20. So right underneath, we're going to have what we call, like we're going to have a counter, okay? A counter. That's for incrementing and decrementing the quantity of things that you want to order to your cart, okay? So for this one, we're going to have a row similar to this one, right? So we can copy this row that we created for this part, okay? So we're going to have text and we're going to have a counter on the other side. So we can paste this over here and we can get rid of this title. So for the title, we're going to have quantity like that. So our quantity it has to be like that. And for this reusable text widget, we have to remove it. Okay. So for this one, let's just go with, we need another row widget in here. Okay. So for this row widget, we're going to have children. So that's going to be, we need a gesture detector to increment and decrement. Okay. I'm tempted. But anyways, let's just write the code. We need gesture detector over here. Gesture detector, we need to have on tap. So let's put it as an empty function for now. So our gesture detector takes in a child. As for the child is going to be an icon. Let's go with an icon. So for our icon, we're going to go with InDesign. Okay. InDesign dot. We need a plus. Let's go with a plus circle. Okay, that will do. So we're going to have another one for decrementing. Oh, we're going to have another one for decrementing over here. So instead of having a plus here, we're going to have minus, like that, right? And right in the middle, we're going to have the count, okay? So for the count, we're going to just put a reusable text widget. And let's just put a number over here. And let's give it an app style. Color should be K dark, but for the size, let's go with 14. K dark. FW, let's go with 600 for starters. And let's add a comma over here. Let's save. Okay, so that's going to be our text, but let's add a little bit of padding so that we can create space between these, the increment and the decrement. So here we're going to have symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal side. Okay, so here it's supposed to be horizontal. Okay, like that. It makes much more sense. Okay, so let's go ahead. There's no need to change color, so we can add const everywhere in the file, so that we'll get rid of the errors. So we need to create we do have a foods controller already. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and handle increment and decrement, right? So this particular text is going to come from our controller. So initially the text is going to be 0, like that. Go ahead and create our functions, increment and decrement function. So what we need to do over here is to create a new controller. Not a new controller per se, but we can put whatever we want to put, everything that's related to this counter inside of our food controller. So we need to visit our lib folder, visit our controllers, open food controller. Okay, so we already have one rx int over here. So we need to create another variable. So we're going to have in rx int as well. So this one is going to be count. Okay, we're going to call it count. Initially it's going to be 1. Okay, so when I said it's going to be 0, the initial value is going to be 0, that was wrong. It's going to be 1, because we are not going to have a 0 items of something. We can only have 1 going forward. Okay, so the first thing that we need a function, an increment function. So we're going to have void increment. So just to increment, we're going to just get our count. It's supposed to be count over here, count dot value plus plus. Okay, like that. So down at the bottom, we're going to have void decrement. So to decrement, we have to check if value is greater than 1. Then we're going to subtract from count. Okay, like that. So that's how we're going to handle our count. So we have these two functions that we need to hook to our gesture detectors. Okay, so right in here we need to access our controller. So in our controller we need to access increment. Okay, the increment function, that's for the first one, and for the second gesture detector we're just going to decrement. Let's close this for a second. So here it's supposed to be decrement, like that. Okay, so for this particular reusable text, we need to just go ahead and let's just cut everything that we do have in here, and we need an OBX. Okay, so for OBX, we need to return the text widget. After returning the text widget, we are going to go ahead and access the rx int that we have inside of our foods controller, which is this particular value, count, right? Okay, so here we're just going to add braces, supposed to be $sign over there. Okay, so it's supposed to be $sign controller count dot value. Okay, so let's save that. So our value is 1. That's our initial value. 2, 3, 4, 5. If we decrement, it's working fine. And if we are decrementing, our values will never get down below 1. Okay, so now that we have this value, we have the value, what we're going to do, we're going to take this value. Okay, and we need to come to not our quantity, but we need to come to the price that we have over here. Okay, what we can do, let's see, this is description, so that price is over here. So before we convert this to string, so it's a double, so we need to multiply this double by this int, this integer, rx int, right? So we need to wrap this inside of an object as well. Okay, so that we can read the changes. Okay, so nothing is going to change. So what we can do over here, we can convert, let's see whether we can convert the value to string. No, that's not possible. Okay, so let's, okay, so this is okay. This is okay. But the problem comes in when this value is no longer 2 decimal places. So this is why we need to convert this and we give it a fixed value. Okay, so that's something that we might need to take care of in our controller a little bit later, because we are going to have this value and we're going to have additives as well. Okay, but this is the kind of approach that we're going to take even for the additives. But we are done with our counter, so that part we are done, but we need to make this quantity a little bit bigger. So let's just go ahead and close this item that we do have over here and change this to 18. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit bigger, and the font weight, we're going to go with the same that we have over here. So let's go with bold for starters and see. Kinda, no, it should be 600. Okay, W600, not bold, because bold is a little bit, it's a little bit too much. Okay, so that's going to be our quantity. So let's just close that. Okay, we do have this row and we need to close it since we are done working on it. So down at the bottom, we're going to have what do you call it, preference. So if you have any message that you need to give to the person that you're, the person that is preparing your order, so you have to write the message inside of the text that we're going to, the text box that we're going to put below. Okay, we're still in the same row. Okay, so let's close that. Okay, we have a row inside of a row. That's why we do have, so we have a row for this one, and we have a row that's encapsulating quantity in the other row. So we need to get out of that row encapsulating both, right? We add a little bit of size or a little bit of height, and then we're going to paste another title. So for our title here is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be preference. Okay, what we can do here, we can say order preference, and let's just call it preferences. Okay, so let's say you're ordering a steak, whether you want it rare, medium, or fully cooked. Okay, so preferences, then we're going to have a text box. Our button is going to come right at the bottom of this particular item. Okay, so next we're going to create the text, and then we're going to place the button over here, the buttons over here, the buttons for ordering and the one for adding to cart. Okay, below our preference texts. Okay, that's supposed to be preference, not preference. Okay, the preference. Okay, these are preferences. And instead of bold, let's go with W600 over here. Okay, so that's a change that we need to make. And over here, let's add another comma and then format our code. After formatting our code, right below, we need a size box. That's supposed to be a size box. Let's give it a height of 15. 15. After our height, we need to go ahead and add a size box again. So in this size box, that's where we are going to put our custom text field, but we named it custom text widget if I still remember correctly. So let's give it a 65 over here. So 65.h, and let's give our size box a child. After giving the child, let's go ahead and have custom text widget. Okay, so our custom text widget, we have to give it a controller. So we need to create the controller. We haven't created the controller here. Okay, hint, let's go ahead and have in text. We're going to add a note with your order or with your preferences. Okay, let's put it like that. So max lines, we're going to just make them 3, but in here in our custom text widget, we don't have max lines. So what we need to do, we need to revisit our custom text widget, and then here we're going to have max lines. So max lines is going to be equal to max lines. Okay, so that's the name that we're going to give the field. And this field, it's supposed to be a double, so we need to come right here on top, final double, and this double has to be nullable, and it has to be max lines. Okay, so after that, let's go ahead, close it, and then we edit for more parameters like that. So we do have an error over here. Okay, so if it is not provided, then let's see, it's an int, not a double. Okay, so it's a nullable int over here. If it's not provided, then max lines is equals to 1. Let's save this and come to this particular part. We have 3 max lines, so that's correct. So let's go ahead and take care of this controller. Okay, so our controller should come right over here. Okay, so we're going to have final text editing controller with a capital letter T. Let's just call it not controller per se, but we can just give it a name the same as its purpose. So it's supposed to be preferences over here. So we're going to copy this particular private text field, text editing controller, and then we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so we do have our controller. If we save, we should see something over here. Okay, so we can write something over here. So let's just go ahead and clear. Okay, but this is a little bit too, the height is a little bit too large, so let's bring it down a little bit. and it's a little bit inside. Let's see. Let's close this row. Okay, we can leave it like that. So right at the bottom, we're going to require our buttons, right? You know, these ones are not scrollable since it's a generated list. So it's okay for this part. But in here, we're in a single child scroll view, list view. Okay, so let's see. If we get rid of the physics over here, probably that would work. Okay, so our page is now scrollable. Okay, so we don't need this single child scroll view if our page is scrollable. So let's just go ahead and remove that. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're going to require the buttons. So the first one is going to be not buttons per se. We're going to require one button. Is it one? Probably one. Okay. So what we can do here, we can just go ahead and have a little bit of space. Probably not 20, but we're going to give it a 10. Okay. After giving it 10, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a container. So in our container, we're going to require a child. So our child is going to be a row. So our row is going to have, wow, not really. We don't need this. We don't need whatever we have inside. We just need main axis alignment over here. So main axis alignment is going to be space between, and we're going to put our children in here. So for this particular container, we have to give it a height. So let's give it a height of, let's go with 40 first. And if we do have any changes that we need to make, then we can make them. So we need to add a little bit of decoration to this particular container. So let's go ahead and add box decoration. After adding box decoration, we need to give it a color. So the color ain't supposed to be K light over here. So we have to make the color, let's go with K primary. Okay, after going with K primary, we'll have our button like, okay? So here it's going to be a little bit tricky. We need to just, let's give it a 30 over here. Okay, so it's going to be like that, but we need to increase the size over here from 10. Let's bring it to 15. Okay. Let's bring it to 15 like that. So inside, we are going to require a text, and we're going to require a button to add to the cart right at the corner. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to have is a reusable text widget. It's supposed to be a reusable text widget. No, it's supposed to be reusable over here. Reusable text widget. So we require text. Our text is going to be place order. And we need to give it a style. So first we need app style. Let's give it a size of 18, and let's give it a color. So for color, we're going to go with K light white, and for our font weight, we're going to go with W600 over here. Okay, so let's format the code a little. Bring this a little bit down so that we can visualize the container that we're working on, not in. Okay, so let's just save. So we have our place order over here. So we need to add a little bit padding. Okay, so the padding that we're going to have here is it has to be symmetric. It has to be symmetric. Okay, so symmetric, we're going to have horizontal over here. Okay, and let's make it .w over here. So we need to get rid of the const since we're utilizing screen utils. Let's save. Okay. Let's go with 12 like that. Okay, so on the other end, after this padding, we're going to have a circular avatar. Okay, so for a circular avatar, let's give it a background color, and we need a cart icon. Okay, so here we're going to just have a background color. Our background color here, it's supposed to be case secondary because it has to be orange. Okay, the radius is something that we're going to change in a little bit if it doesn't fit in here, and we need to have cart. Okay, so here it's supposed to be we don't have a cart from end design, so we need to choose the correct font to use. Okay, so here we're going to use icons dot cart. It's supposed to be a cart, not cart per se. Let's go with fast foods. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's going to be our button, but this button might be tricky because not everyone is going to know. Okay, so let's just say k light white, the color. Let's add this to cart, change it to cart. So if it is like this, probably like people will know like it's a cart. If you put in another icon which is not a cart, then it's going to be tricky for people to know. Okay, so the button is fitting well. Okay, so let's just add cons over here so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. Okay, and we have to wrap this in a gesture detector. Okay, so we need a widget, we need gesture detector. Okay, it's supposed to be gesture detector over here. Okay, okay, on our gesture detector we need on tap. Right, let's initialize it as an empty function for now, and as well as this reusable text widget, so we can just wrap this padding in a gesture detector as well. Okay, like that, and we're going to have on tap, and we initialize it as an empty function. Okay, so these are buttons to add to cart and to place an order. Okay, so in this one we're going to have some like more validations, because we need to check whether, like, before a user places an order, we need to check whether they do have a valid address. We do need to check whether they do have an address. Okay, so not an address, but whether their phone number is verified or not, because when you're delivering food, the one of the most important thing is the phone number of that particular user. Okay, so what we're going to do over here, we're just going to go down right at the bottom. We can either go down right at the bottom, or okay, let's just do it at the bottom. That's after our scaffold here. Okay, so we're going to create a future dynamic. It's supposed to be dynamic. Okay, like that, and we have to give it a name. Show
verification status. The verification sheet over here. So we need a sheet to show up. That's a bottom sheet. Okay. So in here, we're going to take context. Okay. Build context. Okay. And we need our return. So we need to go ahead and show model bottom sheet. Okay. To have a show model bottom sheet. So our model bottom sheet requires context in the builder. So our builder takes in context. No, builder takes in build context. It takes in this, okay? So here we're going to have build context. After context, then we're going to return something over here. So let's try to close it over here. Okay, so now whatever we're going to return is going to come down here inside of this brace. Okay, so we're going to return, okay, and we're going to return a container like that. So let's leave the container like that. We can just give it a little bit of size. That's height. Okay, so for the height, I'm going to give it a height of 500.h. We have to make it a public, not a private. So this is just the UI part of this section because it comes in play when we have our user. Okay, it comes in play when we have our user. Okay, so now that we connected it, if we click here, we're supposed to show a model sheet. So here it's 500, but we can increase the size a little bit so that it can cover the additives and toppings. Okay, so from 500 we can make it 510 like that. So let's bring it down. 10 is too small, so let's go to 525.